I think we're back. Okay. We're so not back. I know. We keep. Yeah, keep. I think we should be fine now. My body's back. Welcome, welcome back. So yeah, like I said, I kind of there's still more to react, but these are like, I'm kind of interested to see everyone's. This looks kind of funny. I'm not gonna lie. Everyone's take on this. More gold ship, true. Let me make an announcement that I'm back. All right, sounds good. Are you kidding me? Oh my god, now it's lagging. Oh, it was so good. We were so close to Grace. Okay, I'm just gonna. But yeah, people are lacking. I'm dropping frames again. Let me see if I can do something about this. Orm, yeah, Orm. You're changing? No. Unfortunately, ISPs have a monopoly. Honestly, even if you... I've talked to Genmu about this. And she mentioned how, like, the person... Like, they have the same ISP. But, like, the person right across from her street has, like, way better upload and shit. So just like, wow. Oh man, I'm just like staring at this. Da, 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 da. All right. Yeah, Nightbot keeps needing to refresh. I'll just pause Nightbot. Third time to charge. Damu Unger. Damu Unger. Damu Unger. Maybe. I don't know. This seems kind of bad, like the frames I'm dropping. Dame Unger. Dame Unger. Let me do something in the background really quick, and then I'll... Fuck, this is ass, bruh. Oh my god, bruh. I don't know, maybe it's this. Let me check this. Stream. Ratga, true. I forgot what the minimum you need to BPS that you need to stream on YouTube. But, okay, maybe it's better. Let me try one more thing. Maybe it's this. I mean, I'm still dropping frames. All right, how bad is the lag? Let me see. I'm gonna type 1, 2, 3, and let me know how it is. 1, 2, 3. Chatting. Ratga. 5 seconds? That's not terrible. I'm also looking at the output. Okay, I'm not gonna stress too much then. If I disconnect, I'm probably not gonna go back online though. Okay, my broadcast is taking a while to register that I switched to another but yeah, but okay, now my broadcast is fine. Okay, it says I'm doing fine. I'm not getting 10 language, but there's significant delay. Yeah. No, I think it's because of the frame dropping. All right. As long as it's hopefully it's not laggy. Anyway, well, I don't know. Maybe I can go forward with this. But if I end up getting disconnected from OBS, huge POV. I know, huge POV. Bro, looking huge. So okay, we have the new Yu-Gi-Oh, the new Yu-Gi-Oh time rules are amazing. So imagine what he has to say about this. All right, already I can say, well, the thumbnail is not that special. It's just like it's time. What time? Wait, what time is it? And it's that Yu-Gi-Oh clock meme. And we have Santoli. Yeah. It just straight like there's nothing like inflammatory. It's just straight up. All right, we'll just hear what he has to say about the time rules. I think I've said my piece about that stuff. We'll hear his.
Hey guys, Sigil here with another YouTube video talking about the new time rules this time. I'm not going to talk about the topic of policy. I may do a video on that. I may wait and see how it actually kind of pans out. Maybe one of those things which is better to wait and see. This one I'm talking specifically about the time rules, and I've seen a lot of negative reactions, and I really don't think...
Okay, so he's not even going to bring up the top cut stuff. And I get not talking about the top cut stuff. Because that is a lot of hypotheticals. And I'm okay with people like coming up with hypotheticals, but as long as it comes with understanding that you do have to see if this actually pans out. A lot of people kind of like focus on the bad actor stuff, but we've yet to see some like see that pan out. Santoli's Josh's Oshi, let's go. I was gonna say one thing that I thought was interesting about the top cut stuff was like I think in Worlds there was two people. There was two instances of a double loss. And I think out of that's like how many games is that? Because that's like 7 rounds Swiss. That's not too bad. I guess you could like make an argument like, oh, if you scale this up for like a small tourney like Worlds, what about for like a 2,000 plus person tourney? Like imagine how many. I don't know the details of why the double loss happened, but I can't imagine it was because of a bad actor. It could have been just through the someone just getting like caught like not managing their time well or something like that. So this doesn't necessarily vindicate the bad actor discourse either. And Santoli or Oshi, yeah, he's cool. I like Santoli. I really like him. So, but I mean, it's definitely there's no reason. Like, I guess what you can say is like these time rules aren't perfect, but he's not even going to talk about them. I just went on a tangent. Can I review the reaction from neutral to positive? All the more casual or doom posting. Yeah. So if we notice that trend, which I imagine, it's also interesting because like there's no reason to doom post on this. Like if you're a casual. I think the most you're going to engage with this is like spectating, a YCS or something like that. Maybe if you actually go to an event or something like that, and then, but like it honestly like probably won't affect you directly compared to like the more the people. I don't know. Like I feel like the direct consequences you're not going to feel. But like, if it turns out that this large group reacts so strongly to it, against it, or it's very, very, it's weird. It's weird. The MVT think tank. Oh my god, we're not gonna. I have words, but it's very clear. I think one of the tweets here. Let me before I let since now that you guys got me all like wound up. Let me see if I can find them. Yeah, yes, this tweet. These rule changes should really tell you who is just dooming this game with every opinion, not putting critical thought into what's actually happening. Honestly, it's not even like critical thought. You just have to read the article. There's one miscommunication that I could point out that doesn't that affects, whether you like it or not very greatly. But besides that, it's pretty clear that people aren't IDK anymore. Tired of you YGO doomers. This format has great. New rules are welcome. Please stop dooming the game when anything happens. I'll be okay. Like, for what it's worth, I think it's okay to say the format's bad. You definitely can't turn it into like an objective statement or anything like that. As long as you go like, oh, I don't like this format, I'll probably, dipping till next time or something like that, then that's fine. I don't consider that dooming. Reacting Nutri is not gonna get bro. The first comment, I play Brandon and timers are objectively terrible for my deck and a bunch of others. Now I'm dooming not like the rules. I don't think so. I mean, that's not. I mean, you can not like the rules. I can't choose wins with mask anymore. Ooh, is that what they're doing? Ooh, fucking summon mask. Tee. I don't think cut that shit. That's crazy. I guess there's no reason not to play it because you're incentivized. For what it's worth, though, you don't run like hand traps, right? You have to wait for your opponent to combo. But I feel like you should have an indication based on the strength of your hand whether you can play through it. It's not even just that. Like maybe when you start playing out your hand and your opponent because sometimes people interact poorly into branded, you might decide, I don't know, maybe it just feels bad to scoop a winnable game or game you could have played out to its completion just so you can have a chance in game 3. Maybe that's probably, I mean, I'm okay with people saying that feels bad, but yeah. But anyway, the point is like that some people are just like not reading and it's actually kind of embarrassing. Like if you can't read the article and you're just like there was this one tweet, I'm not gonna dig this tweet up, but there's like the tweet was basically like, how many times is Konami gonna fuck their player base? I can't believe they're doing this. And like they say nothing. They're not even commenting on the changes, right? They're just commenting on other people being mad. And it's just like, bro, you're not even like, obviously this person does not care enough to do more research. But I'm just like, wow, okay. It's just, I don't know. You just found this. You're just assuming that like, I don't know. You just jumped at the chance to start like hating on it. So I'm like, bruh. Yeah, I'm not gonna dig up this person. I know where to find it, but I'm not gonna do it because but it's just unfortunate. Can I use Uwe even when I'm not a 2v VCHA? But yeah, of course you can go Uwe. Would it be valid to me to scoop game 2 to save time? Probably. I don't know. Actually, it's kind of. It could be awkward, but I could see it though. I don't know. The way people are gonna play is probably gonna be different too under these time rules. So anyway, point is, wait and see. I think all these hypotheticals, we don't know if they're even true. Whether it's a bad actor, whether it's anyway, so he's just gonna react to. He's not gonna react to the. Actually, I guess he's reacting to the. Okay, whatever. The point is, sorry, the double loss thing. Okay.
At all. I think YouTubers, as well as just YouTubers and YouTube players in general, are very negative about things, and they have a really knee-jerk negative reaction to things without giving a chance to actually either sit down, think through the positives that come from it, or just give a chance to see and just have the positives come out, regardless of what the initial thoughts are, what it looks like on paper. I think it's very clear to me, at least, that this change is going to be a positive one in terms of the time rules. So if you haven't seen yet, it's that you now have 50 minutes for your 3 games in the match, and then 50 minutes is just double game loss. There's no time rules or anything like that. It's just you lose and give that time. And so first we should actually talk about what do these rules do effectively and why do they actually fix a lot of issues. And so the problem with the old time rules was 2 things. One is that you had people who would ID last round of Swiss, or even earlier last round of Swiss at YCS, and they would get it drawn potentially, and they would then top like that, pushing out some of the X2s that should top instead. And the other positive thing that this rule is aimed to get rid of is that now it punches people and doesn't incentivize them all to slow play and scum people in time. Before, you could do so many things like just enter game 3 left, burn them, like that. Or if you had life and completely unwinnable game state and you would just win because you're slow playing.
He's kind of fast talking. I'm not gonna lie. I keep forgetting this.
And the new time rules solve both those issues completely. You no longer can ID and get reward from that. You actually have to play your games and win in order to get to Top Gun. And you can no longer scum people at all in any way, shape, or form and get an advantage like that when going close to time and trying to win like that. You actually have to go and win your games out. And so this new rule does a great job of removing the negative consequences of the other rule. And I don't think I'm going to talk about that. Most people are just kind of knee-jerk reaction about the negatives they think they're going to come out, which I'll talk about in a second, without acknowledging the fact that it does very much solve an existing issue of the game. We've all had moments, hopefully not too many, but moments where you get screwed over in time, and those will not exist anymore with people's ill intent in mind. So the question is, are there any negative consequences of this new rule? And there's one real one, I think, and there's one that people are talking about being massive, which I think is a complete overreaction in every sense of the word.
I imagine the overreactions like the suicide bombing. Like, oh, everyone's gonna become strap a bomb to their chest and knock out their opponents or whatever. They're gonna fuck that Mark the Page video. All right, like we're not watching that one. All right, I watched it on my own. My reaction was so negative to it. I'm just not gonna I'm not gonna broadcast that. I like you can already tell I did not like that video. That video was not.
Negative consequence is that you're going to have some long games sometimes. There's natural, fun, long games of Yu-Gi-Oh! That will go into time and you'll get double game loss. And that is unfortunate. I think this is a side effect, and the one negative I actually think is associated with this new time rule. But the big thing to keep in mind is 50 minutes is a long time. The extra 5 minutes adds a lot. If you're playing at a reasonable pace, which I think some people don't, and they're going to get annoyed with the fact that they have to play quicker now, but I think that's a good thing. If you are playing reasonable pace, you should not be going to time limit. It's very rare in an event that I actually go to time at all. I probably go to time once every 2-3 events, and considering how many events I play, I think it's saying something, especially because I play nonsense decks a lot and people have to read cards. I'm still not going close to time all the time. And so you should be going close to time much, even some games where you'll have 30-minute game ones, 35-minute game ones, you'll still have a lot of those games be able to wrap up the other two matches in 10-15 minutes. Like I said, there's going to be some scenarios where you do get screwed over, but these grinding games are also where people are most willing to give kind of those, oh, I'll scoop out of honor scenarios, because if you have a 40-minute game one, and then game two, you're in a commanding position, you actually played a game of Yu-Gi-Oh! People aren't going to be super frustrated.
Paging, yeah. Paging.
I rolled, games 2 minutes, there's no end action. If you actually have a game of Yu-Gi-Oh! Those are the most likely times when people are going to honor that. Even if you don't, I think it's just a super small subset if you're playing a reasonable pace. If you're not playing a reasonable pace, play quicker, you shouldn't be going to time that much. The other issue that people talk about, which I think is completely ridiculous, it will happen a bit, but very, very little, is that people are just going to randomly scum people over and suicide draw. Or suicide lose in this case. And there's
yeah, I knew it.
Why?
Bugging, suicide. Oh, I probably shouldn't be using that word, but basically, mutually assured destruction, basically. But yeah, I don't know. People like talking about this, but like I haven't heard like a really specific method. It's got to be one of the POV of all time. True, huge in the chat. It's a good POV. It's so noticeable. No one is like very specific about the methods, all right? Like people envision Kaiba jumping off a ledge, but okay, how are you doing that? Like how are you doing that without arousing suspicion? I don't think anyone is that clever. Like I don't know, you have to like outsmart a judge too. Hello Mogus Turbo XDD. Like I don't know, I don't believe these people. like I don't know how to describe it. It's like people like are very, very quick to talk about the result, but how to get there, there's a lot of hemming and hawing and not much elaboration. I don't think you really need to come up with the specific cheating method to do it, but it's just like it's just the way people talk about it. It's like a foregone conclusion. All right, like how are they gonna do it? Like, are they gonna play slow? Like, because you have to play slow, like at some point, right? To if you decide not to scoop, what's it called? I don't know. Okay, like if you're getting out grinded, what are you supposed to do? Like, you drag out the game? You're probably gonna have less options available to you. There's probably gonna be a good instance though of it happening, but I just like I don't know. The ones I can think of is like, oh, I drew a card. Are you gonna like check your graveyard? Bro, you have like no plays. Are you gonna like think about your attack target? I don't know. It's probably the same like slow play traps. And I don't know. Besides slow play, I can't think of another way to like drag out the game. But I guess if you bring a deck that grind games, then I guess I don't know. I don't consider that malicious or something, but that is kind of I don't know. You also have the power to scoop, so I think I don't know. Okay, anyway, point is, let's just let me go back a little bit just so you can restart his slot.
Or suicide lose in this case.
Play Pelio,
There's
yeah.
multiple issues with it. One is the fact that we're kind of misrepresenting why we had people scum people in the past at all. The reason why we had people scum people in the past in time and do 1 minute burns with 1 minute time left, or just stall not letting the battle phase, isn't because they want to be malicious. And
Oh, sorry. Can you see everyone else's tie breaks? I don't know, actually. I actually don't know. I feel like even if you could, you'd have to, like, if I don't know, expect the average person to do that. Maybe one person will exploit it, though. But fair enough.
watch people suffer. They just want to win. They have incentive to do something to screw over someone else so like they get benefits. The old time rules incentivized players to be malicious. The new time rules don't do that in any way, shape, or form. And so even if you look at some of these players whom you may know personally, and maybe they're locals, maybe you've seen regionals, who are a bit more malicious with the old time rules, they don't have incentive to do that anymore. They don't gain anything. And one step further is that they also don't want to be in a position where they're going close to time. Because these people who are scum people over, or who are shady in their head, they're probably going to be thinking that, hey, other people are going to do that to me. So I can't give them the chance to then go and scum me. So these are the players, more than anyone, I think, will be playing quick games and trying to stay away from time so they don't have it happen to them. There's no incentive to take a slow pace of the game from minute 1. If you were starting that game, your goal is to win that game. That's what you obviously play the game for. And the new rules now incentivize you playing quickly. And so it's not going to be the scenario of them going, oh, I'm in a losing position, I'm just going to slow play for the rest of the match. No, like unless the match is a 40-minute game 1, a lot of times the match is going to play a quick game 1. They're going to lose it. It's going to be 40 minutes left. They don't have the ability to actually just stall like that. And if they do, they're going to lose it. They're either going to give up winning game 2 and put them in a position where they can get screwed over. Like both this mentality that someone's going to screw someone else over just randomly, even if you don't believe people are good actors, which I don't fully believe, I think many people play this game for fun. Even if you don't believe people are good actors, for self-interest, everyone has their interest of staying as far away from time as possible and playing quickly. And so these rules are really good, not because the community is necessarily good, but because they do the correct thing in incentivizing people to play quick and stay away from time. Are you gonna have the weird scenario where you go and you have some grindy games, you get close to time, and someone's just like, something happened in the match, and screw you, we're gonna take the loss and go down together? Sure, it's gonna happen sometimes, but that could also happen with the old time rules. The big thing is now with the new time rules is it incentivizes clean play, incentivizes you to play fast. Again, not because people are going to do it to be a good person and to have this right mindset, I don't want to screw anyone over, because if they want to win, the best chance of winning is avoiding the other person screwing them over with bad time rules. And so they're incentivized to play fast. And so I think Tommy did a very good job with time rules, because I think this idea that there's just going to be these random suicide losses everywhere is ridiculous. It will happen sometimes, but much, much rarer than the the draws or the wins in time we have now. Because like I said, the incentive's not there. I think one potential problem that could arise is late on in YCS on the bubble. You see people playing, maybe you have a friend that is playing as well, and you know from tiebreakers from the math round 1, there's going to be 1 or 2 X2s that miss. Now it's one of those times where, hey, I may go down with the ship. But even then, I think that's a much more malicious approach that a very small subset of people will have. And again, that's also something that could just be done in the old time rules. Like the new time rules don't really change anything with that. There are people that would suicide lose for someone last round compared to the people who would scum someone in time or just ID is going to be significantly lower. And so overall, the time rules do a great job of fixing the older issues the old time rules had by changing incentives, and they do a good job of avoiding unnecessary problems.
Oh, if you match against someone else with the same score or worse tiebreak.
Those sucks, but
yeah, final round, yeah.
Subset of
yeah.
So overall, very happy with the new time rules. Let me know what you think of the new time rules, whether you're one of these people who think they're awful, or if you think that there'll be a good improvement in the game. Regardless, I don't think this is one of the things Konami will go back on, so I think it's at least good to go into open mind and see how they are. So next time, guys.
Well, that was nice. That is my channel, Orm. Well, that was just pleasant. That was just hold on. Orm. All right, where do we put Santoli? Hold on, where's Santoli? Yeah, here we go. There's a lot that can go wrong. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Like, you need to be able to you need to be Akagi to predict. So automatically not inflammatory. We already know this. So these don't only make sense at final. Yes, at final round. So like most people aren't even gonna get that far. And I think you mentioned before how like assuming like there's a chance that there's competitive players that like stigmatize that behavior to begin with. The ones most likely to be in the final round. I don't know which one I want to put this in. Honest or wow, this looks terrible. This fucking break. I'll put it on under honest. He's just putting his thoughts out there. Straight up says these rules are amazing, and then I don't see his enthusiasm with the title, be reflected in his tone, but I think he's pretty positive on things. He's not trying to farm clicks. So okay. Maybe we can put him under, but we'll put him under this. Okay, next one. So next one is these policy changes are insane. So, I mean, if you watch Josh, it should probably be obvious where this goes. Like, all right, for sure, this is clickbait. Nothing like inflammatory. It's just WTF. You know, nothing. I mean, it kind of is inflammatory, but it's not like in a way that makes you want to what's called random. Oh yeah, that works actually. O3 random drop pro player force a double loss to mess with the type pairs. Josh is bad at clickbaiting. This is like his editor, right? There's no way. Well, I guess he recorded it on his own or something. I can't imagine. But yeah, this isn't like this is. He hasn't mastered the art yet. I formulate opinion that the only way Time Lord is exhibited for the community are asshats. Yeah. I mean, I'm not saying the community competitive players are saints or anything like that, but I'm sure like reputation goes a long way in those circles. Absolutely doing anything but play Yu-Gi-Oh. I want to play Yu-Gi-Oh, but there is some React Andy I need to catch up on. Sorry to burst your bubble, but actually no, I'm not really bursting your bubble. But yeah. His clips editor is Gigaba. Okay. Oh, you know what? You know what I remember? His fucking clips editor. Wait, is he the one with the fucking cursed ass thumbnails? I remember the Josh Palio one. Those were crazy. I wouldn't do that, just hypothetical. Don't worry. But
What is up, duelists? We have something very important to talk about. I'm taking a little bit of time off after Worlds right now from streaming, so I'm recording this one off stream. But
yeah, the paleo vids, yes.
There's been a policy change to Yu-Gi-Oh, which is going to impact tournaments in a huge way, I feel like. This is not going to be a blind reaction because in these kind of cases, I'm a fan of, having a more rational thought about the situation.
This is fantastic. This is fantastic. Like, with breaking news, I think there is always a risk of, like, spreading misinformation or whatever, or not spreading, spreading misinformation, but not intentionally, right? You just don't have all the facts together, so you're going to naturally come to some conclusions that are uninformed. The stun Giga Chat vids, yeah, I remember that. That one was good. But yeah, like he's basically not doing blind reaction, which is what people like to see, but he actually like thought about it before hitting live, which is, very good, very good. Not often we see this in this platform, but I feel like that's what we expect from Josh. Or as far as they just refuse to communicate, why not bring Paleo to Worlds? Imagine Paleo Runic.
Before like just blind reacting basically, so I did think about this for a moment before recording.
Oh my god, I just realized my Cupsy is like literally on fucking Josh's face. Orm.
One by one, because there's multiple things that are going to change, and I think it's a pretty big change that like is worth discussing for sure. So let's go and go through these policy changes because they change in like multiple sections essentially. So let's dissect this one by one. So the first.
What problems it changes address? Yeah, that's true. In fact, that is true. In fact, like the X2 stuff that people were like not really clear on, that came from like players themselves, like deducing that from the Yummy Joshi. Yeah, Yummy Joshi. Looks more sweet than last time. But yeah, that is something that the players had to like bring forth to the conversation. There was a bit of like, regardless of the miscommunication, like I don't think I would have been able to conclude that like with these additional rounds, like they needed a third one to make sure X2. That was something the players had to bring up. So yeah. All they really did was say the changes, which is good, but probably not good enough. But yeah.
TCG Swiss rounds have been extended to 50 minutes from 45. So you do get 5 extra minutes. Now, this does not come without any other changes because this is obviously tied to something else down here, which is a change to the end of match procedure. Let me find the right spot. We have an entirely new end of match procedure, which essentially it's not entirely new because we've heard of it before because it was actually in effect for the Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championship this past weekend, which is basically that if your match does not finish in these 50 minutes, both players will receive a loss. It's going to be a double loss if the match is not finished at the end of these 50 minutes. No more life points comparison. No more player with the higher life points is going to win the game and then potentially the match. And also, most importantly, probably no more draws at all, which also explains another part in this update, which is the subsection for intentional draws has been removed because draws are no longer possible. And this is a lot to take in. There's other changes to the policies, but I want to talk about this one first because essentially this is the one big thing, or one of the big things that is changing is the new end of match procedure is going to be in effect, which means 50 minutes total to play around, but you do have to finish the match in those 50 minutes. Otherwise, it's going to be a double loss, and there's no more draws, which I think has a lot of positives, but also has some negatives. So I have mixed feelings about this, and that's why I want to discuss this real quick. And I also really want you guys to join the discussion in the comments down below. Please keep it civil, but I think this is it's been controversial when they announced this for the first time for the World Championship. People had a lot of mixed feelings about this, so let's talk about this real quick. Of course, I want to reiterate, I've talked about this already when they announced this for the World Championships, but still. It's been a while. I've had time to think about this, and I also saw it play out at Worlds. I've talked to people at Worlds how they felt like it impacted their tournament. So just want to go over this one by one. So first of all, 50 minutes instead of 45 is a straight up positive. You know, there's a higher chance that your match is going to be able to finish within 50 minutes than it was in 45. And as someone who, I mean, I played for a long time, and basically with 45 minutes, a lot of the time your match was already finishing. So with 50 minutes
For you, they need the +3. Oh, okay.
Which is a positive. That's the straight up positive.
Makes sense.
More time is good. Now, the complete removal of draws and therefore also intentional draws, which were cheating and illegal, is good. There's no more draws at all, and I think that is a good thing because it completely.
Yeah. Intentional draws were never allowed by Konami. I think it was funny because back then when ARGs were a thing, there was like controversy around intentional draws, and like people would bring up this is why ARGs are better because they allow intentional draws. Konami, get your shit together or something like that. It was very interesting to see that. I don't know. I didn't really care, right? Because I didn't go to tournaments, but like that was like that was like not really regular discourse or something, but like it came up. Like people would discuss the legal, like whether intentional draws is cheating or scummy and stuff like that. Mostly thinking about Duelist Grounds while browsing Duelist Grounds forums. It only happened like every maybe like once a year or something like that, but. Yeah, Konami never allowed IDs.
People, you know, intentionally drawing in the last round of Swiss to guarantee top cut. You know, in a lot of tournaments, the cutoff for making top 64 was basically going like you could have 2 losses and 1 draw. So in the last round of Swiss, even though it wasn't allowed, a lot of people who had 2 losses would play against someone else with 2 losses, and they would try to draw, and it was like very hard for judges to catch that. And like there was always miraculously more draws in the last round of Swiss than in any other portion of the tournament, and it was just annoying because it also ruined the chances for maybe some X3s to make it, or whatever. You know, so this is overall a positive change. No more draws, no more intentional draws. That is good. And as well, I think one big thing that is good about these changes is the fact that like by making it so that both players lose the match if it goes to time, you essentially remove all incentives to slow play ever. Like you basically, both players are incentivized to play as fast as they can and maintain a fast pace throughout the match at any point in order to finish the match, because at the end of the day, it doesn't benefit anyone to go into time. And this apparently is a controversial take, even because a lot of people when this was announced were like, oh, but like it's better for me to take my opponent down with me, so like it's better if I slow play if I'm going to lose the match anyways. Personally, I don't agree with this. I don't think this is true. I think by giving your opponent a double loss instead of just losing the game normally, if you would, first of all, you're slow playing, you're cheating, you're risking penalties by doing this, and the benefit is I think really not there because all you're doing is you're giving your opponent a loss.
Yeah, you're not clever, bro. Like you have 5 minutes additional minutes like counting against you. I don't know how slow playing is like the like if there's a better strategy than slow play, I'm all ears. I'm genuinely. Are you going to France for Yu-Gi-Oh? It's already done. No one. Paris is over. But no, we're going to Tokyo.
Which is going to make your tiebreakers worse. Like, yes, your opponent now has the same score as you instead of being in front of you in the standings, but that is just one person, and your tiebreaker is just worse against everyone else in your same bracket now. And I don't think this is a good thing personally. So I think it just incentivizes people to actually like scoop and go to the next game faster in positions that are lost. Which leads me to something that I think is the only thing that might be negative about this is like you are now less incentivized to play out a game of Yu-Gi-Oh, which I think is kind of weird because if my opponent makes a board or goes first and like plays and my hand is like kind of good and I might have a chance to win, I might just scoop up the game because I don't think my chance is like good enough, right? Like if I like if I stare down a board and I have like a strong engine hand, do I play into it now or do I scoop it up? To be fair, I think in reality, a lot of the time you're going to start playing into it. You're going to see, does my opponent make any mistakes? Do they interrupt correctly and so on and so forth?
Okay,
if you see they're competent player, they use their interruptions accordingly and they just have a lot of stuff. Then you might scoop it up and go to the next game. If your opponent is like kind of messing up some stuff and leaves you a window to maybe win, then maybe you try. But in general, right, if you have like a really long game, which sometimes can be like very good Yu-Gi-Oh, right? A lot of back and forth Yu-Gi-Oh, and like you have like a 30-minute game. Then it's going to be harder to finish that match within 50 minutes, which might lead to some double losses. Now, I will say the only tournament we have to go off of at this point in time is the World Championships, at which I believe there was only 1 or maybe 2 double losses. I've only heard of 1, but some people said there was 2 in the entire tournament, which of course Worlds is a smaller tournament, only 27 players, and they played 7 rounds of Swiss, 13 matches per round because 27 players, 1 person had a bye, 26 people played, which means 13 matches per round, times 7 means a total of 91 matches were played at Worlds, and only 1 or 2 out of those ended in a double loss. So you can see like between 1 or 2% at that level ended in a double loss. So if that's the case, you know, that's already a lot less than draws would happen with 45 minutes. And I think in general, by incentivizing people to play faster in general, and maybe sometimes like scoop up a game that was completely lost, you overall smooth out the way tournaments run. So I think I'm leaning towards this is a good thing, or a good change rather. Where I stand on this overall as my first impression is I think it's better than the previous time, because I think that's something that people seem to forget. Like they see something about this new change that they feel like could be bad, and they're like, oh, this could potentially be bad because someone might take me down with them and we get a double loss, that they completely forget about all the negative things about the previous time rules. And that's the big takeaway here for me is I think this
Yeah. I mean, obviously they're not perfect, right? Like these new rules, but no one liked the fucking. Oh, most people. I don't want to say no one, but most people didn't like the old ones. And like to me, these just the fact that you got 5 more minutes is like crazy to me. It seems super severe, the double, like, you know, the double loss, which is probably why people are like responding so negatively, like to the new ones. Like, oh, but like I just like look back, like getting people will still get pissed if you get cheesed by a burn in the last round, and someone, you know, maliciously actually like stalls to achieve that, like, you know, because they actually, you know, they actually win. But now you don't have that option anymore. You could do it. You could try. You know, a lot of clever people. But yeah, I can I understand a little bit. You know, like, oh, a double loss is so severe, but like I don't know. I feel like like Santoli said, they took away the incentive to slow play. Like, why are you doing it? Like, spite, okay, like. I don't know. I still don't understand. Like, you're just assuming you're borderline misanthropic about, you know, when it comes to that. Because like, I don't know. I don't think spite is enough to like. Yeah, like if you're traveling to a YCS just to spite or something. Like if you're trolling, you know, and you want to go to side events or something, I guess you could just do that. But like, I don't know. I probably want to get out of there as fast as possible. It's cool that grindy decks play was determined by whether it was some random. You wouldn't burn yourself. Yeah, it sucks that grindy decks do, you know, don't benefit from this either. But burn decks always seem trolly than serious. True. Yeah, like I don't know if you're familiar, Mayor McCheese, but like in the previous rules, to determine like a match winner, if you had the highest life points, you'd win. And then people would actually build strategies around that. Like they'll just like do a whole combo that takes a long time, and then like send a card that inflicts 500 damage, and then just go. And like sometimes it's not their fault because the combo takes a long. But like there's a card that got banned because part of the combo just deals 1200 burn damage for no reason. And they had to ban that in the TCG because just by performing your combo, you just gave an advantage to like just going first, and the combo, the sequence of that combo was like pretty lengthy, just even if you were playing fast. So that was pretty fucked. I don't know why.
is just better than people like burning or gaining life points in time to win a match.
Actually, because of that card might get unbanned. Fiendsmith Lacrima, for the people who know, Fiendsmith Lacrima might actually get unbanned with these new rules, which is like interesting. Fiendsmith is in a weird place at TCG too. Like it's strong, but holy shit, I don't even care if it gets hit. It's like Fenrir in TCG or Adventure Engine. I was like, yeah, you know what, keep it. Yeah, it can come back.
No business winning, and there was, no matter how much incentive you think this rule has to sometimes slow play someone to try and get a double loss, the old time rules had so much more incentive for people to actually play slow. You know, like there was so much more. If your deck had a burn win con and you're like win game 1, you are never incentivized to like scoop game 2. Like people would always like try and play out game 2 as long as possible, even if it was absolutely a losing position. They would like start slow playing and shit like that. It was awful, right? Like the previous time rules were not good at all, and I think this new change, like I can definitely see it being better than before. While I don't think it's perfect yet, like I think it does have some room for improvement still. So my takeaway from this is I think it's better. I think we should give it a chance. But I do hope that if we discover stuff that is not great about this new time rule, that it doesn't take as long to fix it as it did with the older time rules, right? Like the old time rules have been in effect for like what, 7 years now or whatever, maybe longer, like 7 or 8 years roughly. I think it was 2017 or 18 that we got those old time rules. I don't want it to take this long. If there is some slight improvements they could make for this time rule, I hope they do it faster than last time. But overall, I think let's wait and see. And it might just be, I think it might just be better than what we previously had. But this is not the only thing that changed with this policy update, because another big thing that is changing is number of rounds at tier 3 and tier 4 events. So it's a new subsection, and there's a chart that explains the new top cut. The maximum top cut for any number of tournament participants is 8. Top 8, there is not going to be a bigger top cut than top 8 at big tournaments, and top cut rounds no longer have a time limit. So in top cut, you are never going to lose to time, which that was also the case at the World Championship, and that was awesome. That was straight up awesome. Being able to play top 8, of course you still have to maintain a proper pace, but like not worrying about someone just winning or losing in time for random reasons was really good to see. Like you see better, you get to see better Yu-Gi-Oh in top cut if there is no timer, period. Additional Swiss rounds have been added. Total number of Swiss rounds dependent upon the number of duelists enrolled at the start of the tournament. This says too, I've heard that it's actually 3. I'm not entirely sure if what the right number is. I heard that the 2 is not the right number. Maybe it's 3 additional rounds. So basically what this means is we get less rounds of Top Cut, but we get more rounds of Swiss. Which I'm gonna be honest with you is not that big of a deal as it might seem, because the total number of rounds to actually win a tournament will stay roughly the same. I was under the impression that this was 3 additional Swiss rounds. If it is 2, I actually think it's a little bit worse. So I was told earlier by someone, I don't know who it was, that like that this is a mistake and it should be 3 additional rounds because that's the one that makes sense. This is not something you can just easily evaluate without looking into some numbers here, right? Because previously the way it would work, let's say, let's take a tournament with 2,300 players, which I think is pretty average for a European YCS these days, right? Previously, these would have 12 rounds and a top cut to top 64, right? Which meant that the cutoff was basically at 10 and 2, you would make top 64. X3 were able to top, but because draws existed, most of the time X3s wouldn't top at this number of players. So most of the time, the cutoff to make it guaranteed was 10 and 2, or 9 wins, 2 losses, 1 draw, which of course caused a lot of intentional draws in the last round, but that's gone now too, right? So this would basically mean you go 10 and 2. You would pretty much guarantee top, and you were in top 64 now, right? Which means in order to make top 8, you have to win 3 more times. You have to win in top 64, in top 32, and in top 16. That would get you into the top 8. So a 13 and 2 record previously was also what was basically needed at minimum to make top 8, right? So if you have, instead, now you have 15 Swiss rounds and a top 8 cut.
Oh yeah, something I needed to mention. Regarding intentional draws, they're allowed in TCG Pocket tournaments, which is super funny. I'm not saying like they're like, I don't know, maybe it's different, but I just thought it was interesting because the only reason I know is because I would watch a content creator go to these tournaments, and like he played out a game basically in the last round, and I think he lost out on the tournament, and he started kicking himself basically, like, why the fuck didn't I intentionally draw? What was the point of playing the game out? So I just thought it was funny. It's like he fucked himself over. Oh my god. Anyway, so yeah, 15 rounds. All right, where were we?
We see that still with that 13 and 2 record, you make it into the top 8 pretty much guaranteed here, especially if there's some double losses earlier in the tournament. But basically, at this number of 2,300 players,
how can you listen to the guy speaking? He's talking like this, and no words are separated.
Record previously, it's basically the same score you need to make it into the top 8 than before. So it's not really that big of a difference. And I do want to emphasize,
I'm just used to 2 times speed.
The pricing still extends down to top 16, 32, 64, whatever it was before. You know, the pricing structure hasn't changed. If you end up in top 16 because you went X3 in 15 rounds with the new rules, you would still receive the effect failure, right, and the card trooper and so on and so forth. But like that does not change, because I've seen some people concerned about this. But what you see here is that basically previously, if you only play 12 rounds of Swiss, and let's say you go undefeated in these 12 rounds of Swiss, you go 12-0. You're in top 64 now, first place in Swiss, amazing performance. But if you get unlucky in top 64, you might just be out of the tournament, right? However, with the new rules, if you go 12-0 and you lose the 13th match, you are now 12-1, which is still basic. You still only have to win 1 more round to get into the top 8, right? So it basically eliminates a lot of variance from when you're losing your rounds, because in general, the later you get into a single elimination bracket, the better it is for consistent and good players, and the more rewarding it is. Because previously there was a decent amount of instances where some people like had really good win rates but would still be eliminated, and people that go deeper into the tournament actually have like a worse win rate. Because let's say someone, like in this example that I just made, someone who goes 12-0 in the first 12 rounds would play against the 64th place at the YCS in top 64, right? Which is usually someone who is 9-3 or 9 wins, 1 draw, 2 losses. Let's say they're 9-3 for the simplicity of the argument. So someone who is undefeated until this point could be knocked out by someone who's 9-3, which means that like the player is 12-1 now is eliminated, and the player who is 10-3 is in top 32 now, right? Which means the player with the worst win rate just makes it deeper into the tournament, which, you know, it's not something to really complain about because those are the rules you play by. You know, single elimination has to happen at some point. But I think you can make an argument where, like, you know, the later it happens, the later you have to eliminate someone with a really good record, the better, right? Because I mean, this can still happen, right? You can still, with the new rules, someone who goes 15-0 is now in top 8. They could lose to someone who is 13-2, and then be out of the tournament, but they would be out of the
TikTok pain, bruh.
I think that's fine. And one thing you also have to realize is the record you need to win a YCS basically didn't change, because 15 rounds and then top 8 means it's 18 rounds total, and 12 rounds and then top 64 is also 18 rounds total. And it just changes the point in the tournament where, at this, like, from this point on, which is top cut, you have to go undefeated to win, right? And I think the later that happens, I think that's actually fine. I think that's fine.
I thought this was my pointer click.
I thought this was mine. Number to 2,500. You will have roughly 7 players at 13-2 will make it into the top cut, and 1 will miss on average, which that's going to be a horrible feeling if you go 13-2 and you become 9th. That's not great, which is why I've always been advocating for like an asymmetrical top cut, like the one Pokemon uses. I don't want to go into too much detail there. But there are solutions for this that unfortunately we aren't getting, so I'm not happy about that. But this is a problem that always happens, even in the current system. You have people missing out on tiebreakers at certain numbers of players. Like, for example, here, if we change this to 12 rounds and we make it top 64 again, you're going to have people on 9-3 that miss on tiebreakers, or depending on the number of draws in the last round, you might have people with a draw that miss out on top cut because there's a bunch of intentional draws and stuff like that. This tiebreaker issue is basically always there. Of course, it's going to hurt more if you play 15 rounds and you go 13-2 and then you miss, than if you play 12 rounds and you go 9-3 and you miss. But either way, you know, people are going to miss out on tiebreakers with a set number of like top cut players, right? So that's honestly, this change, I feel like it matters less than what people think. I think the real big deal is time rule changes. But honestly, personally, I think this is a...
Isn't yours Genmu? Sorry, what did you mean by that? Wait, what? Effect by Baylor. Wait, what did you mean by that? I don't know what you're responding to because I like was too busy listening to Josh.
A good thing because it rewards consistency more. Because if you have a really good first 12 rounds, whether you go 12-0 or 11-1 or whatever, you have a way better chance of actually getting deeper into the tournament, which means top 8, than someone who goes like 10-2, right? Like or 9-3 or whatever, right? So
What is asymmetrical top cut? My pointer? Yeah, my pointer is Genmu, but I haven't fixed my I have the download for the pointer click or whatever, but I haven't I'm too lazy to do it. But yes, Genmu should be my pointer, but right now I'm back to like regular. Yeah. It's just regular default. What is asymmetrical top cut? I don't know honestly, but I imagine it's not. I imagine like if you have like top 64 or something like that, you would include one or two that have like you include like the I don't know. I don't know how to say it, but like you would include like player 65, 66 because they had like the you know they didn't lose out on the people who wouldn't have lost out on tiebreakers, even though it makes the top 64 like you can't do like the single elimination bracket like weirder. You know, you can't just do like, you know, what's it called, you know, like for like a top 64, you would do like fuck. You're right, 32 matches for one simulation, then 16 matches, then 4 matches, then 2 matches, then 1 match. I think like asymmetrical top cut would like mess with that, but I don't know what the bracket would look like for a single elimination asymmetrical top cut. Someone's probably more knowledgeable on that.
you have less of these stories where someone has a really good Swiss record and immediately gets knocked out in top 64 or top 32, right? And I think that's a good thing personally. And I say this as someone who's been in both positions. You know, I've been like first in Swiss after 12 rounds and then like got knocked out in like top 64 or top 32. But I've also been in the spot where I've popped tournaments at like an X3 record barely as like 64th place, which with the new rules, if I go X3, I probably won't be able to make it into the top 8. But at the same time, if you go X3 now with the new rules, you still have a reason to keep playing because if you keep winning, you can sneak into like a top 16 or top 32 for better pricing to get the card trooper or get the effect whaler, which otherwise you would have never gotten because if we cut off after 12 rounds and you're X3, you're probably like 70th or 80th or 90th or whatever. You don't get a chance to improve that record and go all the way to still win, you know, the card trooper, the effect whaler, whatever. Like I don't think this is a bad change. The number of rounds, I think this is good. I've seen some people saying like, okay, but like the top cut is where it's like really exciting and like what counts as a top now and so on and so forth. Personally, I think playing round 13, 14, 15 is also still very exciting. You know, like when you're like 13 and or like 12 and 2 and you play round 15 and you know this is going to be the difference between you making like top 8 or top 16. It's essentially the same as playing a top cut round. You know, like because this is the one that decides like do I make it into the top 8 or do I get eliminated and become like 16th? It's the same thing really. And I think once people realize this, I don't think this is going to take much hype away from the tournament or whatever. Like this is still I think fine. And that's how I feel about this particular change. And honestly, overall, the way I feel about these changes is I have mixed feelings because a lot of the stuff I'm talking about, also this is one big thing here. All of my examples here I think made a lot of sense because I added 3 extra rounds. Like I mentioned earlier, the policy here says 2 extra rounds, which if you only add 2 extra rounds and then you make it top 8 with like let's say 2,300 players, I think you will reach a point where the cutoff point for here 6 players at 12 and 2 will make top cut and 7 will miss. This is awful. This is not good. This is why I think it's 3 extra rounds. Because this does not make sense at all. If this is the change, this is a god awful change. I'll say it right now. Like if this is actually what it says, this is terrible. Because at this point, like you're literally
Yeah, and this is where I think Konami like makes a misstep and does not communicate this pretty well. What's it called? Maybe I don't know. You have to go to the actual policy documents to figure out this. Like that is 3 rounds, which isn't like the worst. But if you're, you know, communicating to a general audience, it's pretty. I would say it's kind of unreasonable to make them dig for. I would dig for it because that's like the first thing I would do, because you know I'm like I don't like being like misinformed or whatever. You know, but like I don't represent like the average person who's like consuming information. I think they should have like whoever if it was a typo, they should have mentioned that, or they should have like because they reference a table in the policy documents. I'm like, bruh. Are you serious? Just copy and paste it or something. I don't know, not copy. You know what I mean? Just recreate it so it's like more clear. And this actually sparked a lot of tweets where they kind of assumed that this was the case, which is I think a natural. You know, I don't think is a knee-jerk reaction. Unfortunately, it's just like we didn't have all the information presented, and so. It wasn't until we got more information that it was like, oh, some people came around and like, oh, okay, it's not as bad as we thought. But so this part, I'm okay with people being like knee jerk or like what the fuck or you know, because I don't think everyone was presented the same amount of information. Yeah, so I think that's on Konami. Yeah, they mess up. Orm.
Gambling on going 12 and 2, there needs to be a round number 15 to make this reasonable, you know, like because if you go 12 and 2 and there's basically a 50-50 chance on whether you have a chance at even winning the YCS, this is not going to be good. And honestly, it just does not make sense. This is not the proper amount of Swiss rounds for a tournament of this size if you want to cut to top 8. It simply doesn't make sense. Which is why when someone told me this is a basically a mistake, let me find it again. To this thing here. this does not make sense. If this is, I basically everything I just said that was positive about these changes, if it's actually 2 extra rounds and not 3, scrap everything I said. It's awful. Like that's gonna be terrible. But I don't think it is. I think because this also just like it doesn't make sense because like I said earlier, 12 rounds and then top 64 is a total of 18 rounds to find a winner, and 14 rounds and top 8 is only 17 rounds to find a winner. So you are basically shortening the tournament by 1 round, which means like you are not. It's just a worse system to determine a winner because less rounds are being played. So this does not make sense if it's 2 extra rounds. Is what I'm trying to say with all this. Under the assumption that it is 3 extra rounds, I feel like these changes are fine. Of course, we're gonna have to change the way we talk about a top now. You know, what is a top with this new thing? Is top 8 the only thing that counts as a top? I don't think this matters too much. If you get top 32 at one of these new YCSs, you can still be proud
Are
of yourself, 'cause 15 rounds,
OCG
you
time
can win,
rules different than TCG? Yes. TCG used to have these rules, but basically in OCG, actually I don't know about like the. No, I think I'll just say the one I know. I don't think all the regions, maybe not all regions, adopt this. But like basically, when time is called, you're allowed to play out your turn. Your opponent's allowed to play their turn, and then it goes back and forth for I think for a total of 4 turns or something like that, and then highest life points wins. But yeah, I don't think it's like I don't think that's like widespread. But yeah, it depends on the event too. Basically the same now. Oh yeah. Was it YCSJ Tokyo like TCG time rules? I don't remember. I feel like they played out turns, but I don't remember. I forgot how the Yummy guy went out. I think it was like YCSJ Tokyo. The Yummy guy had a win on his turn or something like that, and he wasn't able to, so the fucking Mermill guy made it. Hello plushie. YCJ is best of 1. Yeah. Can I have your opinion on new players should join game, but new players should not top win event? What? What does that mean? I don't even know what that is like referring to. Did someone tweet that? Check the YOT documents. Okay. Gotcha.
12-3, still a pretty good record. You can call that a top, call it a top at YCS if you feel like it. I always thought these kind of like the counting the number of tops and stuff like that, it doesn't matter that much. Just play the game and be happy with whatever you achieve and so on and so forth. But I think this number of rounds change is fine and not that big of a deal. If anything, I think it's a positive change under the premise that it is 3 additional Swiss rounds and not 2. Because if it's 2 additional rounds, it's awful. I hate it. Other than that, I think the biggest deal is the time rule changes, which is also the one I have the most mixed feelings about. I'm not sure whether I like it yet. I am pretty optimistic that it's better than what we had before.
They want new people to join the game, but they really hate when someone new wins. What? How likely is a new person to win an event though? Like, I don't know what you mean by new. Do you mean someone who completely like is clueless and like picked up the game and then enters their first YCS? Is that even the environment for a new player to like, for a player of that experience to like be successful? I don't know about that. If you mean like new players, someone who's like been playing recently or something like that, and then I don't know, like someone like Julian Cahan who won Worlds, like that type of new player. I don't know. Julian started early 2024. Yeah, Julian. Yeah. I know about Julian. Yeah. Yeah, that guy's pretty goated. Played for a few months, but like the likelihood of them topping is already kind of low. So I don't know. I don't know how that translates to them hating, Konami hating on them. I feel like I'm gonna tell you right now. I've been playing for like more than 10 years. I don't think I'm gonna top YCS Anaheim. Spoiler alert. Like I don't think. Like I just don't understand what New's doing. A lot of heavy lifting. There's like a lot of nuance to this subject, so I don't even know if like you can ever like a statement like that is even accurate or even encompasses. I don't know. I still believe in you, Ankh. Unfortunately, there's a lot of people who put in way more effort than I do. Not unfortunately, but like I feel like they deserve it more. And I'm just, trying to learn. Konami someone people in the Yu-Gi-Oh! What? I don't understand. Yeah, I don't believe in you. Thank you.
Pretty sure there is still going to be some issues with it that I would like to see improved in the future. But for now, this is going to be it. Let me know what you think of this overall. What are your thoughts?
That sounds like their issue.
Yeah, I think it's exciting though. Like I don't feel bad about it overall. I'm looking forward
to
trying.
Like
I want to give it a fair chance.
They got problems.
And, I think there's a realistic chance that I'm going to end up liking it more than what we previously had. But let me know what you think.
All right. Okay. I mean, that was just straightforward. He just like fed us his thoughts. All right, where do we put him on the tier list? Where do we put him? All right, Josh. No, why did we watch Josh first? Now we can't see this. Oh my god. Um, you know what? Let's put some glaze on Josh. It didn't feel that long, but that was probably because of 2x speed. Yeah, whatever. I liked it. I think you know, we got a little bit of clickbait, but he basically just like he actually explained. You know, I felt like it was informative. I think I'm trying to think of a perspective of like someone who doesn't know what's going on. You know, he doesn't misrepresent. He literally goes to the source too. Um, C or B? Dark honest? Inflammatory? Josh is like just that good? Yeah. So okay, I think I'll put him. It's either A or S. Like it was just a straightforward fucking like informative video. But watch the MBT short next. Okay, fine. We'll watch the fucking MBT short. Where is it? We'll watch the MBT short. Oh, I don't have it. I don't have it queued up. Hold on, let me go to MBT. You gotta go in a minute? Oh my god. Okay, we'll watch the MBT short. Fuck. I'm gonna crash out. I already saw this. But we'll add it. Okay, we'll add it to the queue. Alright. The Yu-Gi-Oh! Rules have changed.
Well,
For the worse. Alright, let's go. I'll tell you, I've already seen this, alright?
well, it happened. This afternoon, Yu-Gi-Oh! Released new guidance from On High, impacting tournament policy everywhere from YCSs to locals. And there's a couple of changes in these updated
Hello, Yada
guidelines that
Gracia.
are, shall we say,
Yada.
controversial. Firstly, all YCSs cut to top 8 now, with additional rounds of Swiss to accommodate this. This doesn't really change anything. You can just play out an event a little longer, but it makes it all but impossible to actually say you topped the event. No, the biggest change was the time rules. At present, if you end a game after the allotted period, both players play out the phase, compare life points, and the highest is the winner. This led to some silly outcomes like players registering a card that gained an arbitrary amount of life points as part of a setup combo. The rule was bad, clunky, and desperately in need of revision, but not like this. Now, if a game goes to time, players lose the match. That's it. No matter who's ahead, no matter who's won game 1, it's over for both of you. Most players have been afraid of—
Oh, it's over for both of you. Why is this is bordering dooming. This is bordering dooming. It's not that bad, but it is borderline. It is borderline.
spiteful opponents who can now refuse to concede a lost game.
Spiteful, but the wave of spiteful opponents. They're here. They're coming. Okay, we're starting to get there.
To take you down with them, but I'm more concerned about an angle shoot I'm calling paging after Mark the Page, who discovered it. If you lose game 1 and are losing a game 2, it appears your opponent isn't going to win in time.
I wouldn't call MBT that, but he is a little bit inflammatory. I will say that.
You can announce you just aren't going to concede. This forces them to decide between taking the double loss or scooping a near 2-0 victory to you, an unscrupulous player with 0 total wins, just to preserve their tiebreakers. This is bad. These rules were previewed a month ago and temporarily rolled back after massive outcry, but even—
Okay, I think this is kind of misrepresenting the situation, because like they did, you know, they made it sound like there was no official announcement for these rules. Someone literally saw it on a page and they're like, what the fuck are these? Where did these changes come from? And so they became more public, and then people reacted, and then they like pulled it back. So I know on like to me it looked more like it was never meant to be seen. Whoever posted it fucked up, and they're like, oh shit. Oh shit. And then like hoped people would like, you know, they just like deleted it because it wasn't ready or whatever. At least that's what my impression. Because like they didn't even do an official announcement. People just like stumbled on it and like, oh shit. And then we got like, so it looked like based on our feedback that they took it back and they weren't going to bring it. But to me, it seemed like it was a temporary, like, it was just was not like, prematurely announced, and they were like, what the fuck? It's like SpongeBob and inside his mind palace where everything's on fire. That's how I just Konami obviously fucked up, right? Like, but I don't think like there was like player feedback had any hand in this. I think they just realized they
I was sure they'd reinstate them after the anger died down, and, well, it happened. This afternoon, Yu-Gi-Oh! Released new guidance from On High.
Oh, fuck you, the stupid ass loop. Oh my god, I forgot. Oh, I got baited. Okay. All right, we'll rank them. This one's super easy. This is easy as fuck. This is not even like, all right, you go under inflammatory. I don't to be clear, this category is literally paid grifting. Like, you don't even believe in the opinion that you're just like you're literally funded by the Russian government. All right, if you are here, you fucked up. If you're here, you're actually like, you're gone. So there's no info on the YOT anymore. What the hell, but but yeah, definitely inflammatory. It's closer to honest though, because he basically said it was gonna be bad, and then started talking points about it being bad. It's fine, but it's definitely like, anytime I listen to an MBT video, like, it has the same trappings, language to like get you mad about like small things. The way he's so good. He's so good at this. Oh my god, really, he's so good at like what's it called? You aren't doing your work. Like, you have, I don't know, I don't want to bring up examples, but you're basically like you're doing it for the clicks, but also because you're like you're paid asset, bro. All right. But yeah, this is definitely inflammatory. It's short. I don't really expect too much nuance, but from a short, but that was kind of long for a YouTube short, I'll be honest. I will say I don't believe in the paging strat. Like, this assumes it comes across as people like making this to be like an epidemic, but it's hard to achieve, especially with like 5 new minutes to the time rules. Like, are you gonna slow play? Are you gonna announce? I refuse to scoop. Or you're just like, okay, I'll just play. And then you pass it back, and like, what are you gonna do? You're just gonna, like, you still have to play out your game. And if you're like low on resources, you're just gonna be like, let me check your graveyard, which is just slow play anyway. I don't know. I still have yet to see a strategy that's better than slow playing. Paging is ass. Just slow play, man. Just instigating, maybe. It's on Facebook. That's awesome. I mean, is Facebook a popular site for like disseminating information in those regions? I imagine it could be. I don't. It's just foreign to me because I don't. Is the next guy like a bunch of double loss rounds? You know what? I'll eat crow. I'll eat Yada. I'll eat crow. If there's a bunch of double loss rounds on feature, I'll just do. Facebook is big. Okay, good to know. All right, now it's pack. But yeah. Big for boomers, true. All right, I don't know. I haven't watched the pack video live, so I don't know if 2 times speed is like. I'll put him on 1.5. FB is big in Southeast Asia. All right, makes sense. I know my friend, he's Vietnamese, and like he's still on Facebook. And I imagine it's because of like relatives and just relatives. Extended family. No, it's not an FB. Aw.
So guys, as you guys know, or may not have heard yet, some of you know, that they just made a crazy announcement to updating the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game tournament policy. Now, this policy is a very interesting one because it might be a major change to Yu-Gi-Oh, like one of the biggest that we've ever seen, in the sense that the end of match procedures, the amount of rounds, and the round time, it's all impacted. So today I'm gonna be going over and reacting to it and just giving my initial thoughts on what this ultimately means for the game. So let's get right into it. This right here is
Oh
the
man,
official, EU.
he's just reacting to the
This is gonna be
source.
a
Come
universal
on, where's the
change. So even if
pizzazz?
you're playing in North America or South America, this should still be.
Where's the
effective. But,
waves
of course,
of
this is currently on the EU
cheaters?
side, so I'm not 100% sure, but I think this is global, from my understanding. And like I said, this is a major change, right? So let's think about let's go over this one by one. The first thing that changed is going to be the time limit. So the Swiss rounds, as you guys know, has been 45 minutes previously for all tier 1, tier 2.
What's that? What's the compressor?
Regional qualifiers and your YCS/WCQs. Now, instead of being 45 minutes,
Instagram and
55
Messenger?
minutes, 50 minutes. But why is that the case?
Oh yeah,
The reason
Messenger.
is because
I'm
they're
still on
introducing a new
Messenger.
end of match procedure, but you guys have actually already seen it before, which was actually in effect at Worlds. But we'll go over that in a minute. But the first change is going to be related to the time limit and the fact that we have an extra 5 minutes, which I think is chill. I think that's kind of good. So that should be fine. I believe at Worlds they actually did use the 50-minute clock, so more time is always going to be kind of nice. And the next piece is going to be regarding related to the number of top cut. So there's a new subsection here that's basically talking about the fact that the number of top cut at tournaments is now going to be capped at just top 8. So there's no top 16, there's no top 32, no top 64 anymore. It's just a cut to top 8. And the way that they're going to make it so that you can make it into like the top 8 is they're actually going to add more rounds of Swiss. So what that means is that there's going to be, we'll go over the chart, but there's a chart that it shows you based on how many player enters, there's going to be extra rounds of Swiss. From my understanding, it's going to be 3 extra rounds of Swiss, but that should still be fine because the 3 extra rounds of Swiss means that all X2s are basically kind of guaranteed. So I can show you guys right here, as you can see. The number
There you go.
of-
Yeah. This is the so they reference the policy doc here, and then this is like the actual table, and this is where people got the 15 rounds from to make like previously, because this is not on the document or like at least on the change log, and I think that's a misstep on. Honestly, you know what? Not even a misstep. They like tripped over themselves, fell down while carrying a bunch of pies, and all the pies unceremoniously land one by one on their faces. But like, they should have included this because it really confused a lot of people. Until people realized that's the 15 rounds things was the case, people started to come around, and they shouldn't. That shouldn't have happened. Like, come on. But you have to kind of dig for this, which is, you could say, oh, it's all the information has always been there, but it's also conflicting, right? So even if you could find this, you're just like, okay, but it's not reflected in the change log. That's part of the announcement. You can say that this governs or whatever, but there's a, now you just added uncertainty, and then it's like, bruh, nice announcement.
For instance, usually in European events, you guys have over 2,000 players, like 2,049 players, and so that's going to effectively means it's going to be 15 rounds of Swiss. So it's going to really test your stamina because like the first day 1, you're playing 9, which is typical. Day 2 is going to be 6,
Enter this
and
event.
then it's top 8. So what this means is that from a math perspective, you need to essentially.
All right, I'll click on it. Tonamo makes me think of the OCG. All right, let me see what's going on here. All right, I'll check this out. Orm. Oh, okay. Fuadora Championship. When is this? Saturday? 5:30? What's going on? Nintendo Switch 2? Is this in person? Oh, bruh. Oh my god. Okay. All right. All right. I'll make sure. I'll do it.
You need to go effectively X2 by them adding 3 extra rounds to X2. Of course, here's like an example of like an analysis that was done to determine how many X2s will make it. But let's say there's 1,100 players, which is 14 rounds of Swiss based on like the chart previously, and it's gonna be like per se, it should be top 8. So you can see right here that if it's top 8, there's gonna be usually 1 XO. There's gonna be maybe 1 X1, and the rest is all gonna be X2. So, but every X2 will make it, which I think that's like one of the concerns the community had, which is like a lot of X2s felt like they didn't have a good chance because a lot of people intentionally draw, or like some people like some people just it's like the whole intentional draw thing, right? Like a lot of people are like drawing, and as a result, the draws affects the numbers of X2s that can actually end up making it. Now, keep in mind this is the calculator for without double losses being accounted for. And you might be wondering, what am I talking about with double losses? Well, the tournament policy actually talks about if I can pull it up for you guys, the tournament policy actually talks a little bit about the fact.
Wait, that segue was kind of smooth. I like that segue. Holy shit. I haven't seen this technique. Oh my god, now he's going to talk about double losses. Holy shit.
If both players are in time,
The 6
and
prizes into double
basically
losses.
both players would essentially lose. So there's essentially a new end of match procedure right here, which talks about how essentially that if let me see, it's right here. So a match is considered
Yeah,
which
won't
means two
download,
duels or lose two
fuck.
duels. if a duelist have completed 3 duels without the match finishing and there's time remaining in the round, the duelist will go into a 4th duel.
The
and
Mokodora
duelist must win
Championship.
2 games prior to the
True.
time round expiring.
Ooh,
If neither duelist have won 2 games, this
Mokoko.
results in a double match loss. Or a double loss. And what this means is that like if I'm in game 3 and
Okay, random tangent, but I still cannot get over the fact that the Trish equivalent of a Doro is called a Wawa because Trish's impression of Doros is Fuwawas, and then people call. I think he assumed that all Doros are called Wawas, and like now we have Trish Wawa as a yeah, like I just like the now Doros must coexist with Wawas. I think we have a Sansali Wawa too.
go first, and if let's say it's in game 3, there's 5 minutes on the clock, I'm going first, and I do my combo, and we're tied in life, then it's pretty much GG's. We both lose because I couldn't do any amount of damage, and I technically didn't finish. I didn't win 2 games, and that's something that is really crazy, obviously, because I mean, there's a huge concern of like, of course, people might do some like really scummy stuff, such as like, oh, like what if someone doesn't like you and they try to like finesse you and like make sure that you guys both get a double loss or something, or you get quote unquote suicide bomb by like someone. To be honest, I feel like most people would not want to do that because they want to if they finish like for example X3, if they
Yeah,
might be
Trish
in, like,
Wawa.
top 64, 64. If they finish X3, they might be in like top 16 or top 32 even, which means that they get the effect failure, like the pricing. So a lot of people are not going to want to do that. And of course, if you guys suicide bomb, your tiebreakers are a lot worse. So I feel like a lot of people are kind of like disincentivized to do it, but I mean, you never know with these type of things. I mean, if someone's slow playing and then kind of like forcing a double loss, you can always still call the judge and stuff. But yeah, obviously that's something that you have to know about the new end of match procedures. That the whole double loss rule essentially. So you're definitely gonna have to play a little bit faster. You're definitely have to be a little bit more efficient with what you do. But of course, like the format that we're in right now for TG, if you guys have been playing Juhu format, you know how complex the game state gets. Like with Vanquish Soul, Yummy, even Yummy is like a very interactive deck. It has like the board it makes is like pretty easy, but if you think about all the things that the Yummy player can do on the opponent's turn with surprise, all the Yummy monsters like tagging out in and out, summoning monsters from the graveyard, it gets pretty complex, and almost always your opponent tries to break the board and play into the board, and I feel like this kind of disincentivizes you to like try to break the board down. Like I feel like most of the time now you are more incentivized to scoop just so that you don't waste too much time, which I think kind of defeats the purpose, because I think some of the coolest parts about Yu-Gi-Oh is trying to like see if you can break. Obviously that just means that like from an adaptability perspective, you as the player testing for the tournament means that you're gonna have to test and put in some time to learn about game states that you know or won't know if it's going to be winnable, and then scoop accordingly, right? So it just means that like from a testing perspective, you're gonna have
Dude,
to
I'm pretty sure I'm not gonna know that going in, especially. Oh man, I don't think I put enough time. But yeah,
to see if you can break the board, so you can determine in person whether or not it's worth scooping. Of course, there's like limitless possibilities and limitless hands that you can draw. So you have to kind of like figure out all the possibilities of what you can draw, what hands breaks that board, and stuff like that. And so it's definitely like something you're going to have to adapt to, because I don't know if they're going to try. I don't think they're going to revert this. But if you guys are attending any watches in the future, it's something you have to be aware of as you're preparing for that tournament, right? So I think that's going to be really, really important, because getting a double loss is actually worse than a regular loss, because your tiebreaker also depends on the person that you lost / win that you won against. So if the person that you lost against also lost in the same round as you, your breaker actually does become worse. So that's another consideration, especially if you're trying to squeeze into top 8, because if there's a double loss, it might affect the number of top 8s that might be able to make it right. So that's the other thing. They also like have some other changes, like reporting the match. Like for instance, if you don't report in a if the round ends, both players are responsible for submitting the match, and if they don't submit within 5 minutes of the round ending, then an unreported match ultimately results in a double loss. I think they're just trying to be a little bit more strict, because there's at events there's a lot of people who like don't submit or forget to submit and stuff, so they're just putting this on the table like, hey, you don't submit your results, double match loss, like, and you just move on. And I think that's
yeah. Actually, I haven't seen many people comment on that. I kind of just was like, okay, yeah. I mean, as long as it doesn't eat into the time that allotted for actual gameplay, I feel like this is just this is pretty straightforward. Just it's not a 5-minute walk to get to the match slip entry, but yeah, it doesn't seem that bad, to be honest.
That's what they're trying to do right now, because it just puts a lot of strain on the judges, I guess, is the logical rationale. I mean, I'm trying to be as understanding and like see it from their perspective as well, but obviously like if every X2 makes it, as you can see here, I think I'm actually okay with it. Because if every X2 makes it, then I think the more rounds is like chill. Obviously that changes a lot, like from a deck building perspective, that you're gonna have to play a more consistent deck. You're gonna have to play a deck with lower variance, if possible, right? Like for
yeah, because like I just think like going X2 over 15 rounds sounds really, really, really like you. That's a lot of games. I don't know if I. I'm kind of worried. It's just like from a deck building perspective, it's just like I'm thinking of VSK9, and that deck can just like shit itself, even if you like build properly. Good to know. Good to know though.
Good example would be like Yummy. Yummy's a good deck to take to a YCS, maybe more than before because it's a little bit more consistent. It's more streamlined going first. You have less garnets. You're able to do what you need to do almost every single time. Now, and it has a lot of room for non-engine, so it can help you as well when you're on second. And because it's like an extra 3 rounds of Swiss, then that means that like that type of deck, will in my opinion benefit more. Of course, the downside is that like you have to know like that's not a very easy deck to play at like a high level. Like because there's a lot of interaction with the Yummy cards, like you might go into time if you're not well adept with the deck. So that's something that you have to be cautious about. So that's another thing. But I think that these are like the main changes. I'm kind of curious about like from a world's points perspective, if you only get points for top 8 of the YCS now, or do you still get points for top 64? Like how does like the points work? Something good about the whole pricing distribution is I've seen a lot of talk about how people are saying, oh, this is a way for them to like give less pricing, even though they just made the pricing a little bit better. Well, that's not necessarily true because you see right here that the pricing distribution for top finishers remain the same. So you will always try to fight for an X3 record just to see.
Yeah, dude. I know Galzo made a tweet like complaining about this, and then he deleted it after being corrected. Like, bro, but Galzo, all you had to do is read. Yeah, like that was like one thing I was like, while I was reading that, I was like, oh shit. Well, I mean, this makes perfect sense to me, but I didn't expect them to like spell it out like that for me. Would you?
You can make top 16, from a Swiss standing perspective because you still get the pricing. The way I see it is it's kind of similar in the sense of like if you go X2, you have to win your last 3 rounds to make top 8, which is like you're basically just not playing top 64, top 32, top 16. You're just like pushing it like like you just have those rounds, I guess. But for sure, like it's gonna be insane because now like topping on YCS is just so much. It's definitely harder, I think, but it's gonna be definitely more prestigious for sure. But because only because like if you make top 16, you don't play. Like you do not play anymore. Only top 8 players and above play. And I believe top 8, there's not gonna be any set time limit to the rounds ending. But they're still expected to play at a proper pace. Obviously, we have to see how that gets enforced because look, like we are not trying to be there all day as well. Like if there's not a lot of like if you look at Worlds, it kind of took a while, especially with all the production and everything. So I think that like it's just something to think about. But what do you guys think about the changes? Do you agree with this? Do you think this is horrible? Do you think Konami should revert the changes? I think my overall opinion is it seems good, but I'm not sure. Like I think like every X2 guaranteeing to make it is really good, to be honest, because there's a lot of events where X2s do not make it, which is like really annoying because you go to these events and people are just IDing left and right, and it's like, bro, I finished X2, I don't make it. Like I can count probably like 10 plus YCS where I went X2 and I didn't make it, just because of like some draws that people were doing last round. It's really annoying, and I think this kind of fixes the draw issue, but yeah, overall, logistically, like I said, I'm not sure if it's necessarily better. It seems like the end of match procedure is getting a little bit better, but of course it's not perfect. I don't know if there is a perfect solution. But I mean, I'm curious to hear what you guys think in the comment section below, so let me know. But yeah, that's pretty much it. I just wanted to kind of like talk about this, recap it.
I didn't really hear too much about the X2 thing because like that problem like affects like a very small number of people, but I'm just from this like from the Twitter storm that came from this. I noticed that was like a very common complaint among the competitive players. Like they were like, we've been complaining about this for months or something. Not that I was paying attention during that time, but I was like, oh shit, I didn't realize they didn't want to. Some people just got cooked by intentional draws. I mean, I've always known it was illegal by Konami, but I didn't realize it was like an ongoing thing, and they're actually addressing it now.
A little bit, and yeah. So let me know your thoughts, guys, and I'll see you guys tomorrow for some locals video.
Okay. All right. Where do we put this guy? Yu-Gi-Oh! Tournament rules just got worse. Okay. Excellent clickbait. Question mark. So you have plausible deniability. All right. Okay. All right. All right. I see you. But overall, it was just a straightforward, like, hold on. All right. Where do you go? This one. Put you down here. It's a little bit inflammatory, but like when you click on the video, you're just like, it's he just straight up reads from like the actual document, and like pretty much explains it to someone who wouldn't like know. Yeah, I'll just put you down here. It was good. It was good. It's pretty close to the Josh video though. All right. Dun, dun, dun. All right, my thoughts on the new TCG. All right, Jesse. We have Trishula. Actually, I want to do. We can do Trip actually. How Konami ruined Yu-Gi-Oh! I haven't seen this actually. Let's do this. Why? Hashtag Yu-Gi-Oh! Hashtag Yummy. Hashtag Yummy Yu-Gi-Oh! That will not affect his rating, but I'm just.
Konami announced 2 new rules today that's going to ruin Yu-Gi-Oh! Forever. I'm not just saying this pessimistic.
Okay. One thing I'll say, if he mentions like not all X2's top, and this is the reason why these are not good changes. He is working on incomplete information. Everyone had that. Mostly everyone thought that. So that's the pass. But all right, let's see where this goes.
I'm an extremely positive thinker. You can no longer top 32. There's no more top 32 in Yu-Gi-Oh! It's only top 8. It becomes effectively increasingly absurdly harder to even top.
Let me one other thing. YCS Anaheim Triff was number 32 in one of the top cuts and went on to win the event. So that's also another interesting thing. Delay is crazy. Yeah, it's pretty crazy. My internet has been pretty shit. But hopefully there's no lag. If there's no lag, then I'm pretty happy about that. But sorry about the delay. How Konami ruined Yu-Gi-Oh? Pendulums are banned. True.
Top of YCS now, let alone win a YCS, because they increased 3 rounds and they made it so it's only top 8.
33-second delay. Yeah.
Does that make sense? You have to finish X1 to guarantee a top at YCS. You have to go 14-1 to guarantee a top. Some people that go 13.
Okay, yeah. So he's operating on the information that X2s are not guaranteed, which is fine. I think like this is pretty appropriate for a response. No lag, thank you. Okay, just giga delay.
2 will not top. How fucking stupid is that? Konami, you ruin Yu-Gi-Oh! In my hand right now, do you guys know what this is? I hope you do. This is 2 full Pokemon decks. It's a Dragapult deck and a Goldengo deck. For those that don't know, that's the equivalent of 2 meta decks right now. Goldengo deck, Goldengo deck, Dragapult deck. I'm a Pokemon player now. I'm a Pokemon player. I love Yu-Gi-Oh! I'm not quitting. I love Yu-Gi-Oh! I'm the greatest Yu-Gi-Oh! player in the world as we speak this second. But how are you gonna attract more Yu-Gi-Oh! players to the game by, rather than making the rules better, making them so much worse? How can I now go, like, what's the point? I already booked all my flights for the next 6 YCSs. Am I gonna call my airline, ask for a refund? I just booked a trip to YCS Italy, Bologna, November 23rd. Am I gonna go now to YCS Italy, play 15 rounds of Yu-Gi-Oh! They just increased the rounds to 3 more rounds in Swiss, and instead of increasing how much players.
Wait, he knows about the 15 rounds in Swiss? Did he? Okay, this guy just did not do the top cut calculator or something. I actually don't know. Maybe he doesn't know the. Okay, we'll just.
Top, they decrease the players that top. Why? Just so you can leave the venue quicker on Sunday? This is actually unacceptable. At what point, as a Yu-Gi-Oh! Fan base, are we going to speak up and not allow this tyranny to go through? There's a reason why I have 2 Pokemon decks here. Like, I hate to be pessimistic. I'm a very positive thinker, as you guys know, as I always preach positivity and view things like half glass full type of mentality. But at what point do we actually say this is bullshit? At what point do we actually say, like, yeah, you know, we're gonna travel across the world. I'm spending $1,500 to go to YCS Italy between my hotel and my flight. Just hotel and flight. It's costing me $1,500. Dinners, going out, actually getting cards for the tournament, at least $2,000 it'll cost me. For what? To go 13-2 and not top? To play 15 rounds of Yu-Gi-Oh! Go undefeated on day 1 and still not top the tournament? Because of some crazy variance of my opponent playing a bit slow, the game ending on me up 1-0, but I can't, like, it's a double match loss because I can't get the game because he's stalling and making it so we both lose. And then I lose one actual, like, match due to breaking or something like that. Like I lose one real match, and then just like that because I went 13.
It's not
13
guaranteed.
wins, and then I lose
Sure.
top. Are you serious? And then for what? Even if I top, for what? To get a super rare prize card that is worth $1,000? Both of these 2 tier 1 Pokemon decks combined. You see all these cards in here? This cost me $70. This is 2 full decks. I will not be.
But now it's just unclear. Like, yeah, I don't know. I'm not really clear on what information he's operating on. But sure. No, I mean, I get.
This is one of the best formats ever.
I just think making it seem like you have to be 14-1. I don't know. Whatever. I'll let him finish. It's almost done.
Fun little game for shits and gigs. When Konami is effectively ruining our game when it could be such a much better game. Konami,
ruining the game. All right.
I will work for free as one of the most.
Bro, I will work for free. Oh my god, get out of here. Oh my god. I hate this. You're literally complaining about price.
Hairs in my beard. I've been playing this
no
game
way this bro is
competitively, not even just for fun. Competitively ranked for 15 years. I could tell you exactly what the player base wants because I've been a player for 15 years. Hire me for free. I'll work 10 hours a week for free for you just to make it a better game for everyone. These are the worst rules I could. Like, how many of you actually working in Konami have played a Yu-Gi-Oh! Tournament? No one asked for this. You're effectively throwing your game away. Are you doing this on purpose? Are you planning to randomly just purposely ruin the TCG to bring everyone to Master Duel? This must be some form of like method to purposely ruin the game. I'm sick to my stomach. This is disgusting. You're ruining the game that we all love for nothing. For what? So you could save a few bucks leaving the venue on Sunday earlier? If you want to save your game, Konami, make it so every single X
does that okay tops. Does that actually let you If you're playing 15 rounds, isn't that like more time in the venue or something? I don't know. I don't know what this like how this correlates. Oh my god. There's too many bangers.
You could save your game a bit more by doing that. Just save your game that I love. What can I do to help you, Konami, to save the game that we all love?
What is this
I think the venue
appeal?
fee for you is not the problem. Is money the problem? We have 100,000 subscribers strong here at Triff Gaming. We all love you. If Konami wants, I will send proceeds of my whole website going towards paying the venue fees for Sunday so we can make sure every single deck fucking tops at X2. This is absolute bullshit to be able to not have an X2 top in 15 rounds. In 15 rounds. It is disgusting. Absolutely worst rules. And if this is not fixed and addressed immediately by Konami, they will effectively ruin the game. And I'm going to go sign up for 7 different Pokemon regionals next time instead of 7 different Yu-Gi-Oh events. Thank you guys for coming to my like absolutely furious talk here. I'm very upset. Konami's about to ruin the game.
All right. I think this one's pretty easy. Definitely D tier? No, it's not D tier. It's just inflammatory. I'm very confused how he what he knows or like what he's upset about based on what he did for me. Triff's comment under the Santoli video. But I'm not looking at comments. I don't want to look at comments. We have so many to do. Fine. I don't know where the Santoli video went. Oh my god. Ugh, fine, I'll look up the Santoli. Santoli.
Happened to them.
Where's my goat, Triff? Yassine? Oh, I haven't looked at Yassine's. Yassine's not in the tier list right now. I did not. All right. Fine, I'll look at. Okay. I'm not watching the Yassine video because he's not part of the. Something like that. Konami has just ruined Yu-Gi-Oh! With the worst update of all time. Wow. Ugh. Nah, yeah, make sure to for the fucking camera. That's how you know. That's how you know I'm done with these. I've had enough. Yeah, Yu-Gi-Oh! Just died. True. No results for Triff. Orm. True. Hello, Arya. True. Did you know Yu-Gi-Oh's dying, Arya? Okay, I don't know where Triff is. Yassine's comment under you. Oh, it makes sense. It makes sense. All right. Did not know Yassine. Oh, here he is. I actually do like the time rules. Agree with everything you said. Just don't like the no top 32 and 3 extra Swiss rounds. So basically now you can't say you top 5 those top 8 or better. That's fine. I mean, you can not like that. Like that to me, that's like. I don't know if that ruins Yu-Gi-Oh! Or kills the player base, but that is definitely. Yeah, that's fine. I'm not a fan of the change overall. Right idea, but missed the mark. Yeah, there's some agreement. Like, kind of weird for locals, but I feel like locals are so casual. Like, I don't think like, yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I feel like locals are not that serious to begin with. Maybe you have one guy try to enforce them. We defeated Yu-Gi-Oh! Yay. Time to turn to something else. I was like, to get what ruined. Just new rules. it's weird. I don't honestly. It's not going to affect the majority of the people reacting to this. Like it'll affect me directly because I'm actually going to YCS Anaheim. But at the same time, I don't know. I don't know how to describe it. It's just the what I find interesting about this is like you got people self-reporting, people who couldn't read, basically, like who did not know what they were talking about when it came to this. So far, these videos have been fine. You know. But like I'm on Twitter, there was just like a lot of people being like, a lot of reading issues, a lot of knee jerking and doom posting, and I'm like, bro. Oh, this is a live react?
Time rules is diabolical.
Why is this fucking why is it so bad? Is this just the zoom in on his? Oh, I can run 5dB in my deck now, right? True. Topping, which is fine. Yeah, and like it's okay to not like it too. If you don't like the fact that it's exclusive, like that's not. I don't have an issue with that. I just don't see. Like if you turn it into like, oh, this is killing Yu-Gi-Oh or something like that, then you're just like, bro, chill, chill. They changed that rule. Yeah, 5DP.
Barbo with new time rules is diabolical. Oh my god. Okay.
Yeah, why does he have Barbar in the side?
Take a look at the new rules. The official tournament policy has been updated, including infractions and penalties. So changes. Since requires on.
Okay, so this is a live react, so I'll give a little bit more leeway because like he's obviously seeing this for the first time. But if Jesse still ends up being measured, you know, that's pretty impressive. I'm not gonna lie. Especially with breaking news. With breaking news, it's very, very hard to have all the information at once and then also have like a nuanced take at the same time. But I think my boy Jesse can do it.
Amendments. We present 2.5.
5 head, true. 5 head.
I'm surprised to see another update so soon as the previous one. We have a major update to the end of match procedures, which also impacts number of rounds and round times. You will absolutely need to know this information before heading to your next event. So everyone, pay attention. Section 3, tournament information. This section requires tournaments, tiers, formats, rounds, and tournament reporting. What changed? Time limits. So Swiss rounds have been extended to 50 minutes from 45 for tier 1, tier 2, and tier 3 events, such as local tournaments, regional qualifiers, YCS, and WCQs. So that means new time rules, guys. You know that. Round times may be adjusted for tier 4 events. Any such changes will be announced before the event starts. Okay, so World Championship is open to debate still. What changed? New subsection to a common difference in number of rounds required for specific tournament tiers. So for tier 1 and 2 events, this is locals and regionals. What changed? Maximum top number of tournament participants is 8. Okay, what does it matter? Tier 3 and 4, so YCS and world events. There's a chart explaining the correct number of buys on information on the modifiers. Okay. There's also a chart to explain the new top cut. The maximum top cut for any number of tournament participants is top 8. That means any single YCS, does not matter how many players, will always only cut to the top 8 players. Not top 52, not top 64, not top 128. 8 players. That is it. That includes the World Championship qualifier. So now you have to go extremely well in Swiss to make top cut. 2 additional Swiss rounds have been added. And the tournament Swiss rounds depend on the number of duels and rules of each tournament. So is there like a way we can see the policy doc like in full so I can look at this?
Dude, okay. I had to dig for the stupid ass policy doc. It was actually kind of annoying to find. So I don't know why they didn't link it in this fucking announcement.
The top cut by adding 2 additional Swiss rounds.
I was in chat. Where are you? Where are you, bro? Where are you, little bro?
Prize distribution for top finishers remains the same if you finish outside the top 8. So this means is while top 16 is effect veiler,
I'm blocking chat.
get 10th place, whatever, and you'll see the effect veiler, but you don't make top cuts. Tournament play.
Oh, so okay, chat links the policy docs.
Now, which is super important. I saw the time stuff right. So it was a big problem at events where people would intentionally draw as well, and that's the problem with the way time was. So with this new rule, that can't happen anymore, and that's a good thing. In addition to the game loss applied to the next round for the dual sponsor spinning a match. Wait, what? Wait, in addition to the game loss applied to the next round for what does this in response to? Make sure that your match result is submitted within the 5 minutes at the end of the round due to the new end round procedure. Unreported match result will be recorded as a double loss. If you were submitting the match result via neuron, you are exempt from this penalty. Speaks to the tournament organizer if the okay. So basically, if you just forget to submit, you'll get a double loss and you get a loss in the next round. That's crazy.
Bruh.
Sure, whatever. Don't be an idiot, I guess. End of match procedure is what changed. Entirely new end of match procedure. So Swiss and single elim use the same end of match. Okay. If the match is not ended with the winner, both duels receive a loss in the round. The final match of a single elim tournament will no longer be timed. Okay. Wait, so in a single elim, if both players lose, the person who's next in the bracket gets a free win? That's kind of stupid. Some tournaments have additional rounds of single elim that'll be on time, but we posted in event-specific FAQs. Okay. When time ends in the round, the match is over, neither player can do anything else, match is not finished, then it would end in a double loss. That's crazy. If the duelists have completed 3 duels out of match finishing, the time and there's time remaining in the round, they do a 4th duel. If it ends in a draw. Okay, so the card's like 1 day piece for deck out. In order to win a match, a duelist must win 2 games prior to the round time expiring. If neither duelist won 2 games, double loss. It's been several years since the last EOM procedure, so make sure you're prepared for your next tournament. That's crazy. So those are the changes. The NA document just dropped. We have made some slight changes in the latest version, clarify. It's pretty much the same thing, right? So you can still win in time? No, you can't. You automatically lose in time. They killed this game. We've already talked about...
They killed this game. Let's go.
my channel, right? See, it's actually 3 rounds from the actual doc, so it's better. It says 2 here. Alright, let's look at the actual doc first, I guess, before I read too much. Number of rounds played in a KD Sanctions events based on total number of duels enrolled in the events. Yes, yes, yes. Tier 1 and 2, this is regionals. This should change, not change at all, right? Tier 3 and 4, this is YCSs. So YCS is in this range typically. This is like Vancouver sized. 13 Swiss rounds, so 3 more than we had. 8, then 5, then top 8. And then this is more classical NA size, 14 rounds. And then WCQ/European YCS size, 15 rounds. Long fucking tournament. This is like UDS style almost. So I see a lot of people reacting negatively towards this. Let's break it down. There's 2 big changes here. The number of Swiss rounds in the tournament and the time rules. So end of match procedure has obviously changed. I don't think it's as bad as people think it is.
Wait, I need to go back. They had some. You may not wear headphones or earbuds during a match. Fuck. I can't cosplay as Makoto Yuki. Fuck. All right. I do wear headphones in public, so I'll probably have to not do that.
In the tournament and the time rules. So end of match procedure has obviously changed. I don't think it's as bad as people think it is. I do think, however, these time rules should be applied differently for each type of tournament. I think for YCSs and bigger events, new time rules are net positive. Why? There's a couple reasons. With this new time rule, draws cannot happen. Draws are super cancer for a tournament because they can mess with tiebreakers and results a lot, as well as it incentivizes intentional drawing, which has never been allowed. People can still sneak it in, and then it becomes a problem for everyone else. So I'm very happy that that's not a thing. And there's also the problem of people stalling for time now and burn cards winning games. Those both cannot happen now. What does change now is if you are in a grind game, a long grind game, and you're down a lot, and 50 minutes come up, even if you may have been able to win the game in an actual like on-time setting, you're still going to lose. In fact, you both lose. You can still stall, yeah, but your incentive to stall is a lot less. Yeah, so there's not really a big incentive to go to time, which is important because it deters slow play, which is all very important. Yeah, but you want to troll your opponent? I mean, true. And then the other problem is if players take too long just to learn their cards to play their turn, then that could just mean both players lose anyways, right? So this means you play rogue deck, like when I play Crystal Beast, it's very hard to play out an entire match. Or if you play a control deck, it's very slow, like Runic Stun. It's very hard to play out an entire match. And now it's debatable if that's a good thing or a bad thing, but it does mean that some games that would have been really interesting or fair end in just game losses. I do think this is overall good though because of the stopping a lot of the cancerous part of time rules, the malicious burning in time, the stalling for time, as well as the intentional drawing. Those are all problems with the end of matches right now that are fixed. Can you explain the buy modifier? Pretty much don't worry about it. What that means is for every person who receives 3 buys, for example, it counts as 7 people in the tournament because that impacts the number of rounds they have. That's all it means. It doesn't mean anything to you. Now you just get a salty motherfucker that says we both go down. Yes, but I would rather that than the more malicious stuff, right? And unfortunately, I don't think you're gonna get perfect results. I like the matches are 5 minutes longer. Realistically, I've found that in most cases you don't need to go to time that often, and I really find myself going to time. However, this makes it way harder for players to learn new decks, which I think is fine for competitive tier 3 event or higher, like YCS WCQ. However, local events, tier 1, even arguably tier 2 events, should not be enforcing time rules that are this strict because these are.
Yeah, I mean that's fair, right? Like, I hope they don't enforce. Like, I hope locals are just unserious, like they usually are. I mean, OTS stores do have to enforce the rules because you know they're. But like, come on, Jesse.
Very drastic measures, and in those states, you should not.
If you need hearings, you automatically get DQ. I don't think so. I'm pretty sure there's going to be a section for accommodations like that. But if you do need hearing, that would be fucked if that was you get DQ'd if you have hearings. That would be fucked. But I imagine if you have ADA accommodations, those are allowed.
You shouldn't be disallowing them the chance to learn their deck and read more. But for the most part, I think this is actually a positive change. It is not perfect. They're doing it right that, and I will lose games to it. But I also lost games to old time rules and to I didn't top with 3 different tournaments because of intentional drawing. So not having to deal with that is also an upside. And I think this is overall a good change, but not without flaw, obviously. Anyways, the other big change is the number of rounds that changed. So before we go, it would be if it was this many duelists, it would be 10 rounds with a 8 and 2, and then it would be top 32. And then this size would have been 11 rounds, so 3 rounds rounds. These are all +3 essentially, and the +3 rounds added here. And then instead of top 32 or 64 in this case, they become top 8. So there's a couple things to know with this. If we go to a Swiss tournament top cut calculator, let's see how it would turn out. Say we had 2,200 players, random amounts, and then 15 rounds it is, right? 15 rounds. Top cut is 8. Essentially, every single player who goes X2 or better will top, which is actually a good thing. What that means is instead of coming to top 64, you just keep playing Swiss and then come to top 8 because you're replacing those rounds with those top cut rounds with more Swiss rounds. If it's only 2 rounds extra, which is what it says here, it says 2 rounds, right? And that's a problem because if we go from 12 to 14 instead of 12 to 15, then I think it's no longer as good. Yeah, then you have about half of the X2s missing.
Bruh.
Look at the YCS top cut packs. Prizing remains the same. So if you get 10th in Swiss after all this, it doesn't count as a top, that's how you do it, or YCS top cut, but you'll still get the prizes for top 16. So you will still get the day 2 pack, you will still get the YCS top 32 card trooper, and you'll still get the YCS top 16 effect dealer. So I imagine what happens is, after standing happens, they'll tell everyone to go form a line by the front table area where the TOs are. Yeah, and then you'll line up and you'll get your prizes. So the reality with this is it's pretty much just changing the number of top cut rounds into Swiss rounds. It means that in theory there'll be less tiebreaker shenanigans. That also means that you can't go undefeated in Swiss and lose top 32 immediately. That happens less often. And honestly, as long as this is 3 rounds
thought
extra
that Jesse was
and not 2 rounds extra, then it is a good change overall. So for players, this ends up being a bit better in theory in terms of achieving top cuts. Now this does create a couple almost quirks in the system. But one big thing that's different now is what constitutes topping an event now. If you get top 32 to win a card trooper, does that count as a top? Is it only top 8 now that counts as a top? Does that mean we're now in the top deflation era? What happens to all your past tops? Honestly, this is all like very semantics driven, and it's not really important, but it's a funny thing to think about.
I thought that Jesse was cooked.
So I'm curious to see what the community decides. At the end of the day, it's all about focusing on your own perspectives, what you consider to be proud of. Like some people would argue that topping worlds because it's Master Duel and it's only 12 teams doesn't count. But to me, that is a huge accomplishment, and I absolutely consider that a top. It's just
I thought that
focus on what
Jesse
you
was
would consider to be proud of. That's what's more important. But the community decides later, then we can talk about that then. But yeah. Okay. So another interesting thing is the way that WCP works now is because top 4 goes to Worlds.
They want to cut the technical
you have to take top
difficulties.
8, and then it's only
Who
one
knows?
for
We
Worlds,
might still have
which is
some.
kinda crazy.
They're still
Overall,
streaming
I think
feature
I'm
matches.
Happy with the changes. The time rule changes. I think get rid of intentional draws and they get rid of people being malicious for time. It does mean some games that are naturally long will end in a negative result for both players. This will be double match loss, as well as rogue decks and players who aren't familiar with the decks will have a hard time, which is rough. I think this rule change should probably not apply to anything that is less than tier 3. I think YCSs are allowed to be more strict for this to stop people taking advantage of the rules. Maybe even arguably regionals, but tier 1s and locals, I do not like the change for. It needs to be a more casual, forgiving environment, in my opinion. I do think that this is still an overall good change for end of match procedure. It is not perfect, but I don't think perfect exists. As for the number of rounds, I think this is a better change people get credit for. I think doing the math here, if we do 2 extra rounds, that ends up bad. But if it is actually 3 rounds, like it says in the document,
A lot harder to abuse tiebreakers? Oh, okay.
And essentially just replacing top cut rounds with Swiss rounds.
To be honest, I don't understand that component
And as well as it reduces
that
the
well,
amount of
besides reading the policy document,
it means
but
that there's no top cut to watch as often, which may be a little less.
That's good to know.
Still, Swiss rounds can be interesting to watch, especially because the stakes of a top cut are incredibly important. And what constitutes a top was also up for debate now. But this is, for purposes, a UDS style tournament, which is good. We talked about that being good in the past, and the better player should rise to the top more often in this type of environment, which I don't think is a bad thing. These changes are interesting, game breaking for sure, but I actually don't think they're that bad, and I'm excited to see how this all plays out. But I'm open to you guys' opinions as well, so let me know. Yeah. But alright, so I think overall these changes are actually good. I know a lot of people are screaming Yu-Gi-Oh sucks and Yu-Gi-Oh, but they're not perfect. And the real big thing I wish they didn't do was make the time rules local level too. For the most part, I am actually happy with this, and I hope you guys will come around. I know change is scary, and people react drastically to change. For the most part,
yeah, this is a very good candid reaction. Holy shit. This is really good.
And hopefully, some of the points I've said can.
I mean, it's edited, of course, but this is what the fuck. I'm impressed. If this is a live reaction, I'm impressed. All right, time to glaze. I'm gonna. All right, there we go. Yeah. Unintentional, by the way. All right, all right, all right. Yes, okay. S tier, easy. Mostly because of he did all that shit live. What the fuck? Josh had some time to think, you know, before hitting live. Record. Wait, that was really good. That was excellent. Where am I? Did I miss anything? Wow, we actually have 4 left. Okay, we have 4 left. Did Konami just kill Yu-Gi-Oh? And our very own Trishla TTV, Trish Wawa?
Hi.
Oh my, I love his music. Okay, hold on. Okay, we're good. Da da da. Da 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 da. All right. Hi. Hello, Trish. Maybe we'll do this. Da da da. Da, da.
Mike Thomas, aka the Mr. Young Trishula. Once again, I am making a video. Once again, I did not expect to be making a video. Like, comment, subscribe, because sometimes you get videos. So to answer the question in the title of this video, no, Konami did not just kill Yu-Gi-Oh! I'm so sorry, I clickbaited you, and
Dishonest. Dark honest here.
this is not a good video. If you wanted a dooming video, unfortunately that is not what you were going to get. So sorry. But this is a video about the changes that did just occur in the Yu-Gi-Oh! TCG, like today, like a few hours ago. And currently everybody is freaking out and losing their minds and talking about it, so I said I will get out of bed, and I will also talk
I like this, how this frog is like almost fading out. I assume it's because of like a green screen or something. I don't know. There's bro is hanging on for dear life, bruh.
because I was also ready to join the dooming train until my friend Adrian talked me off the cliff and explained to me that this is actually a really good thing. So shout out to Adrian for making me realize that I am not the brightest when it comes to reading and assessing these changes. So I'm going to
R.I.P. But my goat for admitting it, I guess. I don't know. That came out wrong, but R.I.P. The knee jerks are very strong impulses. Very, very hard. But yeah, if you're presented with new information and it turns out to change what you initially thought, that's pretty commendable. I'm not gonna lie.
this information. If you don't know what I'm talking about, Konami has just completely changed Yu-Gi-Oh! Tournament structure, right? So now, the way it works now is no matter how many people enter a YCS,
there will always be only a cut to the top 8 players, and we are making up for that with additional Swiss rounds. Now, this sounds awful, right? This is what the Pokemon tournament structure used to be, that they also just switched away from to go back to a more Yu-Gi-Oh style tournament structure, which I think is really funny that happened. Like, we switched to Pokemon, Pokemon switched to us. Hilarious. But this is actually kind of nice for us, because the important key change here is that they are still prizing out top 32, top 64, whatever it is, the same way that they would have been prizing it out for making top cut previously. The difference is that it's only did you make top cut, quote unquote, is what's different. So you can functionally think of, after a certain Swiss round, you are effectively just playing top cut. But here's the thing, it is now rewarding the players that go undefeated or X1 or yada 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 for doing better. So let's say, for example, in the previous tournament structure, that you had gone 11-0 and you make top cut. You are now in top 32. You are paired against the 32nd seed. You are the first seed, you pair against the 32nd seed. They flip skill drain on you and you lose the game. You are now out of the game, making top 32. In the new structure, this is not true. You still have the ability to continue playing out, because even after losing, you're still X1, and there's still more rounds of Swiss, right? So it's effectively giving you enough.
I guess that makes sense. Yeah, when you play it that way. I like how the top 32 guy is assumed to be like a terrorist that snuck into Swiss to top cut and is about to fuck your run. True sounds angry. I just like this. It's interesting. I mean, it's just for the sake of example. But I just think it's super funny. But no, I think that his point makes a lot of sense. Where like you're just removing the single elimination rounds when you would have already have topped. They just pushed it later, and you can still play out the tournament. I mean, I think Josh said something like that earlier, but I think the way Trish explained it, maybe Josh primed me by planting the seed, but I think the way Trish explained it made me understand, I think.
Number of buffer losses once you hit top cut, if you make top cut with a good enough record, right? If you make top cut with a weaker record, you're still playing single elimination. You're just playing the tournament the way that you normally would. Now, this gets a little bit worse in bigger tournaments. And I'm going to say shout out to Sean Pittman for posting the math. Unfortunately, the math that he posted, in at least for 2048 players, is not correct. So we will review that in a moment. But shout out to Sean for sharing this breakdown. So I'm gonna start by using one. I'm gonna actually start by just stealing the screenshot, which is the screenshot of the new breakdown. So here's how it works.
Okay, so he already knows about the X2 or whatever, the 15 rounds for 2049 plus tournament.
129 players to 256 players is going to be 11 rounds of Swiss total. That's what we're used to. This is basically a regional at YCS is now a standard traditional YCS the way that we would think about it. This is never going to happen. So 7 rounds day 1, 4 rounds day 2. The most common scenario is 257 to 512 or 513 to 1024. These will produce YCSs between 12 and 13 rounds with 8 rounds on day 1 and either 4 or 5 on day 2, cut to top 8, right? And the math for this is going to look like this. So after 14 rounds of Swiss, assuming that 1,025 players into the tournament, this is going to be your top 8 breakdown. There will be a 14-0, a 13-1, about 6 or so, like 5 or 6 X2s, and like one or 2 X3s that cut. Or there'll be like 22-ish X3s, and like 1 or 2 of them might sneak into the top 8 bracket. Well, that's funny. That means that now you're guaranteed to top a YCS if you go X2. You just have to win a couple of extra rounds. That's pretty good. But let's see if that holds up with more players in the tournament. So I'm going to redo the math, which I've already done. Can you believe that? I was a good YouTuber for a second, which is very rare on this channel. So based on 2,048 players, so this is going to be the higher end of what YCSs typically get. 15 rounds of Swiss and an 8-player top cut will be about 1 player XO, about 1 player X1, and about 6 or 7 people who are X3. All the X2s are making top 8 now. If you go X2 at YCS, you're just guaranteed top 8. You have to play extra rounds of Swiss, and you know Yu-Gi-Oh is a notoriously hard game, but X2 is basically guaranteed to make top cut now. And here's the thing, you still can go, like X3 and make like top 32 or something, still get prized out, get your stamped effect or whatever it is, go home, be happy with your win amount, right? This is overall, mathematically, a good thing for us. It doesn't feel like a good thing, especially compounded with the new changes to end of match procedure where you get a double loss. This definitely feels worse, because when you look at it, you still feel like if you have a worse enough record at the end of Swiss that you can make top 32, you can go on your miracle run or whatever and then win the whole tournament, right, in single elimination. And that's still possible. If you go, X2, you can still just think of the tournament entering top cut, entering that single elimination bracket earlier. You can just think of it being that way, And if you have a worse enough record, you're just playing as if you're in single elimination from a certain point in the tournament. You still have to win your 3 rounds, the 3 additional rounds of Swiss that we've been given, in order to make it to top 8 anyway. They have only just making it true single elimination once you hit top 8. The only thing here that changes is the clout culture of Yu-Gi-Oh! And frankly, after having observed Pokemon's clout culture, they still considered, like, day 2 and top 32 and all of that, they still considered that a top. That's all that's going to change, is that we are just going to change how we perceive topping an event in Yu-Gi-Oh! In the physical paper card game. That's my prediction. But now that's all the news section of this video. But now let's get into something a little bit different. So I was planning on making a video to post on this channel, more of a vlog style video. If you saw my tweets like a week or two ago, you saw that you might have seen that I said that I was planning on making a series where I'm gonna go through, I'm gonna learn like every deck in the game, right? This was kind of like a hint at really what the video I wanted to make, the post I wanted to make was a vlog post that said I have a problem when it comes to Yu-Gi-Oh. If you followed me as a player to any extent, no problem. If you have not, you might have just clicked on this video because it is a news video. I went to the World Championship in 2024, so last year. I got second at NAWCQ, and I did really well. I was really hot that year. I also was registered as the backup for Master Duel. I came third for Master Duel in North America that year as well, which I think a lot of people don't realize. But here's the thing: I wasn't trying for TCG. I was trying for Master Duel, and thankfully the deck that I was playing in Master Duel was also a Snake Eye deck. So when it came to NAWCQ, I still had a pretty good idea of what I was doing. And even though I wasn't intending to do well, and the story is kind of like I accidentally went to Worlds, I still had like a decent amount of prep, I think, going into that event. Here's the problem. I have been really bad all of this last year. I have been so washed. I have gone like negative at every event. I went 2-6 at a YCS, like, which is crazy. I haven't done that since I was maybe like 14. And I have been, if last year I was locked in on Yu-Gi-Oh, this year I have been locked out. I have been very washed. And part of that is that I have not been applying myself. And I really want to give thanks to a really good friend of mine, Judy.
Oh, this is like a channel update?
Worlds on Team Fall Galera. Very good friend of mine. And he told me the hard truth that I knew in my heart, but I needed to hear from a friend as well, which is that I have not been applying myself. And the goal is that this year I was going to lock in, I'm going to make more content, and I am going to apply myself the way I should be.
So washed.
To actually be good at this game. Like, actually.
Yeah.
Because now, like, the goal for me was always to just make it to Worlds, right? Now that I have made it to Worlds, what is the point? The only thing left for me in my mind to do is to become Mr. Trishula World Champion Man. And the only way to do that is
our
to
goats are
try
clean.
significantly hard. And now, more than ever, with these changes, I think I am motivated to do that. So this, like I said, this is not a dooming video. This is actually an inspiration video because if I want to make top 8 of AYCS, and if I want to do well, I actually have to try. I have to try very hard. I have to go 13-2. I know that this is possible. I have done this before. But I have to
2-6 is
I
crazy.
have to be on top of the game, and I have to work hard. So there are some changes that might be coming to this channel. I might be posting more of the dual puzzle style content that you saw in the Draco Tail OTK video. That was kind of a precursor or a trial run of that style of content. I might start streaming more on this channel. It's going to be different than my Twitch streams if you have ever watched those. The Twitch streams are usually pretty chaotic and pretty laid back. These ones will be more focused and more testing inclined and more just streaming my attempts to work through problems. And on top of that, I'm going to be trying to actually apply myself because if I do not apply myself, why am I still playing this game? So that's what's to come. So the takeaway from this video is Konami did not kill Yu-Gi-Oh! And my opinion is that this is actually great encouragement to do better at the game, not to do worse, not to give up. Do not give up. Instead, this is time to lock in. This is all of our times
It's time to lock in.
to lock in. And now more than ever, I am motivated to do that. So thank you for watching the video. I hope you will join me on this journey and have a good day.
That was nice. I think the way he explains things is very, very, I don't know how to describe it, but oh yeah, don't ignore that. I think it's this one. Why did they do this on the thumbnail? All right, put you under Sir Slice Sir tier. I like that video a lot. I think he did a good job of explaining. Wait, should I put it like this? No, I kind of like this. No, this is like a very solid, like, I don't know how to describe it. Very palatable. Okay, 3 more. We have Distant Coder, we have Julian Cajon, and we have Team Sam X with "I'm quitting" in quotes. In fact, that this is crazy. I'm quitting. We also have you know, Triff, which we previously saw, and Pack. I'm not sure why he's here. If this is a group react, I can, okay, maybe. But he was pretty positive on the changes, especially with additional info. All right.
All right, ladies and gents, so this video is going to be uncut, unedited. I was just at the gym, and my phone was spammed by hundreds of messages.
Why was Pack on the thumbnail? It's just him. All right. I'll put you... Oh, this is 30 minutes? Holy shit. Okay, we might actually have to 2 times speed this man. Even though this guy's already on, like, ADHD meds or some shit. Wait. Who is this Has quoting?
Pac, Drift, and And apparently there's some new Yu-Gi-Oh rule changes that's gonna be breaking the internet. The last
I know, I'm quitting.
based on the time rule that Konami implemented, where there's gonna be no more draws, and if you try to like burn your opponent in time or whatever, it's gonna be a double game loss, etc., etc. Obviously, a month ago when that announcement was made, everybody had an uproar all over social media, so Konami decided to actually take it down. So that was great. Konami listens to the community, and they decided to take it down. But now there is apparently a new rule change that's gonna be breaking the internet, and obviously I'm just gonna react to this and give you guys my thoughts on it, right? And honestly, Triff called me like 10 times, Pop called me like 4 times, and this has to be super duper urgent for them to be calling me that many times at the gym. You know what I'm saying? So look at this, like, you guys can tell my hair's still sweaty from working out. But anyways, let's take a look. I'm on X right now. Let's take a look. But why though? Like my whole X is like kind of like blowing up right here. Duelist official tournament policy was updated, including infractions, penalties. Read about it. Let's take a look at it together. All right, so let's take a look at this. So what is the new change? Okay, so blah blah blah. Changes to section include Yu-Gi-Oh! Swiss rounds have been extended to 50 minutes. Okay, so 50 minutes. So instead of 45 minutes, it's going to 50 minutes. Okay, it's good from tier 1, tier 2, and tier 3 events. So for all events, local tournaments, regionals, and YCS and world championships. So 50 minutes is good. Round times may be adjusted for tier 4 events. Any such changes will be announced before the event starts. So this is good. Okay, so 50 minutes per round. That's great. No, so we get an extra 5 minutes of playing. Okay, number of rounds general. What changed? This is a new subsection to accommodate the difference in number of rounds required for specific tournament tiers. What does this mean? There isn't any information. Okay, so what's new? Number of rounds tier 1, tier 2. This is okay. Number of rounds tier 1 and tier 2 events. This is a new subsection. Maximum top cut for any number of tournaments. Huh? Am I reading that correctly? Am I reading this correctly?
I will say this seems like a live react, so you're probably not going to get all the information at once. So I'm going to be a little bit more, not as strict. But I'm already we're starting to get the Team Sam X energy.
Top cut for any number of tournaments participants is 8. Yeah, top 8 regionals, right? The maximum top cut for any number of tournaments participants is 8. This is a regional, right? For tier 1 and tier 2 events.
To be fair, I think this is like, if this is the first thing you see, you're just like, what the fuck? But
isn't tier 1, tier 2 just locals and regionals? But tier 3 events is YCS championship, right? So this doesn't affect. What does it mean? Regardless of how many enter tier 1 or tier 2 tournament, the top cut playoffs will cap at 8 duels. Regardless of how many duels enter tier 1 or tier 2 tournament, the top cut players will cap off at 8 duels, top 8. Honestly, I'm so confused because I have to search up what's a tier 1 and tier 2 event. Tier 1 is casual, okay, OTS stores. Tier 2 is YCSs, Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series, Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championship qualifiers, and World Championships. Dude. Regardless of how many duelists enter a tier 1 or tier 2 tournament, the top cut playoffs will cap at 8 duelists. So Konami just wants nobody to play Yu-Gi-Oh! That's what I'm trying to concur here, or trying to understand. But what I can concur is Konami does not want anyone to play Yu-Gi-Oh!
I'm just gonna let him rant.
There's no more top 64. There's no more top 64. There's no more top 32. There's no more top 16. It's only top 8. Why? Why? Like, why? Yo.
All right, let the knee jerk get it out of your system.
I'm actually very confused here. I'm actually so confused. Imagine you paying money to fly to a YCS. You train so hard just to try to get top 32 in tournament so you can advance and qualify to enter top.
Yeah. I'm imagining.
Instead, your only chance to making it to win the championships is to be in the top 8. And so X2s don't matter no more. So you go X2 in a tournament. Let's say there's a 12-round tournament. Okay, you go X2, you go 10-2. Usually that's the top record. But now that's not top record. You basically have one defeater versus X1. X1s won't even make it maybe, depending on the sizing of the event. But this is ridiculous, bro. This is absolutely ridiculous, bro. This is how Konami single-handedly ruined Yu-Gi-Oh! With just one single rule change, bro. Tier 3 and tier 4 events. Let's look at tier 3 and tier 4. I think tier 2 is YCSs. But now, like, what's tier 3 and tier 4? Like, worlds? Wow. So this goes to tier 1, tier 2, and also tier 3 and tier 4 is also cut the top 8, as you guys can see right here in this section. Top rounds no longer have a time limit. Wow, great. Top 8 players don't have a time limit. That should have been done a long time ago. Wow, that is phenomenal. Good, wow. 2 additional
Let's
rounds
go.
added. Number of rounds, so instead of like 12 rounds, it's supposed to be 14 rounds Swiss in a YCS or Nationals or Worlds, I think. So what does this mean? Regardless of how many duelists enter tier 3, such as YCS, WCQ, or tier 4 tournament, World Championship, the top cut playoffs will cap at 8 duelists. This is the dumbest thing I've ever read in my entire life. Konami does not want players to play Yu-Gi-Oh! Whatsoever. Why? No idea. Duelists in playoff rounds will not have a set time limit, okay? We are bouncing out this change top cut by adding 2 additional Swiss rounds at tier 3 events, YCS, WCQ events. If you lose in an earlier Swiss rounds, you won't have additional rounds to recover, which gives you a chance to win additional prizing or even make top 8. What's the pricing? The day 2 packs? You're incentivizing me to get day 2 pricing. Okay, what's day? Like, okay, top 8 might be competing for the trophy, but are we still getting the same pricings for top 32? Top 16? You feel what I'm saying? Like, is there like because at locals, right? There's top 8, pricing, but there's top 4 playoffs. That's some OTS tournaments, right? You feel what I'm saying? But does that mean that we're giving chances to win some sort of like pricing if you make it to day 2, other than the stupid the day 2 packs that you get? So they're saying, okay, no more top 32, it'll go straight to top 8, but does that mean that maybe we'll be getting additional pricing? Which gives you a chance to win additional pricing. Like what's the pricing, fam? Are we still getting a playmat? You know what I'm saying? Maybe it's like maybe top 32 pricing, but it's like top 8 playoffs. No, like I'm gonna give Konami the benefit of the doubt. Well, at least that's what they should do if this is an actual rule change. Because if there isn't any pricing at all, that'd be ridiculous for people that actually fly over to these events, pay money to stay in hotels, pay money to compete at these events. It's expensive.
I mean, that's what was my first thought too. Like, if there was no pricing outside of top 8, it is kind of,
so do we guarantee at least some sort of good day 2 pricing?
it's pretty sus.
32 pricing and then top 8 playoffs. Okay, that's still ass, but can we at least have that? You feel what I'm saying? Because top 8 is ridiculous. Like imagine you train so hard trying to get top 32. Now you gotta train even harder just trying to get top 8, bro. One loss can literally eliminate you from the tournament, bro. One single loss. You have to go undefeated, bro. There's no losing. This is the true testament of Yu-Gi-Oh. They want you to be like Yu-Gi, bro. Okay, so prizes will continue to be awarded depending on their final standing in the tournament, just as before. Okay, so prize distribution for top 8 remain the same even if you finish outside of the top 8. Oh, okay. We are bouncing out. Okay, prize distribution for top finishers remains the same. Okay.
There we go.
I didn't really answer the question. Like this, I should have read the whole thing. Top 32, top 16 will get prizing, but top 8 is playoffs. Top 8
All right.
Prizing will need to be awarded depending on the final standing of the tournament, just as before. So the same, nothing's changed. It's just that it's just no more top 32. No more top 32 playoffs. Straight up top 8 playoffs. That's it. That's kind of ass, bro. Like it's so bad. Tournament play. This section covers information about which tournament, what change. With the new NMAX, your match no longer end with a draw. Wow. Okay. So this rule they did implement. So guys, there's no draws no more. It's a double game loss. It's a double loser, bro. There has to be a clear winner by the end of game 3. There has to be a clear winner. So what does this mean, okay, guys? Let me dumb this down for you guys, okay? If you guys didn't understand the last time Konami made this announcement. So let's say, so you guys know Vanquish players, right? Do you guys know what they like to do? They'll win game 1, and game 2 they'll just be slowly playing, slowly, and then you did lose game 3.
Hey, I play fast with Vanquish Soul, okay? I play fast with Vanquish Soul. I actually know what I'm doing, or at least like I know I don't have to read the effects. No, it does feel like I feel like the bad guy though when I activate Borger Burn. All right, it felt bad.
And then they'll go, okay, Borger effect. You know what I'm saying? Borger effect, burn 50 on it. Okay, that's fine. I have more life than you.
Where is half the video being asking you questions after? That's so good.
By the end of game 3, or you just tool your opponent, there's gonna be a clear winner by the end of the match. If there's no clear winner, doesn't matter if it's differentiated. That doesn't matter if the life points, your life points are higher than your opponent. That's not a clear winner. Like it has to be a clear winner. You have to deal 0. You have to win. If there's no clear winner, it's a double game loss. So that means even if I'm game 1, and your opponent's up game 2, and game 3 I burn my opponent in time, since there is no deciding winner, an official winner, then it's double game loss. So it doesn't matter. So that's the rule.
Imagine all the
Double losers
people.
now. No draws, just double loser. Just double loser, ladies and gentlemen. This is ridiculous. Okay, so they're actually implementing that. This section covers information. Initial game loss applies to next round for duels responsible for making a match result. In the 5 minutes of the end of the round, both duels will receive a match loss for the current round. Okay, in the round and in a match procedure resulting in double loss, both duels are equally responsible for making the match result. So you have to go up and submit the rule. What does it mean? Make sure your match result is submitted within 5 minutes of the end of the round due to the end procedure. An unreported match result will record as a double loss. So you have to record. Wow. If you are submitting the match review and you run, you're exempt from this penalty. You determine organizer. And a match procedure, what changed? So we have entirely new and match procedures, switch round single eliminations. We use the same and match procedures. Okay, same thing. If the match is not ending with a winner, both duels will receive a loss for the round. There you go. Double game loss, ladies and gents. No more here. Burn in time, ladies and gents. Additional rounds, single eliminations. That will be on time. What does it mean? When the time ends in the round, the match is over. Now duels may begin or continue any action that may take place. So like when the time is called, the match is not finished, then it ends in double loss. So if the match is not done, bam, it's a double loss. It's a 2-time loss. All right. The match is not done. It's 2-time loss. Okay, you need to have one winner, or else both of you are losers. Okay, a match is finished when one of the duels either won 2 duels or lost 2 duels. You see that? You see? No such thing as burn in time, ladies and gents. No such thing as burn in time anymore. All these burn cards. So that means that Lacrima can get unbanned.
Ooh, he's the first to say that.
3 duels within the match, without the match finishing, and there's remaining time in the round.
Ooh, Lacrima on ban. He's the first to say that. Let's go.
If the duels have completed 3 duels without the match finishing, and there is time remaining in the round. What?
I was confused about that one too.
Duels have completed 3 duels without the match finishing.
This is a very, 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 very like edge case scenario. I had to ask about that. I was like, what the fuck does this mean? Does this even matter in most games? It doesn't. It like you literally would have to draw twice. Because you would have to win game 1, and then the next 2 games have to be draws, and then like then you still need a win, determine a winner. Or maybe both players can win 1 game, then game 3 is a draw, and then you still need the 4th game to determine the winner for that match. Because 2 people need a win. 2 games need to be won for a match to be considered finished. So this is like very, very... This confused me too the first time.
The duels completed 3 duels without the match finishing. The duels will go to a 4th duel.
I can barely hear him, but did he bring up Pokemon again?
In order to win a match, a duelist must win 2 games prior to the round time expired. Obviously.
Oh my god! Wait. Is there a... No, it seems like the audio isn't... He didn't bring up Pokemon.
To win twice. Honestly, can someone in the comments just explain me what this means, please? Because I'm kind of confused. But honestly, at the end of the day, it's just
Maybe I can make him louder.
2 games and that's it. And now the duelists have won 2 games, the match and a double loss. Wow. So you have to win 2 games or lose. It's been several years since the last match changed.
I mean, he wasn't that low before, but
often overlooked as duels focus on card text and rulings. No,
he could have been louder.
Duels don't even focus on these nowadays. But it's very bad as important as part of preparedness. Please make sure the review is current. Okay, so what does this mean? Konami just ruined Yu-Gi-Oh! That's what it means. Okay. Konami just single-handedly ruined Yu-Gi-Oh! With just 1 single rule change. No more top 32, no more top 16. Just straight top cut to 8. I'm sure you still get top 32, top 16 pricing, but top 8 you just go straight to there once the the YCS or the tournament concludes. It'll just be the 8.
That's true.
Just how Konami intended to be, just like the anime.
If top cut runs will have no time limit, can they camp the round? I think for 1 hour just for a single move.
I think the reason why they're doing this is because they don't want what is it? Like they don't want like the tournament to be dragged too long.
That'd be diabolical if he got away with it.
And like they have a set time to be able to use these venues that they pay for, and they go overtime, they have to pay X amount of money. That's where I can speculate. Because why would they do this? Like why would they not want people to play top 32? Why would they want to get more content and stream top 32, top 16, top 8? You feel what I'm saying? Like why would they want to do that? So like it just doesn't make sense.
I mean, we're still getting the feature matches for streaming.
I just don't understand, bro. Honestly, Steven, like bro, can you explain this to me?
Oh, there's Trev.
Okay, so from what I can understand here, here, wait, like bro, Steven, like, you have to explain this to me. Okay? So from what I understand,
We are going to
Like, yo,
Pokemon,
let's
true.
Steven, so Steven, so what I can understand is just go straight to topic. Straight to topic.
Imagine a bomb, a very large, big bomb, got dropped in this game. That's what just happened, causing an outright.
Okay, you
tsunami.
got
This
you
is
got your
crazy.
wish, Nif.
No
Look, we introduced Triv.
more top cuts. No more top
We still
32.
haven't.
You have to go X1 in 14 rounds to top.
Wait, does X1 even guarantee topic?
X1 will guaranteed. There will be a few X2s that make it. Most X2s will not. So it's going to be like you have to.
Pokemon becoming a
like,
thing to try and
but-
threaten Konami with.
But imagine, like, for the casual, this is awful.
Yes, yes.
Because now you have to finish top 8. That means you have to go 13-1 in 14 rounds.
Which you'll never.
Which I will never.
So this is a
do.
misunderstanding,
You
the
guys know
13-1.
You guys know how many 14 matches of Yu-Gi-Oh it is? A lot of people say Yu-Gi-Oh's a dice roll. It's
It's 14
50-50.
matches, a lot of matches.
So in like a 50-50, you have to win a 50-50 14 times out of 15.
Yeah.
It is so difficult now for the casual player. You can never make a mistake. If you make one misplay in a tournament, goodbye. Good luck.
Okay. One thing that I do want to clear up is that there's still gonna be top 32 pricing though.
There will be. But like, who cares? Like, you can't talk, like, no more tops.
I mean, I
Because
get
Jesse-
like it's
he has 7 rings now.
difficult.
It's gonna be so hard to win, even for players like me or Christian Reina or Jesse or whoever, Pac.
Yeah.
It's so hard now because you know, if these time rules existed last year, I'd be a 0-time champion.
Yeah.
I sneaked into 32nd and then won.
You'll trip out of hat, yeah.
I would not be in the contention to play the playoffs. Swiss, who gives a shit about like the Swiss rounds? Swiss rounds? Do you think the winner of the NBA Finals is decided who does better in a season?
Yeah.
The only thing that matters is playoffs.
Yes, yes.
Do they like?
I don't know. This seems like what he's saying right now. Like, I feel like it just depends on your person, what you think is a personal achievement. Like, I don't really care to like at my level. Like, I feel like even like making it to get earning prizing is like an achievement. I don't really care about being the GOAT or anything. I think that's like not many people. So I don't really get this. Like, this idea is like, who gives a shit about your tops or whatever? Like, I don't know. I mean, to people, to people who like to discuss who's the GOAT or whatever, I guess you could compare like wins or whatever. But yeah, I don't know. It just doesn't seem like something that matters.
Crazy. You know what? And
Was
also,
Trip
how
waiting
they're
on
gonna
screen
make
the whole
this
time?
one of the
True.
biggest rules. All they have to do is insert the Pokemon rules. Here's what it is.
Tell me.
All X2s guarantee top. So
Why
here's the
so
mathematical.
cheap?
Depending on how many tournament players are.
Hey, give him, yeah, give
let's say
him a
11 players in
chair.
the tournament have a record of X2 or better. XO, X1, X2.
Yes.
That implies 5 players are X3. So what you do is you play a round 6, the top 16 wildcard playoffs. Every X2 makes X2 or better. There's no more draws anymore. Every X2 makes it, and then the last 5 players play like the next 5 players for that 5 slot, and then the top 6 basically get a bye as a reward for finishing top 6 or whatever, top 4, top 5, whatever the math turns out to be. Then that now ensures every X2 makes it. So if you do go 11-0. But just happen to lose your last 2 rounds, you don't want to jump off a bridge after. Now you're in 11. Like,
Regular
I've been there
season
before in scenarios
playoffs?
where you're like
Oh.
8-0 and you make it 8-2. We were literally in that scenario. We were undefeated at YCS Vegas. We lost the 2 rounds. We lost the last round of day 1, last round of day 2. We should have made it at X2.
Yeah.
We were 17th, even though we lost only 2 times in the whole tournament, and they were at near the end. Didn't make it. Imagine that now for this. You play
my
13 rounds, 14 rounds for Europeans because they're so YCS are even larger. So you go 12-0. You lose your last 2.
Yeah.
You spend $1,500 to go from Toronto to Italy.
Yeah.
You have a hotel.
Lost my money.
You have to get dinner. You have to take out your friends because you're the owner of Supreme Pro. You have to pay for Pac.
Yes.
You have to pay for me.
Yes.
You have to pay for
What is
your
this
girlfriend,
scenario?
a very nice guy and a gentleman.
Yes.
She's gonna want to go to dinner.
I know they're
You go to dinner.
memeing, but like,
Every single match in round 1, you go day 2, you're 11-0, you're feeling great. You get a double match loss 1 because your opponent played slow.
Okay.
Your opponent played slow. Would have been a draw, but your opponent played slow. Then you lose your only time in the last round because you face me or something. and then you go 11-2.
You don't make it.
You spend $10,000. You don't make it. No glory.
$10,000?
Thank you so much.
No
Thank you.
problem.
Thank you, Konami. I really appreciate you. Thank you so much.
So,
Thank you.
like,
I know they're memeing. I know they're
Guys,
memeing. All right.
They're making like anime, bro. Top 8 best list. That's it. That's what it is.
Maybe that's specifically why they did it. They want to emulate the.
Honestly, I was talking to them a bit earlier. I think it has to do with the money thing, for sure. Because I feel like time is taking too long at these events, and
They only have the venue for X hours.
yeah, they have the venue for only X hours, and then it goes over that X hours, so they need to play like thousands of dollars on top of that. So like, yo, we're just gonna give top.
What a duo, yeah.
Oh my god.
Think
That's what they did.
It makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay, top 32,
Oh
top
my
16,
god.
F off. Here's the pricing. We're not gonna remove that. Top 8, we're just gonna play for the glory. For the glory.
Yeah, that's what they did. That's
Come on,
100%.
it has to do with money, bro.
100%.
When he came back, Triff does this a lot, actually.
They rather sacrifice our.
That's actually a classic
We're
Triff
the
move.
Yeah, we're the one that gives them money. So we're.
And don't get me wrong, we want to get the money.
Bro, I love you. This is
We
my
love
life.
you.
Yo, honestly, Steven, I really hope that. You remember when this time change like last month, and everybody like had an uproar on the community? I really hope like they see this and they're like, oh my gosh, okay, this is actually terrible. Let's revert it. That'd be amazing. That'd be amazing.
At least insert every X2 Mason.
Yeah,
At least.
yeah.
Because you know
I'm not gonna lie, we just saw a bunch of reaction videos that were like very measured. There's not that many like public outcry, uproar type shit. Well, I guess there's the MBT. I don't know. The MBT one wasn't really much either. It was just like a minute or what. Like, I don't know. I feel like the Josh, Jesse, Pac, Santoli. I don't know if people are watching Santoli, you know, to be honest. But they seem pretty measured. I don't know. And like the ones on Twitter, maybe they see those, but some like 90% of those were like reading issue. Like they kind of self-reported they didn't pay attention to the changes. Besides the misunderstanding between X1 X2. Retirement one reason because he spent 10K going. I think I remember that.
Bro, what? Yo, so what are people saying on like
They are having a frenzy. Guys, look up.
What if all players decide to
First
play these
4 games.
updaters, just draw every
my
round? What will
goodness,
happen?
you're gonna have
You
to-
can't have
Okay,
draws.
first second eight.
You did,
But
right?
I guess they just take the L's.
Come on,
Let's
bro, what is this?
That's how it'll be. So 25, view it at 2200, 2100 is the same map basically.
Yes.
So
Yeah. So like the miscommunication happens with like for a tournament this size. There's in the policy documents it should be 15 rounds. So the previous videos caught that because I guess they were made later. What's called, Jesse, Josh, Pac, they were also, some of them were like, oh, someone told me that this was the case, I'm not sure. But if the 14 rounds was the case for a tournament of this size, then they still had that like stipulation, like if this was the case, actual case, like these rules are shit, which is fine. Like I think I understand like this, like how many rounds of Swiss are allowed under these new rules being like a make or break whether you like this or not. And like I said before, like Konami fucked up by not making that clear, or whatever typo they missed. They messed up.
12 rounds.
Yes.
Vancouver was 10 because it was smaller. Anaheim is 11. Typically they have 11 rounds.
Yeah.
European ones have 12. So they add 2 extra rounds of Swiss in the season. It's like, oh yeah, let's have 120 games in the NBA season. Yeah, who asked for that?
Yeah.
No one. 14-0, 14-0, 0 or 1 person.
Yep.
13-1, due to the fact there's no more draws.
Yes.
There'll be 2 or 3
Yep.
X1s, leaving it so there will be about 4-ish X2s that make it, and,
then-
about 8-ish that don't.
Oh my goodness.
So that's going to be an absolute nail biter.
Okay. The only
So unnecessary.
so the only way for you actually, so now like you actually have to play Yu-Gi-Oh.
You have to, with 0 mistakes.
Zero mistakes. Like, you have to
Zero.
be, you have to
And-
Yu-Gi-Oh.
and-
You got to Yu-Gi.
You got to play it like Yugi if he was on 4 Red Bulls. You got to play like... Because you can't even, remember the Macedonian that's playing Danos Pachowski who got the double match loss?
Yeah.
That happened to him twice in the tournament.
So not only you have to play like Yu-Gi, you have to be on 4 Rebels.
4 Red Bulls. Worlds is 7 rounds, right?
Yeah,
You got 2 double matches. It was 2, like, one of them might have been a draw, one of them he might have been up 1-0, whatever.
yeah.
Both count as losses. You're out of the whole tournament. So you're bound to
That would be
play
funny.
against the player that you're playing. Go faster. At the like, if my opponent is taking more than 10 seconds to think, I'm gonna have to say,
Yo,
please play faster because of the thing. I don't want both of us to lose. Everyone will need to do that. You guys playing, me included, I'm gonna have to.
Someone's going to become a bad actor in that scenario and try to win.
And he said that what I did was I played on the second
And then
he called me
they
out.
get
He was like, "What
ahead.
you're saying,
I
what
know
you're
for
saying."
sure someone's gonna be like, yeah, I'll take the double loss as long as you do it. And then be like,
we need to start playing like
chess,
chess
chess,
tyrants.
it's actually like we actually live with that.
And you know how stressful that is?
That's
Like,
so
you need to know your deck like
Inside out.
Inside out. Like,
Do you know your deck inside out?
of course. there can be no more deck changes. Like, you can't play 5 decks anymore.
Neither 3 effects, I'm surprised right now.
Don't be surprised. You can target 2 light pieces in the field, target 2 cards in the field, bounce both. The second effect, that's the main effect. The other, there's the second effect. The main effect, special yummy from your hand or grade. Third effect.
What?
Third effect.
No, you
I can't attack directly. That's obvious. The third effect, you might do the locals. But the third that I forgot, I made a mistake. Third effect is you can target a yummy field spell in the field or grave. Either place it on the field or in your hand. Quick effect. Now, here's the crazy thing. Because of this, you're gonna have to. There's no more reading cards. If you're gonna enter battle phase, don't even think of. Let's say you cooking book. You can't even start to think. Oh, what's Azuna's attack? You're gonna have to know Azuna's defense 1600. You're gonna have to know off by heart. Let's say you're calculating game for Nibiru. Okay, there's like 1 minute on the clock. You're calculating game. You have Lollipop, Snatchy, and Lollipopo. You gotta know immediately that 6900 attack with the field spell. That's how I just did it right there. You cannot like start 1200 plus I have 3 monsters, 2700.
So for example,
I know that's 1600. I know Cup
question.
300. Yes.
What if what if I already have game, but I go enter battle phase time scope? I lose, right?
Oh my god, I don't know.
No, because there has to be a clear winner at the end, like the time stops.
Oh my god,
It's not a phase.
There's gonna be some buzzer beater wins if you
Yeah, like yeah, there is. Like bro,
3,
2.
2.
Three, 2. I attacked, bro, I attacked. That's gonna be, bro.
That's gonna be tough. That's gonna be cinema for those
Yeah,
watching at home.
yeah,
That's gonna be. Oh my god, bro. I'll be able to tip my seat for that.
Guys, this rule change, this single-handedly just ruined everything.
Christian Arena canceled this trip to Peru the moment that this got announced.
Are you still gonna go?
no one gives a shit about Christian Arena. Who gives a shit?
It doesn't matter what time it goes
No one cares. Okay, Christian Arena made a tweet. He's like, I don't know, it was something like ha 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 ha, and it shows like his plane fight canceled, and he has Lorcana in the top right, suspiciously positioned. Who cares? Just play Lorcana, goddamn.
What we're gonna play.
Yeah, we're still playing anyways, okay?
They're making it a little difficult.
But I mean, a little bit.
We
But
still-
honestly, we just want to make these announcements so that like people can see, you know, like so they know about it. You know, so everybody knows about it. Everybody's educated.
Situation.
Yo, so what, like what's
Yeah. LOL. LOL. Oh my. Fuck out of here with that shit.
He just canceled his trip. Yo, guys, follow us on X-Men. Jeff Jones is tweeting, what is happening?
Yeah, like this is.
Damn,
this is
Jeff.
click that the thread.
Yeah.
So this is a good way to look at it as well. So every YCS has 2 extra rounds, straight to top 8. Top cut has no time.
Dang. So okay, so this is breaking. This is like literally on the like base. In the timeline, new information comes out that wets all these like that basically like you know, has people kind of be like, oh shit, okay, it's not so bad. But this is kind of funny. This is kind of funny.
Situation, right? So if they just put time back in Top Cut, like they're probably gonna waste like what 20 minutes each round because there's no time or whatever,
Yeah.
15 minutes each round.
Yeah.
You will take your time to think. You could just add each of those together and at least get 1 more Top Cut.
Yeah,
round.
yeah, like
Allow-
16 every
exactly. That way every X2 makes it.
Yeah.
So that's crazy. 15-minute rounds and then yeah, the no draws. I disagree with this. If the rules at the time said top 32 is a top cut, that's a top cut.
Yeah.
So the previous tops count.
Yes.
If you're a new dualist trying to catch up to records, good luck.
Yeah,
That's
you're
why
right.
we're new duelists.
Yeah, you're right. I have 1 top 32, 1 top 16, 1 top 8, 1 finals and 1 win.
First. So that means the only thing you're missing for the full
Top 16.
cycle is top 4, right?
Top 4, yeah. I haven't got top 4.
Or top 64 for big ass tournaments.
Yeah, honestly, this is crazy.
Finish first.
Guys, I have the elaborate drift now. Okay, but guys, this was great. Look at Jeff Jones talking about it. Who was talking about it?
Yo, I would like to announce that I was the first person to know this in the world.
How?
Because I saw on the this exact policy, I was here like when they said 2 minutes ago uploaded, and the only post on there where Horse was puking because they want the ban list.
Yeah.
Twitter thing. They just
Yeah.
the post. But there was no actual thing. No one knew anything about this. I click. Obviously, everyone will figure out eventually when they read it. I'm like, let me just read it just in case. You know?
Yeah.
There might be some new rule I might need to know. I read it. I'm like, oh, they have the time rule, 50 minutes. Unfortunate. Then I'm like, tier 1, tier 2, top 8 only. At the time, I thought tier 1, tier 2
Two was like locals regionals.
So I thought that was YCS regional.
Oh.
I didn't know at what point it's
Yeah,
what it is. That's what I thought. So I messaged Jesse immediately. I'm like, yo, bro, this is like tier 1, tier 2 is like YCS, right?
Yeah.
And he's like, no, you idiot. He's like, it's
Bro.
locals. And then I'm like,
Yeah, me too. I thought it was locals.
and then I'm like, okay, so we're safe.
Yeah, we're
So I
safe.
keep reading. And
And
it's tier 3, tier 4.
tier
And then I text you. Remember I texted
Yes,
you? I'm like,
yes.
bro, there's no top. I'm like, top 8. What the hell?
Yeah.
And then you're like, what? No, you're capping.
Yeah. I didn't believe you. I actually didn't believe you.
I called. Then Jesse's like, yeah, that's the thing. And then I go on the Discord, my Discord, Bolsa Court. I'm like,
Everyone's freaking out.
everyone, Avengers, assemble. So like 50 people coming. We're all going crazy.
Wow.
Like we're going crazy. We cannot believe what we're seeing. And but yeah.
All right, guys, thank you so much for watching. This is Trips and I input on this entire thing. I really hope Konami reverses all these things because we just want the game to be healthy. We want the game to live for 100 years, bro.
Yeah.
Takahashi's legacy. You know
Exactly.
what I'm
Like,
saying?
rather than
Like,
our kids playing.
Oh my god, invoking Takahashi's name like that? Alright.
Not every single team and probably play them game.
Of course.
But I also want them as well to be great at the game of Yu-Gi-Oh. Hopefully
Yeah.
they exist by then.
yeah, honestly, we just don't want to get
Side
skin
note,
and die.
I just bought 2 Pokemon decks and they came in. So Konami, if you continue to do this, it's not.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
Keep in mind that we're not forced to play Yu-Gi-Oh. So please do your best to make the game as good and healthy for all of us as possible. Because who knows? One day we might get it might be it one day. We might say I've had enough and just play a different game.
Yeah. Guys, that's pretty much it. Thank you guys so much for watching. Let us know your thoughts in the comments below. This is us signing out. This is going to be unedited. All right, guys, peace. That was crazy, bro. Crazy.
Honestly. Oh, that last part. I think introducing Trish. Not Trish, sorry. Triff. Holy shit. Well, I actually don't know about Takahashi's involvement, but it's just weird to be like, I don't know, bro. Like he's not like some guy you use to make your point stronger, you know? And that's like that. Holy shit. It was fine the first 15 minutes, all right? Once Trish showed up, that was... I don't know how to describe that. I just... You understand how he's got to describe it? Yeah. Oh my god. I know there's some delay. You guys probably just saw me rank that shit.
What's up, guys?
All right, next is Distant Coder. I think this was one of the earliest ones. He also probably didn't know about the X1, X2, 14 rounds versus 15 rounds. So as long as there's no Triff, he should be fine. He should be fine, right? Like he's not.
Coder, this video is not going to be edited at all because Konami just dropped an absolute crazy bombshell, and I want to talk about it.
Yeah,
They just posted
live
on the European
reaction,
Twitter page
breaking
the list of
news.
the official tournament policy
Yep.
has been updated, including infractions and penalties. Read about the key changes and any updates in the news section on our website, and this links you to this page here, which talks about tournament policy version 2.5 updates and changes. Now, a lot of this is fluff. A lot of this doesn't matter. However, there are some absolutely insane changes that just got implemented, so I want to talk about it. So let's go over a couple of the changes that happened here. So first off, the big one is the time limit change. This is something that we expected because they were already kind of leaking that they were going to be changing the end of match procedures, and with that, they were going to increase the amount of time. And here you can see the TCG Swiss rounds have been extended to 50 minutes from 45. So now they are 50-minute rounds instead of 45 for Tier 1, Tier 2, and Tier 3 events. So Tier 1 is locals, Tier 2 is regionals, Tier 3 is YCS and Worlds. So every single tournament is now going to have a 50-minute timer all the way from your YCSs down to your local tournaments. And then on top of that, round timer may be adjusted for Tier 4 events, which is exactly the World Championship. WCQ, sorry. World Championship is Tier 4. Any such changes will be announced before the event starts. So basically, every round is now going to have an additional 5 minutes. Now, you might think, yo, that's fucking sick. We get an extra 5 minutes. Dope. I'm not going to be going to time as often. Sure, you're not going to be going to time as often. However, there's a couple other changes in here that that make it so that going to time is something that you absolutely do not want to do under any circumstance. So here, they added an additional subsection.
Yeah, so I think this is like the main thing, right? Like you never want to go into time. Never. So it doesn't even make, to me, when you establish that, like it doesn't even make sense to like Well, I mean, I think you can entertain hypotheticals, right? But to like if you do not at all want to go to time, it applies to both players, and I don't think it's realistic as people make it out to be, that people are going to like suicide bomb you or like spiteful. Maybe someone will be spiteful, but like you just don't want to be at time at all. Like the play pattern will shift or adapt. With this new rule structure. If we assume the same play pattern as last, I don't even know if the same play patterns from the previous rules will persist. Like it's fine to assume that, I guess, but I don't know if it's like gonna hold true, because we don't know what's gonna happen.
Rounds general. All right, there's no information here. However, number of rounds is a big one for tier 1 and tier 2 events, as well as tier 3 and tier 4. So let's go over it. The changes for tier 1 and tier 2 events says that regardless how many duelists enter a tier 1 or tier 2 tournament, the top cut playoff will cap at 8 duelists. Meaning that if you go to a locals or if you go to a regionals that plays out top cut, no matter the number of players, you are always cutting to top 8, which is really strange, because let's say you get, let's say you get a regional that plays it out and your regional gets 600 players or something like that. I believe that should cut to top 16 if I remember the chart correctly, but the document is going to have a chart that tells you that you are going to be cutting to top 8.
Really conspiracy theory? Let's hear it. Let's hear the conspiracy
theory. Pay attention. There is a new subsection for the number of rounds for tier 3 and tier 4 events. That is your nationals, NAWCQ, EWCQ. This is your YCSs, every single YCS, and the World Championship. New subsection is a chart to explain the correct number of buys along with information on the modifiers. There is also a chart to explain the new
yes. People in the team could do it.
For any number of tournament participants is 8.
I actually agree with that. People in the team could actually collude that way, because you actually benefit people. If you're a sole actor, I really cannot. I can't. I really don't know how that actually makes sense for an individual to do it. But if there's coordination, that would make sense. To me, that makes more sense. Yeah. Like
top 8. This means that regardless of the number of players that enter a YCS, that enter the NAWCQ, the EUWCQ, Oceanics, you are always cutting to top 8. Now, one small benefit, Top Cut rounds no longer have a time limit. So basically, you're always going to be playing out every round in Top Cut. No rounds of Top Cut are going to be finishing in time. And there's a reason for this, and we'll get over this in a second. But the big thing here, and the reason why, because now it's going to be damn near impossible to top a YCS. If every YCS is top 8, how do you even determine? You would have a bazillion X1s that wouldn't even make it. 2 additional Swiss rounds have been added. So basically, any YCS you go to, making day 2 is now a bigger deal because you have 2 additional rounds that you need to play. However, realistically speaking, if you're going X2, you're not topping a YCS. The only way to top a YCS moving forward is to X1. You're gonna have to play 13 rounds of Swiss, and you can lose 1. They basically took the bar to topping a YCS and upped it 10.
New information comes out where this is not necessarily the case,
because you need to be damn near perfect for 13 rounds in a row. Most YCS are 11 rounds. North American YCS tend to play 9 rounds day 1, 2 rounds day 2. So 11
to me, this is like an appropriate reaction,
and then
right?
now we're going to be playing 13 rounds of Swiss. So what we're more than likely going to be seeing
playing more rounds,
9 rounds day 1, and then 4 rounds day 2, and then you cut to top 8, and then you play out the entirety of top 8, which frankly is exhausting.
I'm an agent of chaos.
So what does this mean? Regardless how many duelists enter a tier 3 such as a YCS or WCQ or tier 4 tournament, Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championship, the top cut playoff will cap at 8 duelists, which is unbelievable. Duelists in playoff rounds will not have a set time limit for the round to end. During these rounds, duelists will still be expected to play at a proper pace. Low play penalties will be enforced. When they talk about playoff rounds, this means top cut. That's what playoff rounds means. We're balancing out this change to top cut by adding 2 additional Swiss rounds at tier 3 tournaments such as YCS and the WCQ. Even if you lose in the earlier Swiss rounds, you will have additional rounds to recover, which gives you a chance to win additional pricing or even make top 8. So what this means, right, is that making day 2 is now easier because there's a wider margin of rounds to make day 2, and because now they've implemented the prize packs, the packs that you get when you make day 2, they're looking at it as like you have more rounds to make day 2 to get these this additional day 2 prize pack. However, actually topping the event, making top 8, damn near impossible. However, you're still incentivized to play out all your Swiss rounds because they're still going to be giving the top cut pricing for top 16. So pricing will extend beyond top 8. However, top 8 are the only players that actually are going to be playing out for that first place slot. So basically, you can't bubble at X2-1, right? You can't go
That's one way to
8 wins, 2 losses and a draw to then squeeze into the top cut at 32nd, 31st at a YCS and then play out of your mind and make it all the way to the end and win. That's just not a thing you're going to be able to do anymore. Pricing distribution for top finishers remains the same even if you finish outside the top 8. Prizes will continue to be awarded to duelists depending on their final standing in the tournament, just as before. So basically, they think that it's a good change because players are incentivized to keep playing, and despite not making top cut, they still get pricing, which frankly is not what the players want. The player base want to be able to play out for the chance to not only top the event, but try to make a deep run in top cut.
Yeah, that actually is true.
We're
I
going to be
think
watching
that
13 rounds of Swiss when watching a YCS livestream instead of watching top 32 play out all the way to the end in single elimination, which is significantly less hype if you ask me. Now, change to
That's
section 4
fair
tournament
enough,
play. Section covers information about registering for a tournament. This doesn't really matter. The only big change here is they've removed the section for intentional draws, which if you didn't know, prior to this, intentional draws were not allowed. Intentional draws were not legal in Yu-Gi-Oh! However, with the new end of match procedures, which we'll go over in just a second, this subsection has been removed because with the new end of match procedures, matches can no longer end in a draw. You will always either have 1 winner, 1 loser, or 2 losers for any round that is played at any given event. This includes locals. So if you're just a player that goes to locals, this includes locals. Now, reporting match result, this is basically the same thing, right? In addition to the game loss applied to the next round for the duelist responsible for submitting a match result within 5 minutes in a round, both duelists will receive a match loss for the current round. So this is basically a change explaining that when reporting your match, you have to hand in the match slip within reasonable time, and if you don't, in line with the end of match procedures, both players will be given a loss. So we're about to talk about the end of match procedures here, but basically what this change entails here is that they're no longer going to be handholding you, trying to be like, oh, bring your matchup, you gotta take your matchup, or whatever. Basically, the moment the time hits 0, the match that has not been handed in within a 5-minute grace period after the end of the round, then you will automatically, you and your opponent, be given a loss for that round. Now, why would you be getting a loss for that round? Let's talk about the new end of match procedures. This is a big one, and if you guys haven't seen this, it's kind of dog shit, so let's talk about it. So it's an entirely new end of match procedure. Swiss rounds and single elimination will use the same end of match procedure. However, the big thing here is that when you're in single elimination, i.e. a top cut of a YCS, there is no more time. So this isn't going to factor into play. So it's only really going to come up when talking about Swiss rounds. If a match does not end with a winner, both duelists will receive a loss for the round. Meaning that when the 50-minute timer hits 0, if one of you has not won the match, has 2 wins in the match, has won the best of 3, if neither one of you has won the best of 3, both of you have lost the match. Crazy stuff. Absolutely insane. They played Worlds with these rules, and when they had first announced these changes for like regional circuit and stuff like that, people were really upset, and they are going through with it, which is fucking crazy. The final match of a single elimination tournament will no longer be timed. So basically, if you're playing out, essentially, if you're playing out like a regional top cut or something.
There are some people who were upset, but I think I noticed like competitive players also say it's like not as bad as people are making it out to be. So I'm not a huge fan. I know for sure, like Ben, I think the majority of people were upset, but I feel like the people who this was gonna affect were like, you know, like I was thinking of Ben K1W. His tweet, he had a pretty like heated tweet about basically like if like the public outcry actually gets Konami to revert these changes, he was gonna be so upset because these changes actually address the issues the previous time rules had. So I get why he's saying it, like, oh yeah, everybody hated this, can't believe they're going through with this. But I don't know. I feel like I felt like Ben's perspective was shared, just not the majority. No, I don't know. I mean, the other people have commented on this, competitive players mostly, but they've been pretty positive on this. So I don't know.
Stuff like that, which some regionals do. The last round won't have a timer. Some tournaments will have additional rounds of single elimination that will be untimed, but that will be posted in the event-specific FAQs. So basically, TOs have the opportunity to decide whether or not they want to have timed or untimed top cut. When the time ends in the round, the match is over. Neither duelist may begin or continue any action that may take place in the game. If you're in the middle of resolving a chain, doesn't matter. The chain does not continue.
I can pay
if
LP
you're,
card
siding for game 3, that game 3 never starts.
Yeah. That actually is good.
Actions. And one that is very important is you cannot concede. If the timer
it works the other way around.
Both
That's
players
true.
would receive a loss because let's say they're in the middle of game 3. One player cannot decide, well, I was probably losing this one, and it's not beneficial for us to both get a loss, so you just take the win. That is not something you're allowed to do. That would fall under the altering the result of a match section in the penalty guidelines, and would result not only in likely a disqualification, but potentially even a suspension. So if the timer hits 0, tough luck. It is a loss for both of you. You should have conceded before the timer hit 0, which is fucking crazy if you ask me. So if the match is not finished, then it would end in a double loss. Now keep in mind, this is a double match loss. This is not a double game loss, and a lot of people had this idea.
I've already said this before, but I think it's fine to be like, this is like very, it feels very severe to have this outcome. It feels very severe. Rather than let the game play out naturally. So yeah, I can understand that perspective. Like, this is like, what the fuck, bruh. If you don't like it, like that is that's fine.
In their head that like, oh, I'm up 1-0, so if we both get a loss, then I would win 2-1. That is not how that works. It is a double match loss. Both players receive a match loss, and both of you will basically have lost that round. So a match is considered finished when one of the duelists has either won 2 duels or lost 2 duels. If the duelists have completed 3 duels without the match finishing and there is time remaining in the round, if duels have ended in a draw, the duels will go into a 4th duel. So let's say you resolve Crimson Nova, burning both players for 3,000 simultaneously, and it results in a draw, you'll play a game 4. You know what I mean? So basically, in order to determine who won the match, someone needs to win twice or lose twice. If that result didn't happen, then a winner has not been determined, i.e. you would both get a match loss at the end of the time when the timer hits 0. In order to win a match, a duelist must win 2 games prior to the round time expiring. If neither duelist has won 2 games, the match ends as a double loss. The match ends as a double loss. Keep that in mind, okay? Not a double game loss, it's a double match loss, which is absolutely insane. It has been several years since the last end of match procedure change, so make sure you're prepared for your next tournament. So basically, 2 major changes that we need to go over here. The first major change is obviously the end of match procedures. This wildly changes the way that players are going to be playing. The big problem that is encountered with these end of match procedures is that there's going to be times where you're going to be in a game 2 situation where maybe your game 1 took a lot of time, right? Like sometimes you get a 30-minute game 1, that just happens. It just genuinely happens. So you'll get a 30-minute game 1, and then if you lose that 30-minute game 1 with 20 minutes left on the clock, it isn't realistic that you can potentially win that game. Win that match, I should say. So because it's not realistic that you can win that match, the big issue you're going to be encountering is that more often than not, you're going to basically be forced to concede.
Okay, I think he's right. Like in that situation, he's like I don't think that hypothetical is like out there. But in the previous time rules, you might get like stalled. But I guess that people would prefer to draw. You lose the time due to burn, within that game too, or something like that, or either win the game or like you end up with a draw. And I guess people would prefer to have the draw in that situation, which I guess that's understandable.
Even though your match hasn't been seen to its conclusion, because it's more beneficial for you with the tiebreakers that you lose and your opponent wins than both of you get a loss. Now, why is Konami doing this? They're doing this because this will ensure that A, there's no longer any collusion, any sort of intentional draws or whatever, that simply cannot happen because draws no longer exist. So they've removed a piece that the judges need to basically be policing during a tournament, so it makes the job for the judges a lot easier. And the other thing is that it also makes the job for tournament organizers easier because this means that matches won't be going several minutes into time. Like, it happens a lot where you'll see people go into time and they play into time for a half hour. We're not going to be seeing that. We're not going to be going a half hour into time because 5 minutes after the timer hits 0, the TO gets to just double loss anyone that hasn't reported their match, and then you keep on with the tournament. So basically, will this make tournaments run faster? Yes. However, this does come at one really shitty large problem.
Julius is the other
that
one.
get salty. They lost game 1 in a grind game, and they do
Simon
not
He in
have to win.
shambles.
Some players will choose to just play it out with the mentality of, well, if I can't win, you can't win either, and are going to want to take their opponent down with them, which in my opinion is extremely cringe. It's against the core ideology of wanting your game to be competitive. You know what I mean? I think that this is not a competitive rule set for time. I understand the idea of like play faster, get to the end of your rounds faster and stuff like that, but the whole problem, right, is that you want games that are high level to have a back and forth. These time rules basically say, if you're playing a back and forth game of Yu-Gi-Oh, you're taking too long. And the bigger issue, this is a big issue for me. I'm a rogue player. I've always played rogue decks all the time. And the problem with rogue decks is every time you play a rogue deck, your opponent has to pick up and read damn near every single
Yes. Jesse has mentioned this too with Crystal Beast. It's every time he plays Crystal Beast, it's also it takes a while to sequence at every card, but also the opponent has to read all his shit. This is actually true. I think this is like, well, true, more like a valid concern when deciding to choose a deck and when preparing for a tournament. This is actually a valid, like, okay, so I'll rewind it a little bit. Your health house emergency time if you lost game 1. Yeah. You'd still get like cooked. It's just the outcome might have been better or something like that. I don't know. It's still a bad situation regardless. Like you still get hostaged. But I feel like Santoli said previously, like now you don't really have that incentive. Maybe if it's out of your control, then it like really sucks. But I have a feeling like with the previous time rules, yeah, you're more likely to get scummed in those situations as well. So yeah.
All the time. And the problem with rogue decks is every time you play a rogue deck, your opponent has to pick up and read damn near every single card you play. And because they have to pick up and read damn near every single card you play, you go to time a lot. Not even because you're playing slowly, not even because you're taking time to think or anything like that, not even because your games go to a grind. It's just because your opponent is absolutely entitled to read every card that you play because they're not familiar with your cards. So because you're playing a rogue deck, you get punished for your opponent not having the knowledge of what your cards do, and this is going to result in a lot more losses. I've been playing Archmage a lot lately, and people need to read my cards. I like to have my decks in French. I picked up my entire Archmage core in English, specifically because I don't want to have to. I was scared of these time rules being implemented, which now they are, so good thing that I did that. But I was worried that I would have to.
Oh, I didn't even think about foreign language. Usually you provide translation, but that probably makes things harder. Like that makes things take longer. Yeah. No, but that's fine. That's also a valid concern.
Translations and stuff like that. And now, thankfully, I'm not going to have to do that. But that is a genuine fear, and this is something that's going to happen a lot at European tournaments. In European tournaments, not so much in North America. North America, most people just have English cards. But in European tournaments, a lot of European players are from different countries with different languages. So sometimes you have a French player sitting across from an Italian player. One player's cards are in French, one player's cards are in Italian. They have to read each other's cards. They have to go through Neuron constantly. That slows down the pace of the game by a lot. So that's going to be really, really tough. Genuinely going to be really difficult to end matches in a reasonable amount of time unless you have a matchup where both players are intimately familiar with what each other's cards do. So these end of match procedures are going to result in a lot of problems, despite the fact that yes, it is beneficial for the judges and for the TOs, but for the players, I think competitively, this is really, really bad. And now the other change that I really want to go over is this change here. I think this change is absolutely psycho. The changes to YCS Top Cut, no longer being top 16, no longer being top 32, no longer being top 64. Instead, we're playing out 2 additional rounds of Swiss, and then we are cutting to top 8. And I'm going to be so real, I don't understand the logic behind this one. As someone who was genuinely really excited to try really hard to top a YCS, topping a YCS for someone that isn't like a top 50 player in this game now feels like an unreachable goal. It doesn't feel reachable. It feels like you can't top 8 a YCS if you're someone like me who isn't someone who is at that level to make it to the finals of a YCS consistently and stuff like that. You know what I mean? Don't get me wrong, this means that the top 8 of any given YCS is going to be slightly more competitive, but I think it just makes it so much more difficult. And now, like, topping a YCS just isn't feasible. It isn't attainable. I genuinely don't understand why they did this, and I genuinely don't agree with this. I don't agree with this change. I think these 2 changes, the changes to the top cut system and the changes to the end of match procedures, are both to the detriment of the player base. Every single one of these changes feels like they were done by Konami, specifically with the idea that they want to make it easier on tournament staff rather than make it better for the players. They are actively choosing to make changes that are not beneficial to the player base, and I think that these are really, really freaking stupid. I'm not gonna lie. I think these changes are absolutely abysmal. So guys, let me know what you guys think in the comment section below. Do you guys agree with the new time rules? Do you guys agree with the change to top cut? What do you guys think? Do you guys like this? Because I'm gonna be real, I truly do not. I wanted to make this video just to go over it so that you guys were all aware. Make sure that you are aware of these new changes when you go to a tournament so that you don't get screwed by them. And with that being said, thank you guys so much for watching. I'll catch you in the next video. Peace!
Alright. Actually was not too bad. Actually was a lot better. You know what? Alright, Distant Coder. You are inflammatory as fuck. But you can also go right here. Yeah, you can go right here. This is in no particular order. Yeah, I think this is fine. This is like for like a negative, I would say, something that disagrees with the policy. I think it does a good job of explaining what's wrong, make some, you know, valid concerns that aren't just like completely fear-mongering. Shake his hand like yeah, I think no, I think this was that said, he did clickbait the fuck out of Konami just killed competitive Yu-Gi-Oh. Okay. All right. Finally, okay. There's more to react to. I just wait, what the fuck? Orm. Oh, Julian Kahan. Okay. It's the last one. Why is Sam bottom tier? What did I miss? He invited Triff in the it's like it could have been a 15-minute video, but he invited Triff and they just start, I don't know how to describe, started speaking in a language only they understood. There was just a lot of weird stuff and the Coder has been clickbaiting, I feel. He's always been. I feel like he let me go to Julian Kahan.
Best interest.
Okay. This is our world champion, guys. TCG. The Bozo to Bozo communication. Minecraft. I will say, yeah, the last the last 15 minutes of the video were incomprehensible. Trip Part 2 Pokemon thread, yeah. I mean, okay, so this is the last one. We should put this behind us. Yeah, Julian Kahan recently won TCG Worlds. As so it looks like a live react. But hey, 8 times so I can understand what he's saying. What do you mean? I'm sure he's understandable. I'll put him 1.75. This is very short, actually. Okay, so this will be a nice...
What's going on, guys? Julian here, back with another video. Today, a different kind of video. I don't know if you guys heard, but there are new rules, new policy updates to how YCSs and other events are going to work, so we're going to look at those today. So
watch the Decade reaction? No, not Decade.
Here, it's like a lot of text.
Okay,
first important thing is the time rules change. So now Swiss rounds have been updated.
I'll watch it, I'll watch it.
From 45 minutes to 50 minutes for tier 1, 2, 3.
Is the K9? Yeah, it's him. It's him. Here, let me click on this to make sure it's parked. Playing this until what the shut up. Okay, this is what Nif linked. Where's the ban list? Wait, not the Tonamel. Hi, Mr. World Champ. Yeah. We'll get back to the World Champ. Nif has a bit he wants to share with me. Oh my god. This is what this is good. This is really good. We're not reacting to playing this until the meta is fixed. Cool new MMORPG. Oh my god. All right. This looks like not my cup of tea. The delay ruined it because you clicked before this video. Oh, my bad. But no, it's okay. It's fine to detour. How's it going, Kepsi Wupsi? We are reacting to TCG. We're actually doing... It's going good. It's going good. We're just doing the react. There's a delay because of my internet, but oh well. Ooh. So stupid. Orm, yeah, Orm. We're also ranking how people... Okay. Oh, well, we're almost done with the ranking. This is the last video.
Your locals, your regionals, and YCSs as well. It says it right here. And it says for
This is
tier
the game
4
that
just
Arya
Worlds,
can't play?
that will
Oh,
be
that
announced for different
sucks.
events, whatever. We don't care about Worlds.
React Yapathon, yeah.
I guess I have a little bit of experience with these new time rules because that's how it works for the current Worlds. I will say I do like the fact that there will be no more like draws. I think that draws were like a detriment to the game, especially when players would intentionally draw in some scenarios to like boost both.
So
teams.
this is very interesting for me to hear about the intentional draw thing. I've always known they're illegal, but now people are just being like, "Fuck these! Glad these are fucking dead." The fuck intentional draws. So that's good to hear. That's enlightening to hear.
Both top. I do like that is gone. I do think
How many times
also
did Yu-Gi-Oh!
having more
Die
time is nice.
today?
Like realistically, if
This
you're
is kinda
playing
old
anything, you should
news,
never go to
but
45 minutes is already enough. 50
I'm
minutes is
behind
not
on
more than enough.
reacting.
The only annoying thing is obviously there are some games that
So,
do take a while because there's a lot of back and forth.
I thought it would be a
50
fun
minutes
way
is basically
to
what it, avoid that scenario.
rank all these.
So let's see what else has changed. Oh wow. Okay. So I don't know if you guys see this, but this one is crazy. Top cut now for all events will only be top 8.
XDD,
So that
true.
means that there's no more top 64. Hey guys, welcome to my deck profile. I got top 64. I got top 32. I got no more of that. It's only gonna be from now on top 8. And to make that like to kind of compensate with that, they added 2 additional Swiss rounds. So pretty much those 2 rounds of top cut that would have been there are now instead Swiss. That one's very interesting because it does show that like it's gonna be harder to top obviously from now because there's only 8 spots instead of like 32 or 64 based on the size of YCS. And that like you're just gonna have to now like no more mistakes in Swiss. Like no more the last round of Swiss I'm X2 like or I'm X1 I can lose. No more of that. The only thing that this benefits is like if you're having a really good Swiss run, then in the last round, like if you're XO or even if you're X1 in the last round, you should still be able to top and you can now afford to lose and then go straight into the top 8. So this has definitely pros and cons. Like it's gonna make it harder for like a lot of players to top just overall just again from this year. Like there's a quarter of top cut slots from like before to now. But as long as like if you're locked in and you have a good run, then it shouldn't be too hard now to actually try to win the event. Like topping is gonna be harder, but winning is gonna be easier if you can actually make it to top cut obviously because there's less rounds. But this is still crazy. This is a crazy change. I did not see this coming personally. I will say again, like, damn, this is crazy. But they are adding 2 Swiss rounds. There's gonna be a lot of Swiss now. Like, if you think about it, before, like a 1,500 person YCS had 11 rounds. Now there's gonna be like 13 rounds. And actually, I don't know if you guys.
Illegal to say you made top 64. True.
Kind of showing like how like what record you need to top. Also, these calculators like you have to take with a grain of salt because they don't like before I would say that they don't calculate like draws. Now they won't calculate double losses because double losses are gonna be a thing. That is another part of like the new time rules that if you get the time, there's no more draws. You will just both lose, and so that's definitely something that you want to avoid. You can see here that. If there's 1,500 people at a YCS, I would say like that's like the average. 13 rounds of Swiss and an 8-player top cut. Only 5.5 X2s will make it, so that's probably like 5 or 6. Probably more with the double loss again. But that means that if you're X1, you're guaranteed in. But being X1 after 13 rounds, that's not easy. And if you're X2, you need to have good tiebreakers to make it in. So if you lose 2 rounds early, like I'm not gonna lie, it's gonna be very tough. I will say that from what I've heard already, the pricing structure does not change in the case of like the top 16 Valors, the top 64 like YCS playmats. We'll definitely have to see if there's more information about that. But if you finish in Swiss in like the top 16, you should still receive a Valor. Top 32, you should still receive a card trooper.
Let's go.
So let's see. This is still the same. So yeah, game loss applied.
I'm gonna be really excited for that card
If the round
trooper.
ended in end of match procedures, you will both lose. Wow. Okay, so yes, this is what we talked about. Again, like you just don't want to go to time with these new time rules. Before going to time was already like no one wants to draw. There were alternate win conditions in time, like burning your opponent with certain effects or gaining life points with certain effects. Now going to time is not beneficial. And I will say, I've heard a lot of people talk about like obviously we kind of knew about these new time rules. Like before they had been announced and like people were talking about them. People have talked about how like if you go to time, like if you're losing already, there's no reason to scoop because your opponent, will lose also, and therefore there'll be one less person like the above bracket. I think that's some bull. Like you do not want to take your opponent down with you because it just makes your tiebreaker worse. Like we just talked about it.
That's some bull.
Only 5 X2 players will make it. If you make your own tiebreakers worse, like you're just shooting yourself in the foot. So you definitely like I would say this is not beneficial to you at all. It actually is more hurtful than
really
beneficial.
rad guy, really
like if we're talking about cheating, cheating is not good, not allowed. So throw that out of the window. I'm talking about naturally letting the game play out to where you're like in a position you'll 100% lose. Like all the time you're losing, but you're not dead yet, and so you're just like taking like normal actions and playing the game out, and then you just let the clock run out like naturally, and therefore both you and opponent lose. I think that you should not do that. I think that if you're in a losing position and your opponent is beating you, and there's like for example 1 minute on the clock, you should just scoop because having both you and your opponent lose will actually be more like detrimental to both of you because you will not have like worse tiebreakers rather than actually be beneficial where like you take one person out of like out of the bracket above you. Like I think that like if you are doing the other one, the latter where you're like, oh, I'm just gonna let the time run out naturally and then we'll both lose. You're just like preying on like the downfall of your opponent in the next 2 rounds. That's also still bad, right? Because people that you have lost to, you actually want them to do well in the rest of the tournament because they are your tiebreakers. So you actually like want like legit just
you just scoop now.
For them to do well in the rest of the tournament. And that starts with if you're losing, just surrender and then have better tiebreakers and then just lock in for the rest of the tournament. So the end of match procedures, we have entirely new end of match procedures. Swiss and single eliminations will use the same end of match procedure. If a match does not have a, like we talked about this, you will both lose. This one is really cool. I really like this. So I think one of the reasons why they're shortening it to a top 8 is also because they want to implement this no time in top cut rule, which I think is really, really good, right? Now there will be no more losing in time in top cut. Like top cut should be like the best of the best duels. Obviously still play at a reasonable pace, but at the same time, you're not now going to lose on time. They'll throw back to my like top 4 Orlando where I lost in time because I made some misplays, but I was still ahead in the game and I just lost in time because my life went too low. Like you don't want to lose like that in top cut. That's so like demoralizing. It's just not how Yu-Gi-Oh should be played. So yeah, so the double loss, we covered that. That's honestly pretty much it. So the major points again are no more top X whatever, like it's always gonna be top 8, as well as the time rules changing. I think that again the time rules, they're not perfect, but I think they're still an improvement of the previous time rules. And as long as people like aren't cheating, like no, I'm not, no quote, sorry. As long as people are not cheating and they're not like actually like stalling out their opponents to both take a loss. And I'll just put real quick, like if someone is slow playing you, judge, like do not let anyone slow play you, right? Like call a judge, you're not both going down for this. You call a judge, they'll give you a time extension if your opponent is slow playing, like you get that sorted out. So I do think that like these time rules are actually like an improvement on the previous time rules. There could definitely be like a few kinks here and there improved. Like for example, if you're like
I will say there is a bit of like
loss, but for now,
I don't know how to describe it, but like polite culture. If I don't know how to describe it, but people not wanting to seem like the asshole for calling a judge, and I think like you should not let that like prevent you, because I don't know, you don't want like Julian said, you don't want to let this some guy take advantage of you. And that's what judges are, judges are for. Round timers for finals is dumbest. Nice. Work harder to officially top it while also playing faster. Yeah, you're gonna have, yeah, exactly. No more free tops. No more. Yeah. Your deck profile, if you want a deck profile, you'll need to lock in. After locking in, I lost my train of thought, but yeah.
To live with, but yeah. So that's gonna be it for the update on the new rules. If you guys have any questions about them, leave them in the comments down below. We can start some conversations down there. And yeah, have a good day. Bye bye.
Okay. That was cool. That was pretty short. Okay, Julian. I don't know. Actually, I'll put you up here. But all right. Yeah, I mean, Sir Slicer tier is pretty good too. I don't know. Honestly, this is kind of a fake tier, but this was supposed to be fake too. But like, okay, I'm just saying it was fine for the first 15 minutes. Once Trish showed up, it was over. I think oh my god. Yeah. Honestly, there's a lot more like, how would I say it? Like, with the exception of Coder's video, there's a lot more positive like feedback towards the new rules. Probably it's no surprise it's all the competitive players. I mean, I kind of figured. No more top 16 through 264. Yeah, it looks like for the near future. It seems like, yeah. But I mean, all Coder did was disagree. But he was able to explain the the thing is about this video, some of these like reactions, if they reacted too early, there's like some missing information that would have probably have changed their minds a little bit. The Coder's thing was like he wants a top, so having everything be top 8, making a quarter of the available slots is probably like, I guess, demoralizing in a way. Which is understandable. That's like, in my opinion, tops should be more like individual achievements, and you if you set it as one of your goals, you want it to be, I guess, achievable. So I see where Coder's coming from. Coder's made because his goal, his goal became harder, exactly, and yeah. I feel like the top thing should never be because people be like, oh yeah, top 8 is not a real top or something like that. But yeah, top 8 is gonna be hard. Yeah, exactly. Look up. Hello, Julio. Yeah. But like overall, yeah. I mean, these guys actually read the what is the sound of Sir Slicer from Adventure Time make? You guys wanted me to pull up a Sir Slicer. He goes. They do it. I'll show you. I'll pull up the Sir Slicer video. Sir Slicer. What the fuck is this? Okay, yeah, I found it.
Foolish boy.
Here, I'll show you this Trislicer clip. Orm here. Orm.
Foolish boy. Without full body armor, you're weak. You do not look.
That's it. That's the reference. That's it. Okay. All right, finally we can move on to greener pastures. King King. Let me think. Okay, someone shared Hyper Whale Jover. This fucking okay, we'll start with the Farfa clip. Orm. Nine months ago? Bruh. Okay.
Although sometimes I check people's logs and then I see that they've been annoying me and I'm like, wait a minute, I recognize that name. That's always saying stupid things. And then I check their timeouts and it's like 0 bans, 37 timeouts. Ah, I think we found a problem, Andy. There's one notorious one. What's his name? Hyper Whale. Yeah, he's always around. That guy?
Brazil!
He's on his last legs.
Hyper Whale does show up. Oh, we can't see? Yomi, oh fuck, my bad. Orm. They deadass called this card? Oh no. What happened? Okay. Well, we can all right, I'll click on this. We can't see, sir. Shut up. This is what KBJ linked. Warm. Okay, we can all right, we can rewatch it. Sorry, I robbed you all of the react or like the
Although
content.
sometimes I check people's logs and then I see that they've been annoying me and I'm like, wait a minute, I recognize that name. That's always saying stupid things. And then I check their timeouts and it's like 0 bans, 37 timeouts. Ah, I think we found a problem, Andy. There's one notorious one. What's his name? Hyper Whale. Yeah, he's always around. That guy?
Brazil!
He's on his last legs.
Yeah, I've seen Hyper Whale around. So far he hasn't like gotten on my he's not on thin ice or anything. Honestly, it's taken me a while to realize his bits. So, but no, oh, fucking worm. Okay, so I guess we, I do see Hyper Whale everywhere. So, okay, let me, okay, what's next? Okay, we're done with, okay, Neg 1. We can react to Neg 1. Whale is a chill guy. Yeah, he seems chill. I don't know what he did to Farfa. I don't know what he did to Farfa. I'm not gonna lie. He used to be worse? Okay. I'm not reacting to Joshua Schmidt's update video. Okay. Oh, Worm was disgusting. Spam. Okay, I do notice the spam, but I literally have a command that's mitosis. Exclamation mark mitosis. That I see no difference. Ooh, response to Soda TCG. Who wants to continue the saga? Last time I reacted to it, I was like, okay, this is just some. There's a bit of cap. But whatever. I don't know. Going in, it felt like some popcorn. Soda's original video was like, the Charmies are basically Maxi, and he was just sharing like his reasoning is basically pretty basic stuff about why people don't like Maxi and applying it to the Charmies or whatever. So there's this. All right, what else? WCS 2025 Maxi statistics. I mixed the. I don't know. I read the original article. Actually, Genmu tweeted about this and got the guy to respond. Maybe we could tie that in. I'll be honest. I don't feel like it's super. Oh, he's just taking. This is just excerpts from. Where's the Reddit thread? I'd rather get. I'm sorry, I'm not reading it off MDM. If I had to. Whatever. So there's that. Charmy bad, game bad. There's the Shane interview with Aaron McInnes, but I already watched that on my own time because Genmu and I were talking about this in DMs. Oh yeah, sorry, flashbang. All right, MDM hater, but they just literally took the fucking article. I'm just gonna click on the original. I resisted for 2 months, but finally gave in. Are we doing what did he mean by this? That was Soda's opinion? Pretty much, I guess, yeah. I mean, oh, I saw this live. I saw this live, the ice cream one during the WCS. I saw this live, Genmu, while I was with Genmu and KBJ. Genmu linked it to me, and then like I had to go on her stream to like react to it live. Yeah. Okay, this looks good. Okay, we're drifting away from Yu-Gi-Oh. Okay, let's try to get the Yu-Gi-Oh stuff out of the way, and then we. GG Uma Musume, a combination. Okay. He's talking about no fab, Orm. Okay, this other one. Inevitability of Gardevoir. Pokemon TCG. I know she's like one of the the top 4 decks or something, Gardevoir. Is there anything else I'm missing? I mean, there's probably others. Oh! I don't think we're gonna get to this one, but I need to remember. Drawn by Dirty Old Man? Bruh. Alright, we can get rid of the... Okay, we'll keep Warmworm around. This is gonna take so long, so I don't know if we're gonna get to it. Almost every Gardevoir release is good. Holy shit! I actually wanted to look through this, but this is the quote tweets for this one are pretty interesting, but there's some misinformation, and I just like maybe we don't. The delay Orm W Orm. I know. Sorry about the delay. At least there's no lag. Okay, I think that's most things. I will have to redo the backlog because I think I missed a couple things. All right, -1. Hello, I am -1, a competitive Duel Links player. I only know English. That's cute. Am I logged into my? Ooh, I am. This is my note account. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I think it's so cute. There's like some like thank you when you like. That was cute. All right, -1. All right, how long is this? Orm. I mean, okay. I ran out of words. Oh my god. Okay. You by JP DL players? I'll get my like I like it when yeah, -1. Okay. We can do this. Hello, I am -1, a Duel Links player from North America. This report is intended to cover my approach to deciding decks, some important deck decisions, while building decks, and reflection on what I can improve upon going forward. Some sections are lengthy, so feel free to navigate to whichever portion you find most engaging. Please enjoy. Aw, alright, sure. Squad. Paris 2 is one of the first people I contacted to prepare for WCS together. This is partially because of its success in September and November, but largely because of February KC Cup. I judged that it was not something you can accomplish without a lot of practice, and I would rather prepare with people who practice a lot than people who practice barely. Sniffus, I thought, didn't qualify at first because after WCQ ended, I joined a voice call and heard German words mixed with English swears. After a few minutes, I found that Sniffus passed Moisture in the last 30 minutes. Apparently, all that swearing was a good thing. On the bright side, we would be able to prepare together for WCS. That's crazy. That's so funny. Just... Dude, okay, I once joined a VC with a bunch of pro players, and they, like, kicked me out of the Discord immediately. They fucking kicked me out. I was like, holy shit. And then, the Discord wasn't very active, so I think they thought no one would join. And they're like, who is this Joe Biden guy? And they just fucking kicked the fuck out of him. I ended up returning, but I think they stopped using that Discord. For I can tell you, it was Tommy Rowe's Discord. He had a he had a YouTube channel back in the day. When DP, when he, back when he talked with like Prank Kids or whatever. Joe Biden, I know. But it was very inactive. So I think they thought it was like, I'll be honest, I guess Tommy Rowe forgot it was publicly accessible. So who? Yeah, he's kind of washed now, but he's been to Worlds before. Let's raid his Discord and spam warm. No, that's not raid. No raiding. But yeah. Tommy Rowe had a Discord that was accessible from his YouTube channel, by the way. Some players thought it, I don't know, I guess they forgot it wasn't public. It was public. And then I honestly didn't know what I was expecting, by the way, because like no way they're gonna let me join in VC. I was just gonna spectate. But yeah, I got kicked immediately. Holy shit, that was scary. W Orm, yeah, W Orm. But yeah, that's some little bit of lore. A little bit of lore in case you guys that was a core memory too that just got unlocked. Okay. WCS format. As a brief reminder, I will cover the basics of the WCS rules before outlining expectations of what will constitute a strong deck. Ooh. 5 decks, at least 3 legendary decks. Shared card pool across decks. By legendary decks, do they mean like, is there a specific, like a legendary duelist or something? I actually don't know what that means. Like, what's the distinction? Shared card pool across decks. Cannot repeat characters or skills. Limit 1 and limit 2 cards. Cannot be used more than 1 or 2 across decks. Oh, yeah. Oh, shit. Shared card pool. 3 shared cards. Shared cards can bypass the previous card pool limitation rules. Oh, that's interesting. Okay. Each deck can only be used once per round, resulting in a best of 5. Typically, the metagame for WCS will be similar to the metagame outside of WCS, but the rules create some stipulations. 3 legendary... Okay, I guess he explains it. My bad. 3 legendary decks required, meaning a maximum of 2 archive decks can be used. In their current meta, many of the strongest decks are archive decks. Additionally, there are decks that are competitive and interesting to consider, but because they are archive decks, they will have to be discarded. Means specific skill for one character. Ah, okay, thank you. Any archive deck being considered has to be demonstrably stronger than Shaddoll and Despia. So early on, it was decided Shaddoll and Despia would be popular and should be included. Having a bad matchup against the best deck isn't a reason a deck should be discarded. In WCQ, if a deck had a bad matchup against Shaddoll, it was a bad deck. In April, if a deck had a bad matchup against Resonator, it was a bad deck. In February, if a deck had a bad matchup against Salamangreat, it was a bad deck. At WCS, if a deck has a bad matchup against the best deck, it will count for 20% of your games at maximum. With this in mind, it's more important to have a strong matchup against many popular decks than have only one single strong matchup against the most popular deck. 3 shared cards open many possibilities. Last year, there was only 1 shared card allowed. Preparation began on the expectation that we only get 1 shared card. But with 3, it was very easy to build decks. Thanks to this, I think most players would agree that there are no problems making compromises with tech cards. Legendary decks are basically anime decks? Okay, got it. Prediction chart. To help get an idea of what decks would be popular at WCS, we made an attempt to map every deck participants used in the past year of KC Cups and qualifiers. There we made predictions based on which decks each player owned, what playstyles they were partial towards, who they practiced with, or anything else that may indicate a pattern in their decisions. Notably, when we learned Shelmy would not be able to attend WCS, we removed his decks from the chart. Let's see. Green spaces were to indicate uncertainties as some players were less public with their information. We also left some of our own decks as green because we were uncertain about what the lineup would be at the end. Matchup chart. Oh my god. That's good. This is awesome. This is awesome. This is actually like, if I locked in, this is something I would do. Oh, okay. I love seeing it. Using the prediction, we can incorporate it with the following matchup chart made by testing individual matchups. Matchups colored blue are tested such that we were decently confident in their accuracy, while matchups in yellow were tested a little but not enough to be sure of the percentage. Please keep in mind the data presented specifically for WCS format with testing performed with other WCS players and may not be reflective of best of 1 ranked ladder or best of 3 tournament environments. Oh. Visa issues? Aw. Da, da, da. There are a few important points I want to identify, but first I'll explain how to interpret them. First, I want to highlight the unweighted and weighted columns. Unweighted is a simple average of all matchups. Weighted multiplies each deck's matchups with the popularity of the corresponding deck. Ooh. If a deck has a strong matchup against Shaddoll but loses the hero, the deck will have a weaker unweighted but a stronger weighted. Because if nobody uses hero at WCS, then it doesn't matter how bad the matchup is. True. Using this model, we are able to estimate the average win rate of each deck as long as we have a general sense of what will be popular. Additionally, it updates automatically with the inputs of the prediction chart, so we want to look at hypothetical situations where every player brings hero or AG, and we can enter in the prediction chart, and the weighted column will apply it. This information will produce a tier list, however, this soon proved inaccurate. Non-fusion area. Orm. I guess there is a... I did see it in Duel Links though. I forgot what deck flipped it. It wasn't Chimera, it was Speedroid. Speedroid played non-fusion area. Bad deck. True. Damn. Gustos. Heroes on the spreadsheet during the first few weeks of practice. However, after testing thoroughly, it was judged to be too weak to be a viable choice. You know what? We can put back the... Hey, it's Hyper Whale. Should all my beloved wait and see? Hero was on terrorism. Fuck. Hero was on the spreadsheet. to judge to be viable choice, and it was only included on the tier list for reference. We can easily determine the first 4 decks to include in the lineup, but there are 2 oddities we noticed. Best decks all use archive skills, and difference between some of the legendary decks is negligible. Non-fusion area. Vinema, yeah. Shortened to NFA. Yep. I can't believe this became like a viable. That's so gross. The above tier list was made with initial assumption that each deck would be played as they traditionally are played. This is a major oversight because oftentimes people will build decks on ranked or 4 tournaments that will excel in a specific environment, and WCS formats different enough that it behooves you to challenge these biases. "50 hours before deck submission, we decided on what decks we would use for WCS. We were pretty satisfied with our preparation. 48 hours before deck submission deadline, I played against Comma 3 on ranked, and he was using non-fusion area in Sky Striker. Our entire testing group went into panic mode and began retesting as many matchups as possible. What used to be a safe call to bring Despia now became an uncertainty as Sky Striker and NFA completely reverses multiple matchups. We had previously tested other decks with NFA, but ultimately were unsure if it would be worthwhile to bring them, but now seeing another WCS player using NFA, we were less certain about our initial judgment. Versus Despia, Striker's biggest weakness was the board wipe, but since Despia doesn't run back over it, essentially auto loses to NFA. Going second is not an issue because Striker already excels at breaking boards. And if NFA is used on turn 3, then it should help win the game. Orm versus Shadal, Striker does not auto win if it draws NFA, but after Kagari recycles engage, a skill can be used to send Kagari and draw 1, thereby denying bonus value from the opponent. Versus Chimera, this matchup doesn't change too much, but the turn 1 is often insufficient to defend against a strong Chimera hand, as Chimera also uses Kaijus. Horrible matchups versus Ancient Gear, horrible matchup for Striker, especially because Cleatfork Genius can negate NFA while maintaining an immunity from Widow Anchor. NFA helps, but 2 are required in order to effectively auto-win the matchup. Yeah. Dude, I remember NFA from fucking... Bro, I played Teller Knights. This shit was in my side against it all. Yeah, I got it. The skill. With this change in perspective, we had to retest many matchups. There is no exaggeration to say NFA was an iconoclastic force towards our previous assertions. Bruh. NFA Sky Striker might be the best deck. The ability to deep draw into NFA turn 1 makes it a least strategy when it already breaks boards in its case so effectively. Speedroid observes the biggest change going from one of the weakest decks to one of the strongest. This is partially because the turn 2 is already strong, but turn 1 can use Speedroid, Fuki, Mudoshi, Piper to access high impact cards such as NFA and Magic Deflector. Magic Deflector is a powerful addition as it shuts off all cards people want to use that stop Crystal Clearway. Holy shit. Despia is still strong, but goes down slightly because many matchups that were previously here are closer to 50-50. Will become unfavored. Chimera moves down because it already had difficulty going second, but now there are even more games where it should never win. Salamangreat, Utopia, and Crystal Beast all improve because they do not fusion summon. Crystal Beast does fusion summon a monster, but it's not treated as a fusion summon. And logically improved by the introduction of a dead card. Utopia and CB are unlikely to use NFA, but Salamangreat can reliably use a card because you can discard it for skill against a deck where it is useless. Nice. When condition involves fusion summoning, but against Sky Striker, you can negate NFA with Cleatfork Genius, resulting in a dominant matchup for AG. Its position on the tier list remains unchanged. Orm. Final decision. There was a lot of discussion about what the best lineup would be. Ultimately, we decided as a group that not enough testing had been performed to make such a drastic change to the lineup, and if there was an oversight, then we would be punished severely for making a decision on limited information. We checked the matchup card. A lot of Striker matchups are still yellow, indicating they require more attention. But we had an immutable deadline of August 18th to submit decks. As my understanding, Master Duel deadline for WCS was the 25th. And if possible, I would appreciate if Konami made all digital games have the same deadline going forward. I was very adamant on using Sky Striker, and I felt Speedroid was once again worth consideration, but I felt it would be a trail of trust to use those decks after the group had decided not to use them. If I were to change anything, I would think this was my biggest mistake while preparing. Playing a deck you don't believe in is a recipe for regret. Buh. Chimera. Okay, Droplet. What do you search off this? Okay. Oh, I see the Fiendish. Oh, I have to keep refreshing this. This is so annoying. KBJ was having this issue. Warm. But yeah, I don't know the skill off the top of my head. This finish looks really nice. This red letter, prismatic looking. This looks so good. Oh, this looks so good too. The blue text on the purple. Bruh. Chimera was judged to be a strong deck because you expect most matchups to be 50-50. So even if you play against your opponent's best deck, you have a decent chance at victory as long as you go first. In hindsight, I think this may have been too optimistic. 50% win rate shouldn't be enough to win one WCS. But still an acceptable mindset to have when other legendary decks can't even reach 50%. Did you just close the W Orm? Okay, fine. There you go. I'll click the... Oh, W Arm. We wanna be free. I did not get to go first with Chimera, but even if I did, this deck that could be removed and lineup might improve. I would like to highlight a few cards. Lava Golem against Utopia. Remove 2 Utopias. Against Espia, where both players play passively, so Lava Golem forces opponent to act first, otherwise it will die to the burn effect. It's also fire, so unlike Radiant, it cannot be used as fusion material. Nice. He's back. Yeah, he's back. Camelum. Searched by Big Wing, Burfame, and the Pendulum effect can use the OTK Ancient Gear. Typically, Ancient Gear will end on Dweller and Sandfawn, but with Canopy you're able to OTK the board by giving Chimera the Illusion Beast Piercing. Ooh. I love these cute interactions. Duel Links is so good, so cool for this. These random ass like I'm trying to think of my experience with. I don't feel like Onomat had something like that. I guess Gaga Bolt. So take my hand, it's open. But Gatling Gold does not target, inflicts damage by effect. To destroy Ancient Gear Chaos Giant. Even if the opponent uses Ancient Gear Fortress, this Chaos Giant is unaffected by Fortress and its protection effect. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. I remember this. Yeah. Despia. I'm guessing. Okay, I guess. Very interesting. These are 30 card decks. Oh yeah, Dark Lords. For SPs, it was judged that Dark Lord Morningstar was critical to winning most matchups, but there are 2 cards I want to highlight here. Beat Caught from the Underworld, ooh. Shared by Tyrus and is good for clearing the field turn 1 after resolving necessary searches. Ah! This is intended turn 1 against Shadal and Speedroid to deny them extra value from skills. Ooh! Yeah, I heard the skills nowadays have like not modular, but like they change depending on whether you're going first or second. So I imagine you just get rid of the field. Dark Lord Tezcatli Polka. It is useful to protect the first Dark Lord from opponent's destruction, but it's mostly here to ensure Ancient Gear cannot kill with only engine cards. If you do not understand, please watch Paris 2 versus LE Khan, for example, is round 3, game 4. Alright. Should we take a detour? I'm down. Is this only viewable? Do I have to open up the client? Paris 2 versus LE Khan. Recon Duel Links. If only your opponent controls a monster, nice. Okay. Okay. Round 3, game 4. Yeah, I know about Tezcatli Polka. That card's cool. Has section protection. But I guess, okay. I guess I won't be able to find it. At least not easily. Super Polymerization, a strong card in Despia mirror match, but we expected too many monsters would not be light or dark to use Super Poly reliably. Unless you're summoning Starving Venom, Super Poly costs too many cards to remove only one from an opponent, and Despia and Queritus isn't very impactful. Number 68, Sanafond. It was assessed to be strong against Resonator, Speedroid, Chimera, and even Salamangreat, but Beat Cop is useful against Shaddoll, which is deemed to be more important. Yeah. Alright, Resonators. The Tuning Gum cracks me. Oh shit! They have the final Bringer of the End Times. That card's cool. Oh shit. Damn. Evidently strong deck for the event. I think this is supported by many WCS competitors succeeding with the deck. The hardest part of Resonator is deciding what cards to use because there are many options but not enough space to fit them all. Is this also 30 cards? Dang, that's crazy. Red Rain is a strong card for instance, but we decided that having a dead card turn 2 was too much of a liability, so the tech cards were hand traps and quick play spells. Drone Lockbird, impossible to defeat turn 2, even when Resonator opened Forbidden Droplet and negate Dweller. Droll is chosen to help stymie Chimera's turn 1, as well as the turn 1 of many other search heavy decks. This card is weaker against Shaddoll, but Shaddoll was already viewed as a weak matchup, and improving the other matchups was agreed to be more important. That's fair. Yeah. Yeah. Final Bringer of the End Times, capable of removing important cards and dodging effects that attempt to interrupt Scarred Dragon Archfiend, acts as additional copies of Forbidden Droplet. Nice. I like this card a lot. Final Bringer of the End Times, goated card. Oh yeah, Shaddoll. Let's go. AD Changer, let's go. I'm not familiar with this Shaddoll. Also 30 cards. Jeez. There's Genius, Hound. Shaddoll have the least explained, but this is mostly because Shaddoll succeeds or fails depending on how you play a deck. Many other WCS competitors use cards such as Forbidden Droplet or Final Bringer of the End Times in Shaddoll. Personally, I like using hand traps or a light attribute as my tech cards because they double as combo pieces. Forbidden Droplet can help in some games, but I believe it is more important to have access to Nibiru or Veiler because Forbidden Droplet is more important as a card to negate Winda or Masquerade. But Shaddoll is not a dark that loses automatically without a response to one of those. Should allow you to pop 2. Yeah, that's fair. The game Shaddoll loses are typically to combo decks that end on Dweller, so Nibiru is better suited for those cases since many of those combo decks have ways to bypass the Droplet. Salamangreat. Oh shit. Wait, this shit got limited to semi? Orm. What happened here? Wow. Last few days of preparation, I told Paris 2 to focus on Salamangreat and I could work on the other decks because I was more confident I could make improvements to Chimera and Resonant. I believe Paris is the strongest Salamangreat player. I made contributions to the deck like suggesting Book of Eclipse and NFA, but whatever build he made, I knew I could rely on. That being said, I do believe some minor improvements could have been made and we'll mention them later. Following section will go into detail on Salamangreat and why it was used. While an initial look may make Salamangreat a poor choice, but there were a number of discoveries and plays that improved Salamangreat's standings. Please understand that a long explanation is necessary because many people have asked me why I use Salamangreat. I expect a short explanation will not suffice. Is this like how people were like, Ray, why did you bring Sword Soul to MD Worlds 2023? Why didn't you bring Exo Sister? Didn't you see Emre? Oh my god. Expectation Salamangreat versus Shaddoll, but after expectation was 15 versus 85, but after playing it was revised to 5 versus 95. Or I think it may be higher if the build changes. Turn 1, Salamangreat and board is completely defeated by a single Shaddoll fusion. Turn 2, Salamangreat cannot play into Winda without a tech card like Book of Moon. Additionally, Nibiru, the Primeval Being, is a common hand trap used by Shaddoll. So even if Shaddoll opens very few engine pieces, then unlikely Salamangreat is able to succeed. These are all things that discourage me from using Salamangreat, but because of the inclusion of non-fusion area, there is hope. Example, starting hand. It may appear that the hand does not include non-fusion area, but please be patient because Salamangreat is quite flexible. The first few steps of the combo are rather well known, so I won't explain them to not waste time. Wait, the fuck? Salamangreat of Fire is in the game? Orm. Gazelle, Spinning revives, links into Balinks, and Gazelle summons Send Circle. Gazelle will send Transcendence, but here Gazelle sends Salamangreat Circle. This will be relevant later in the turn. Oh shit, Fennec. Balinks to Fennec to some time will add recurrence. Field Spell and Reincarnation to Sunlight Wolf. Add back Circle. Mole to Balinks. But against Shaddoll, you are disadvantaged by having any monster on field because of the Shaddoll skill and Shaddoll fusion. Let's go Pyro Phoenix. And target Pyro Phoenix with Mirage Stalio. Oh, Mole draw 2. Oh, the Mole draw 2. With no monsters left on the field, Salamangreat Mole is able to target 4 link monsters and 1 Xyz to return to the extra deck, draw 2 cards. It's important because we already thin the deck from 26 to 20, in part because of Salamangreat Circle. So we have an increased chance of drawing into our win condition against non-Shaddoll, against Shaddoll non-fusion area. Recurrence will recycle 2 Salamangreat monsters for next turn, and Shell can be used to trigger Gazelle and activate Falco. Those familiar with Salamangreat should recognize the advantage of this line when considering the disadvantage of the standard opening has against Shaddoll. I think the main mistake with Salamangreat was that the final build was only using 1 non-fusion area. After some calculation, 3 copies are used, and Salamangreat accesses the trap roughly half the time. In short, I think some failure of Salamangreat was a deck building mistake. Damn, that's actually really interesting. That's actually really cool. For this matchup, I want to explain the way Salamangreat deals with a turn 1 Masquerade when paired with a Dark Lord. Morningstar board wipe. It's common to open a tech card that will negate Masquerade or flip it face down, but it's important to describe how Salamangreat wins even without those cards. That's crazy. That's actually really impressive. Just, I'll keep track of life points for reference. So you open like this. Skill adds Bison and beat Bison. Let's go. Add Gazelle. Minus 600. Balinks don't use effect. Oh shit, I forgot Balinks checks the Morningstar wipe. Ooh. Don't activate effect. Sunlight Wolf. Special summon Bison. Return 1 Balinks, negating Masquerade. Ooh. Yeah, everything's protected by Balinks. Yeah. Gazelle can be used to send Transcendence and recycled by Sunlight Wolf. No TKs likely fall. Yeah, 1600 LP. You can also afford to use Salamangreat Circle to search for Bison. Or DD Crow to stop Branded in red if it is used early. So even if it may seem like you spent most of your life points, you should be able to win 0 techs versus 0 techs. Yo. That's hype. Salamangreat. What the fuck is this board? This is crazy. What? Oh, I need a refresh. Fucking Nightbot. This is actually really okay. What the fuck is this board? This board is crazy. When discussing this matchup, it may seem reasonable that the standard Utopia end board should be a win against Salamangreat. This was the case, but I'm sure many other WCS participants thought this was the case, but after practicing with Paris 2, he told me that Salamangreat can win even with 5 Salamangreat cards. It sounds ridiculous, but I'll try to show it in detail. This is the most lengthy portion of the strategy, so it does not interest you. I'm interested. How the fuck do you beat this? This is literally Cross, brothers. This card is literally Ryzeal Cross. It's like 2 negates and... Oh, the On-Dweller. Worm. This is insane. To break the board with only Salamangreat cards, we require access to 3 Salamangreat monsters that special summon from hand. Circle can also search another name, and Gazelle can also be opened, but this is roughly what you want the hand to look like to break the board successfully. Set Jaguar. Balinx. Mole. Don't activate effect. Link into Sunlight Wolf, Special Foul, recycle a Salamangreat 9. Use red to unlock the set counter trap with Foul by discarding the card added to hand from Wolf, so the opponent satisfies negate Foul early for 2 reasons. If Foul targets a counter trap, if one of the raids attempts to target Foul, then Salamangreat can change shell and hand to dodge the negate. Oh, early. Ah, okay. Before it even activates. If Pegasus is used to negate Foul, then Foul can be used a second time sending itself. It can no longer be negated by the Utopias. Oh. Utopia will typically negate early. Cards that have used their effects will be noted with counters. Bison can target both Balinx and Graveyard. And since Bison can negate cards and not just monsters, forced to negate, otherwise it will deny 2 interruptions. Whoa, Bison's cool. Man, I wish I had a Bison. Opponent attempts to negate Balinx here, the line changes. Or is he gonna become DL filled at this rate? I have always liked DL, it's just like wasn't sustainable with Master Duel. And once I like broke like a week of not doing dailies, I just lost interest. But yeah, this is awesome. Link Sunlight and Balinx into Heatleo, target the remaining interruption, counter trap off Pegasus. We're almost done with the article. This actually went pretty fast. The line changes, Link Sunlight and Balinx into Heatleo, targeting the remaining interruption. Okay. Normal summon. Okay, I'm not really gonna read this, I'm gonna be honest. The pictures were very helpful in understanding. Attack with Pyro Phoenix, use field spell to reduce and gain life points. Becomes difficult for Utopia to OTK through the Balinx and the Salamangreat of Fire in Graveyard, since making a large Utopia roll we met with Salamangreat of Fire destroying. Yeah, I like this effect in Grave. If there is the Chi-Chi effect to just pop yourself during damage calculation so you don't even deal damage. Epoxy in Graveyard will be used to pop the ZW equipped to Utopia, thereby deactivating their only disruption. With this in mind, we will continue assuming the opponent does not negate Balinx. Deal back to the economy? Yeah. Damn. Once again, if the opponent attempts to negate Salamangreat of Fire, the line changes. I'm not gonna... Add Gazelle. Link Balinx Special Gazelle. Try to negate to get Gazelle from hand. You can link it to Heatleo, then Pyro Reincarnation, wipe attack. This is so much. Holy shit. You get the same gates as tried before. If they do not negate Gazelle, you send Transcendence, recycle Transcendence with Sunlight Wolf, link it to Heatleo to eat the trap or Pegasus, then Reincarnation the Heatleo to remove the other, then link it to Pyro Phoenix, then Transcendence the Pyro Phoenix or board wipe, and reach the desired game state. The play to win against you is not obvious, but it's possible with only Salamangreat cards. If you open Transcendence, Book of Eclipse, Book of Moon, you can force out the opponent counter trap in different ways, but it's important to outline what is possible with only Salamangreat cards with a contributor as to why I judge Salamangreat to be a decent choice. Yeah. This is where I talk about all the decks that suck. A lot of time was invested in deck selection. I may as well share some. Ancient Gear. What is this? Oh, so I guess they get OTK'd through this board? That's crazy. Wow. Link Spider? Bruh. Alright, Crystal Beast. Crystal Buh. Gusto. Okay, I actually don't know. He did mention Gusto on the tier list. Underrated, but I couldn't justify bringing the deck over to Despia. I've gone back and forth on 2 Musto versus 2 Cam, but 2 Musto is probably necessary to ensure you negate Masquerade. More testing would be required depending on whether it finally places on tier list outside of the OECS format. But I think the deck is a lot of fun, and I enjoyed practicing it while I could. There are a lot of underdeveloped possibilities, without a doubt. Wording skill permits you to search Dragoonity Remus, which acts as Dragon Ravine. From there, you can combo to rip 3 cards from opponent's deck, creating almost 3 guaranteed wins against SVO, CB, Chimera, and many other decks. Damn, Nightbot. Do they need to play 2 Rainbow Dragons? Orm. Sky Striker. No, it sucks. It was a strong contender at the end, but ultimately was not included. Notably, Comma 3 used only Link monsters. I personally, I like using 1 or 2 Xyz monsters, namely Gallant Granite and Tornado Dragon. Gallant Granite can be used to add Nibiru against relevant decks. Tornado Dragon paired with Eagle Booster is strong against Utopia because otherwise Burner Visor can be used to attack directly. Enemy Controller was the limit one I planned on using, but I think Reinforcement Armor is also a strong choice, and there's an argument to which is better. Speedroid. Or version of Speedroid was constructed near the deadline and was heavily considered, but also was included. Magic Deflector, as mentioned previously, stops all counter cards used combat. Crystal Clear Wing, in addition to stopping all fusion plays from Despia Chimera. His Panacea Speedroid has been greatly in need of and improves the deck significantly in my opinion. I also would like to discuss another card here, Speedroid Wheel, or this card's so cool. I remember my friend hating rolling a 1. I think 2. I saw all Speedroid use Wheel. After I began testing Speedroid, I thought the Wheel was horrible and should not be used at all. After even more testing, I think Wheel might be awful. Weaknesses Wheel are clear. Additional monsters are necessary to include in the deck. You have to rely on the chance to see what cards you summon. That being said, the alternatives are more normal summons, Marble Machine and Hound, and more cards to search Terratops, Speedroid, Scratch, and Wind Channeler, so we should consider the weakness of those cards as well. More normal summons. 2 normal summons will always make a hand slower, so it is more difficult to play through disruptions. Going second, you will only ever want 1 normal summon because the second one can only be discarded for skill or another effect. Terratop is strong, can't always afford to lose a card to begin with playing. If the opponent used Effect Veiler, then Veiler negating Terratop will be like Veiler negating a normal summon. But you also have lost an additional card to reach an identical disadvantageous position. Going second, you will often have access to Terratop with a skill, so these cards are costly when you need more usable cards to play through attractions. Wheel requires additional monsters X to less space for tech cards. Plays much better through disruptions, whether that be Book of Moon, Forbidden Droplet, Book of Eclipse. You can directly summon a Link 2 without using your normal summon. This way, Wheel behaves as a separate play, does not compete with your normal summon. Yeah. Here's the payoff for each dice I found. Red Eye dice. 2 Red Eye dice. 1 Red Eye dice and 1 Marble or 1 Daiko Duke. 1 Red Eye dice and 1 Daiko Duke. Oh, yeah. This is where Wheel starts to become interesting because Daiko Duke can revive another tuner. Represents 2 cards, both itself on field and the revive. Yeah. 1 Red Eye dice, 1 Piper, 1 Marble Machine, 1 Daiko Duke. Similar to 4. Sometimes you will have the option to summon Yo-Yo and dice to summon Haguita, and often Daiko Duke is more important. one Deck Duke and one Hound, only outcome that doesn't access dice. But accessing Hound allows you to use the grave effect on follow terms, so there's some value there. We say Wheel is +1/3. Additionally, Wheel can discard trap cards that are... Oh, is this +1/3? From this, we can say Wheel is +1/3. Additionally, Wheel can discard trap cards that are otherwise weak turn 2, so we have no use against Synchro Xyz or Link. I think Speedroid was a strong choice. If I were to play WCS again, I think I would include it 100%. Damn. Master of Illusion. Utopia. I'm almost done with the article. Oh, I did skip some sequencing, but and I didn't really read the the Chimera, the what's it called, Ancient Gear. There isn't a lot to say about. Oh, let me see the Utopia. Xyz import. Let's go. There's a lot to say about Utopia that is new, so I'll keep it brief. Utopia wasn't chosen because we agreed it was too telegraphed. Utopia turn 1 is strong, but most decks are built with a game plan in mind to come back to turn 1, so if they're met with it, there's no issue. Additionally, there is very little skill expression with Utopia, such that you will lose and win games outside of your control. Most decks will defeat Utopia every game if Utopia doesn't have a tech card going second, which is maybe concerned, but not many tech cards will also improve Utopia's turn 1. It was still considered heavily, and it was a 6th choice at the end, but I couldn't find a change to make the deck to my liking. Following decks were also investigated to varying degrees, were discarded: Shark, Floor, Adamastor, Raw, Hero, Shitall Dogmatica. The portion will be dedicated to my reflections on my process, my performance, and other miscellaneous factors. I think my methodology for choosing decks was strong, and I think I will continue to do the same going forward. It's how I made many decisions in 2024, so I felt there was no need to change this part of the process. Working with the group had drawbacks I will go over, but overall I still think it was a good idea to practice with other WCS competitors, and I would do it again. The bad things. Okay. Okay. As mentioned earlier in the final decision portion, I was hesitant about the lineup, but did not want to change because so much effort was put to use in the optimal 5 decks. Cognita. This is going to be so annoying. Here I made the decision to not follow my own intuition because I did not want my collaborators to feel as if I were going behind their backs. When he said 2 hours before the deck submission, Sniffus told us that he wasn't confident we would be able to play Salamangreat on PC fast enough because he'd only ever played on phone. Paris and I agreed that he should do whatever he believes will bring him most success. It was a moment where I was giving advice I was not listening to myself. I ultimately paid the price. I'm very appreciative of all the hard work they put in, but it's important to remember deck selection is personal choice and to not succumb to social pressures. A mature friend will support you regardless. True. Yeah. Oh, that sucks. I think the ideal lineup would start with Shaddoll, Sky Striker, Speedroid, Resonator. Deck 5 has some options, so it can come down to preference. Given all the knowledge about Salamangreat, NFA Salamangreat could be a decent option because of the aforementioned discoveries, allowing you to play going second in boards. However, I think Utopia and Crystal Beast were both very respectable choices and would be difficult to say differently if there was the best lineup. Sleep deprivation. I remember how much time I spent sleeping and how much time I was waking on my trip leading up to WCS content. I've only just in my own time zone. Sleep. Sleep, 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 sleep. After waking up at 26 or 68.5 hours between that point and the start, I slept a total 9.5. Which is notable because even during KC Cup, I will sleep more than this. This is partially because I would wake up and be unable to go back to sleep, and partially because days would be rather busy with interviews and obligations by Konami. I tried sleeping on the flight from Cincinnati to Paris, but I was sitting behind a family with 3 children. I did not feel comfortable telling them my Unity tournament was more important than they were, and they would shut up. I can't blame anyone else for this, but unfortunately perform so poorly due to such factors. If I'm able to compete in the future, I would tend to have a plan for this. I will sleep so hard that 5 alarms won't be enough to wake me up. Closing thoughts. Thank you for reading. I will also consider writing about my trip to Paris as to further explain why I got so little sleep. But I'm also at 40,000 characters, so I think I will save that for another day. I'd like to finish by thanking everyone who helped me practice deciding what decks to use, and I'm sorry if I forget it, as there are many. Sniffus, Paris 2. Is this Galactic Overlord? I see him on Twitter. Zaid King, Andy San, everyone from MetaLab, Carrot, Copa, Pad, Piyama, Ronnie, Serenity, Shadell, Sish, Sizz, Sunryu Santi, Takuniku, Tiras, Viper. Nice. That was a good read. I don't really want to read this. I don't care about this. All right. Da, 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 da. All right. Yeah, I'll probably be watching this, and then yeah. Oh, I kind of want to watch the GG Uma Musume GG. Okay, I'll add this to the queue. I'll add this. Okay. All right, stop trying to fix Maxine. Response to Soda TCG. He just like took his fucking thumbnail or like one of his. All right, let's. Hopefully this isn't like this is a pleasant response. All right, I don't know what to expect. Stop trying to fix Maxi. I guess. I mean, this suggests to me like it's anti-Charmy as well. But I don't know. Usually responses tend to take the opposite stance. So that's why I'm like not sure what this is about.
The YouTube channel Soda TCG recently released a video talking about how the Molcharmies are bad card design. I really appreciate Soda making this video because I think it brings up a lot of important points, and I think it's worth talking about the design of these cards.
New musket
However,
card?
I do disagree with some of the points in the video, and that's
card.
what I wanted to talk about here. If you haven't watched Soda's video, I left a link in the description, and I would definitely recommend watching it first. It brings up some very important points. I think it's well made, and I'm not going to replay it in its entirety here. I'm just going to go over a few key points of discussion. First of all, I absolutely agree that the Molcharmies are bad card design, and for a lot of the reasons that Soda gives in the video, such as the fact that it's not an interesting card for the person using it because you just drop Fuelos as soon as your opponent is going to special summon a monster.
I still disagree with this. Like, first, like whether it's interesting or not is very subjective. But I don't think like Fuelos. I don't think you shotgun Fuelos in a lot. Like, for example, versus Ryzeal. If they start with X, I hold Fuelos for Ice Ryzeal. You would, I guess, the reason why I bring that one up, it's not a big deal. It's not like a big difference. But for example, so if they go X, they're gonna go at Sword, and people would Fuelos, you know, at that part, and then they just go Detonator, Pass, or whatever. But like if you know Ryzeal, you know they will just go what's called Ice. And then they'll search Ice off Sword, and then normal summon Ice, then summon Star. So you can get that second draw off Star, and then if they decide to continue, you know, make it easy. You got a second draw. Obviously, it depends on your hand. Detonator Cross is kind of difficult to deal with, depending on your hand. So it's not like. So yeah, there's still stipulations, but the fact that there's like a difference in like decision making in that point, because if like, people will just be like, oh, here's the most obvious time to Charmy, and then like Charmy after his Sword is summoned, and then yeah, you'll get the draw. Yeah, I don't know, I just don't agree with that. Like, nothing against Soda or anything like that. It's just I think as you peel back layers, there's going to be some nuance. But I didn't really expect the video to have that much nuance. But unlike Maxi, which is literally you actually just don't get punished for shotgunning. Like you actually just like that. At the same time though, I think Molcharmies like do force half boards, and there's a lot of powerful starters that can just like cook a half board. So yeah, so it's weird. just this specific point of like activating it immediately. I would discourage against that. I don't really like that. It's not Maxi in that regard. Maxi, you literally just don't get punished half the time you shotgun. Well, that's not true. Not all the time. But like if your opponent, not all the time. But you get punished way more if you misuse a Charmy.
It's not nearly as interesting to time as a hand trap compared to something like Infinite Impermanence or Nibiru the Primal Being. Soda also talks about how it still causes the basic Max C feeling of my deck is being shut down. I can't execute my strategy because it's going to give my opponent too many draws, and I don't have a way to really counteract that fact unless I draw the out with something like Ash Blossom or Called by the Grave. And I also agree that it creates a homogeneous deck building problem. It's of course not nearly as bad as Max C, but it still creates the problem of very homogeneous deck building, and it removes interesting choices around what hand traps to play because of course you're going to play 3 Fuelos in a lot of cases. The problem that I wanted to talk about is the question of what we do about this. So Soda brings up the idea that one of the problems with the Molcharmies is they don't have restrictions. Of course, there's one restriction, which is you can only use it going second. Unless you pass on an empty board, you can't use a Molcharmy when you go first. But any deck can put Fuelos in their deck. So whether you're Malice or Ryzeal or Blue Eyes or Yummy or whatever, everybody can play Molcharmy Fuelos. So to counteract this, Soda proposes adding a restriction to Molcharmy Fuelos to make it so that only certain decks can run the card. I personally disagree with this approach, and I think it's not the right way to address Molcharmy Fuelos. The reason is, Molcharmy Fuelos is not only a problem because it's put in every deck, it's also a problem because it's simply not a well-designed card. And Soda talks about this in other parts of the video.
What the hell
where,
did I just...
for example,
this is the problem because it's a problem? Okay, I'm being nass, but he's gonna explain later what makes it a problem. But like I feel like it's very stronger for an argument when you lead with the, I don't know. Oh my god, I do feel like if you say, oh, it's a problem because it's not well designed, I guess you could just elaborate more. But I don't know, I feel like for video like this you want to be more, I don't know, I don't like it. Whatever, I'm just being an ass.
It's not interesting or skillful for the person who has the Fuelos to just activate it as soon as their opponent tries to summon something, and the fact that it still causes the basic Max C feeling of having part of your deck just shut down with no recourse. Those problems don't go away.
That last part is kind of true. I feel like it's weird because there's a disparity. Like when you use it against like Malice or Ryzeal or even Memento, they have ways to mitigate the Fuelos, which is kind of obnoxious. The weaker decks feel the repercussions of getting Fuelos. I guess you could say like, oh, those decks are probably cringe anyway, and we'll try to FTK you. I don't know. I think that's the what makes it like goofy design. Like, I don't know. It's more of like a balancing thing, but I do go back to Charmies as a way to like, I don't know, when I'm playing a weaker deck, I feel like you still want to see a Charmy, but it's not enough on its own. I don't know. This is such a
strict Fuelos to only being played in certain decks. It just means that you have that awful feeling of opponent activating Fuelos against you sometimes rather than all the time. Of course, having it sometimes is obviously better than having it all the time, but it would really be better if we just didn't have it in the first place. I want to make an analogy here to Dimension Shifter.
That's fair.
Dimension Shifter is a hand trap that says, if you have no cards in your graveyard quick effect, you can send this card from your hand to the graveyard. Until the end of the next turn, any card sent to the graveyard is banished instead. Now, historically, Dimension Shifter has been an extremely powerful card in certain formats where there are decks that rely heavily on the graveyard that can be shut down for an entire turn cycle just with the activation of Dimension Shifter. And in fact, Dimension Shifter suffers from many of the same problems that we talk about with Molcharmy Fuelos. First of all, Dimension Shifter is not interesting or skillful for the person activating it. Often the way that you would play Shifter is if you open it in your starting hand, you would just immediately drop it into the graveyard in the draw.
I don't know, okay, he's right about Shifter, like as an example for a card that you see less of and is also restricted to very few decks, but also kind of just sucks to play against because it just shuts you down. Then if it was legal, as opposed to it being banned, being preferable, I think Shifter is a very good example of that. I think Shifter is a very good example. Like, just because it's scarce doesn't make it like not a. It's probably better if it was gone. But like, I don't. As far as like whether it's more interesting, again, it's still subjective. I feel like Shifter, you don't really have to put that much thought. If you're gonna really ascribe like skill to how much thought you put in activating the card, I feel like Shifter is definitely closer to Maxi than it is to a Charmy. There's one cool thing I did with, I mentioned this before in Vanquish Soul. There's like maybe couple decision points that are cool, I guess, which is like, oh, you normal summon Rosin, you make Link 1, add back Rosin, so you have 0 cards. Wow, now you can Shifter on your opponent's turn instead of your activating it first action. Wow, that's cool. It's unique, but I don't know. You guys, there's also Bestiole plus Shifter. Like, oh, I'm gonna hold the Shifter now until my opponent controls a monster, and then I'll activate Shifter, and then when they try to chain Called By, I chain my Bestiole because they control monsters, so my Bestiole's a quick effect, and now my Shifter went through. Yo, that's so hype. So maybe those are like the most unique moments of activating Shifter that I can think of, but they're so niche. I think most of the time you're just activating Shifter without really concern for their remaining 4 cards in hand, which I feel like Charmies are not at that level. But whatever.
Draw phase and hope that it shut down your opponent's strategy. From the opponent's perspective, you also have the same problem where, like Molcharmy Fulos, Dimension Shifter is a lingering effect, which means once it's resolved, there's no way to reverse the effect. The only way to stop it is to draw the out something like Called by the Grave to stop it at the time that it's activated. So Dimension Shifter suffers from these same problems as Fulos, and it also has the problem of completely shutting off certain parts of the opponent's strategy. The reason I'm bringing up Dimension Shifter is that I think Dimension Shifter is a very badly designed card, but Dimension Shifter has a restriction that means it was only played in certain decks. Not every deck could play Dimension
I think that's the strongest
because
point.
When you resolve Dimension
for,
Shifter, you also turn off your own
Shifter.
graveyard. So if you are playing a deck that relies on the graveyard, it's often not a good idea to run Shifter. That means that there were certain decks that could play Shifter and certain decks that wouldn't. And that actually coined an entire term, which is Shifter deck. You would have people talking about decks like Fluandereeze and Exosister as Shifter decks, where part of their identity is just the fact that they don't rely on the graveyard, so they're able to run Dimension Shifter.
Doesn't negate it. Yeah, later out. Yeah.
The fact that Shifter can only be run in certain decks did not make it
because it's a lingering effect.
It did not make it a well-designed card. It did not make it a card that should exist in the game. So the fact that Dimension Shifter had restrictions really did not solve any of the core problems with the card and the reasons that people didn't like it in the first place. The problem with Molcharmy Fulos is not just that it's in every deck. The problem is that it's not a well-designed card. And just like with Shifter, that doesn't change if you restrict it.
Okay, so he keeps repeating this like it's not a well-designed card, but I think he's able to communicate that like even if you introduce scarcity to Molcharmies, that doesn't make it like balanced. But he hasn't explained like what makes it not well designed yet. But I don't know. I just, maybe I'm being an ass, but I thought he would do it.
Only being played in certain decks. So that's why I personally believe that adding a restriction to Fulos so that it can only be played in certain decks is not the right way to address the problem. Soda asks the question of how do we fix the Molcharmies, Fulos being the most generic and powerful one. But I want to argue that instead we shouldn't try to fix Max C. When Max C was originally being debated, a lot of people would talk about how Max C is a huge problem, but maybe we could fix it by adding some restrictions. It was a very popular talking point for people to say that maybe Max C wouldn't be a problem if you could only use it going second, rather than being able to use it going first. There were a lot of people talking about maybe if we add some restrictions to Max C to make it weaker and less universally powerful, that will fix the card and make it a well-designed card.
Okay.
And when we got the Molcharmies, that's exactly what happened. We have these new cards that function similarly to Max C, but they have additional restrictions that make them less universally powerful. And yet, it did not solve the problem. We had Max C. We said, if only we could add some restrictions. Konami created a new card with those restrictions, and it didn't work. Molcharmy Fulos is still not a well-designed card. This is why I think
oh my god, he hasn't said
that we could fix.
He keeps repeating this line. It's so annoying. Maxi wasn't fixed. It's not well designed. It's not a well designed card. It's not a well designed card. Oh my god.
Not a well designed card. This is why I think the idea that we could fix the Molcharmies is a fundamentally flawed one. I think the design of this card is fundamentally broken, and the idea that we can add more.
Well, why is it fundamentally broken? I'm not like, but It just only makes sense if you already hate Maxi, so you don't even have to question. You don't have to question like this line of reasoning.
Restrictions to fix it has already been proved wrong by the Mulch armies themselves, because the Mulch armies were an attempt to add restrictions to Max C to make it more balanced, and it didn't work. And we should not respond to that by trying.
How did it not work? I feel okay. Personally, I feel like if you compare Mulch armies to like the best decks, they actually don't do enough. Like that's the. I mean, that's just for now, right? That's only because we've experienced a lot of power creep, and with the introduction of Malice, and Raizio too. But I think like, well, maybe that's just like Mulch armies existing shaped the meta that way. Because you can also think like, oh, you know, Memento's also viable. Explain yourself. This isn't Soda. This is a guy responding to Soda, who's like agreeing low key a little bit, but also kind of like the point that he's disagreeing with Soda, I think is supported enough. The one where like if you add a restriction to a Mulch army in deck building, then it's not like necessarily gonna balance it.
To add more restrictions, we should respond to that by realizing that it's simply not a well-designed
Just wake
card,
up.
and we should look elsewhere for the solutions to our problems.
Just wake up, okay? Just wake up. Mulch armies are not well designed. I guess I'm just supposed to accept that. This is like the premise. This is like the premise it hinges on. But
it's absolutely true that we need ways to stop decks that wombo combo and put out an unbreakable end board going first. This is a very common problem in Yu-Gi-Oh! Where decks can simply do too much going first, and if you're the going second player and you don't manage to completely stop them, it can feel like it's impossible to win. However, Max C is simply not the right approach to solving that problem, and no amount of restrictions is going to make it a well-designed card. Mulch army Fool.
Again, like, unfortunately, Maxi is decently effective at that. I get that, like, you can definitely say that Maxi is not the right approach, but I don't know. At least suggest an alternative, man. Like, this is what I want to. This is what I want.
Velos is a very variance-heavy card because it's often dead going first, but extremely powerful going second, and can completely warp the game based on whether it resolves or not. Adding more restrictions is simply not the right approach. We really need to start to think about different ways that we can make going second viable.
Okay, no, that's fair. I only know Master Duel, so that's fair.
Without using this type of card design. I think that Maxi and the Mulch armies are not fixable, and we should try to come up with a different solution because this is just never going to be fun. So those are my thoughts on Maxi and the Mulch armies, and why I think we should not try to fix Maxi, but instead we should think about what other ways we can change the game of Yu-Gi-Oh! And the card design in order to make going second more viable. If you have any thoughts, please feel free to leave them in the comments. I'd love to see what other people think about this, and I want to thank Soda TCG again for bringing up.
I think the point he disagreed with Soda was fine. Like, he was able to support that, but it would have been more interesting to see if he had like an alternative. I'm not saying like his point's invalid or something, but I just feel like going into this video, I'm supposed to already accept that Maxi's a badly designed card, which isn't like hard to question. But then you're equating it to the Mulch armies, and then that's harder for me to swallow, having played them in MD and stuff. So yeah, yeah, because he was on lab. Yeah, he was because of lab. Oh yeah, like there was very few ways. Well, maybe if he drew into Arias, he could have done something, but I don't remember how that game went. Yeah, whatever. I thought this video would have been more interesting. I resisted for two. Okay, maybe I'll. Okay, I already watched this. Okay, GG. What do you have to say for yourself?
お疲れ様です。いや、動画撮ろうと思ってさ。 うまこれわかりますよ、なっちゃん。今流行りのウマ娘プリティダービ
いや、俺はあんまりこういうアニメとか興味ねえから
ー。でもウマ娘とか聞いたことない。
なんかね
変わってくるんですよ。
なんかね、スポーツ新聞に載ってた。
なんかこれみんな女の子じゃないですか。でもこれみんな馬なんですよ。馬。しかも現実の馬。その馬を女の子のキャラクターにして、アニメとか大好きです。ほんで、まっちゃんがこれから、この女の子たちは、
No way, this is bro's first time learning about Uma Musume. Help going saying that isn't Max Series banning a bunch of cards that are used going first. Start makes more and more responsive like Super Poly. Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's true. Design better decks.
場面当てクイズにチャレンジしてもらいたい。
じいちゃん、俺誰だと思ってんのよ。競馬歴40年のベテランだよ。
詳しいですよね。
あのハイセイコーマだよ。ね、公営競馬、ね、連勝で、中央競馬入ってきたんでね。あの頃から似てんだから。
じゃあ、やっぱり見ましょう。でもなかなか難しいですよ。ヒントは、なんだろう、一応ね、勝負服がモチーフって感じかな。
勝負服ね。
まあ、まっちゃんの方にこう向けていただいて、はい、考えてください。これじゃ逆になってますからね。
端っこからいった。
まあ、ちょっとこっち向きにしますか。
こういうのだったら俺大好きだな。馬に関連してる。
今流行ってますからね。
最初も大事だから、じゃあ俺なんとなくね、ビビビビってインスピレーション、ピンとくれるやつだな。
思いついたのから言ってもいいですよ。
はいよ。
Sorry, what was the video? Isn't that Rice Shower? I think I recognize this name, this one. Okay, well, what the hell just happened? Okay, that scared me. What happened here? Can an old man with 40 years of horse racing experience guess the horse's name? Okay. Alright, so frame one, Rice Shower.
ブラックタイド。
まあ、マイナーっていうか。
いや、だってブラックタイドって言ったら、俺は有名なさ、北さんブラックのおちゃんだよ。
まあ、そうですけど。
北さんブラックメンション。
なんか黒いイメージでしょ。
いや、現役時代そんなマイナーな馬は出てきてません。
ほんで、態度が悪いもので、ブラックタイド。
ライシャワーや。
ひらめき。ね。
外れです。
あ、いや。
正解は、その馬、ライスシャワー。
なんで？
これはちょっとわかんないんですけど。
ライスシャワーって言ったら的場乗ってたことだよね。ヒヨンの名。あれ、そういう。
With an unfortunate fate。
黒色の勝負服着て大変な気がするんだ。
ライスシャワーの勝負服ちょっと思い浮かばないんだけど、黒じゃなかったような気がするんだけど。
これなんかね、主観が伴わない？
はい。次行きましょう。
はいはい。じゃあね、おめえ挽回。これです。
おめえ返上ね。
おめえ返上。
No!
これね。はい。
It's gold
これ
chip.
結構わかりやすいと思う。これはね、ヒントはね、勝負服と髪の色。
髪の色ね。その年。
Let's go! My go.
すごいよくわかったじゃん。
いや、これ山かじゃないよ。なんとなくさ、ゴールドシップってさ、グレーっていうか白っぽいグレーだったでしょ。ね。なんかそんな感じしない？勝負服までは覚えてない。
これちょっとわかりやすいかもしれない。素晴らしい。
自分でもびっくりしてる。
はい、一問正解。
そうするとさ、これレベル高いよね、このゲームね。ちょっとわかんないと思うよ、競馬に興味ない人。
わかんない
ね。よっしゃ。乗ってきたぞ。じゃあね、次はね。
Dude,
これってみた。
Unxo got it. Unxo got it.
あ、これはね、意外とわかりやすいですね。これ勝負服ですね。なかなか紫使ってる勝負服って少ないからわかる。ほんで有名な馬。
ちょっと待ってよ。紫の勝負服。
じゃあ紫が
He's
入って
the
る
goat, Iberia.
勝負服って意外と少ないでしょ。それで有名な馬。
有名な馬でしょ。
これわかんないと思います。
ディープインパクト。
ディープインパクト、紫なんて入ってないでしょ。黄色と
I
黒
don't
でしょ。
know this one.
小柄で、そう、鳥が大きくて。
ちなみにディープインパクトって、金子雅人さんの、
オーナーね。
あの人の馬たちはこの馬娘に出てないんですよ。
あ、そう。
多分許可を下りないとかそんな感じなんじゃないですか。
ああ、なるほどね。じゃあ分かった。要領はつかんだ。
でも、
でも、
The old man be in peace. He's got 40 years of racing experience. He's got this.
同じダービー。
わかった。
はい。
東海帝王。
ああ、違うんだな。東海帝王は他にいるんだな。
わかった。
騎士も同じ。ディープインパクト、騎士も同じ。
武豊。ダメ？スペシャルウィーク。
正解。
これなんでスペシャルウィークなんだよ。
いやでもこの勝負服からイメージはできますよこれ。
あ、そう。
スペシャルウィーク白と紫です。
でも今ティーチャーにさ2つ3つ俺ヒントもらったからなんとなくスペシャルウィークって言ってたけどもさ、スペシャルウィークって言えばさ、まあ可哀想なんだよね。スペシャルウィークの母親ね、スペシャルウィーク産んで2時間後に死んじゃったんだよ。
あ、そうなの？
体調悪くて。ほんでね、
Bruh.
もうおっぱいをこうね与える今度別の牝馬ね当てがられたんだけど、その牝馬が意地悪でスペシャルウィークがうんと泣いたんだって。
へえ。かわいそうなの。
How does he know about this horse lore? She's on the cover? Yeah.
これ簡単。これ簡単。結構昔。まあ、緑。
グリーングラス。
だから、場名でグリーンじゃない。でも、世代的には結構近いですよ。あ、近くはないか。
グリーングラスって言うと、東証防衛10ポイント、それからね、グリーングラス、3区の一角でしょ。
それはちょっと後です。
で、それは後って言った。
勝負服分かってねえな、まっちゃん。
グリーンの勝負服。ああ、田原関のあれ、成田ブライアント。
花のトップガンああ、あれもグリーン2キロ。でも、 あ、マヤのトップガン今回用意しなかったな
これ。
もっと有名。もっと強い。
グリーン超極。
グリーンで、
グリーン
しかもこの顔とか、そうかと凛々しいでしょ。
うん。
優等生。
あ、それヒントか。
強そうでしょ。
東海帝王じゃないでしょ。
東海帝王の
父ちゃん、シンボリルドルフ。
正解。
あれ、岡部幸雄だよね。
そうです。
岡部幸雄とこのグリーンのこんな勝負してた。
シンボリロード
シンボリの勝負服ですから。
いや、この辺になるとちょっと頭すかな、難しいな。じゃあね、俺なんとなくね、この中で分かりそうなのが、これ。
それは難しい。俺、これは何のこっちゃよく分かんなかった。
これ。まるで
This is like something pro or something. I don't know.
でも今回は
Some wrestler.
違う。
8008章、2着馬につけたそのね、なんていうの、その、あるでしょ。着差、
Some wrestler on
81馬身、全8レースの中で、81馬身差つけた、すごい馬。
これ全然その後ですね。これはちょっと分かんないと思うな。
その後。
なんでメガネかけてるのかも分かんないし。
ヒントと見た。
いや、これヒントじゃない。
違うのこれ。
まあヒントは外国サンバ。
じゃあ、グラスワンダー。
いやー、グラスワンダーはこっちにいるんですよ。グラスワンダー世代は。
シンボリクリスです。
いや、グラスワンダーと同じ。
El Condor Pasa. That's yeah, El Pasa Condor.
それがよくわかんない。
Yeah, El Condor Pasa.
ちょっと難しいね。この絵からエル
じゃあ今グラスワンダーはこの中からどれか選ぶ。
そうか。逆にね。グラスワンダーイコールクリゲ茶色。いいじゃない。
いや、あるんですよ。
的場仁が着てた勝負服白っぽかったんだよな。
これね、勝負服ね、ちょっと色の使い方が間違ってんだよな。
でもね、グラスワンダーの的場の時の服はね、白っぽかったような気もする。
白地に赤と青なんですよ、グラスワンダーってね。でも、この絵はちょっと違うんですよ。
じゃあ、
だからイメージで選んでるんですよ。これは、東海帝王。
なんで
なんでって言われてもわかんないけど。東海帝王。
あ、そう。いや、ね、あ、そう。グラスワンダーな。
なんか、
イメージからして全部なんか違うんだけど。
私的にはこれグラスワンダーでイメージ。
これこ
れはだってピンクと黒だから、ピンクと黒っつったら、ビワハヤ
もう記憶が薄れてるな、この辺になるかな。あ、そうか。じゃあ今度あたりね。グラスワンダー。これ
ちょっとおじさん、これはすぐわかるでしょう。
Oh, isn't this a worry cap?
頭にあるこのマークとか、この髪の毛の色とか、髪の毛の色はその馬の毛色ですから。
ああ、なるほどね。ソダシ。
だからソダシってさっきも言いましたけど、
does not have it.
いや、入ってないんでね。許可もらえないわけね。
いや、それはどうかわかんない。
あ、そう。これのうち、ああ、わかった。無理かもしれない。だよね。
これ一番上。
ちょっと時間かかったな。そうか。じゃあ俺全部頭の毛の色を見てイメージすればいいんだな。よし。だったらわかるよ。これ。
グラスワンダーこんな毛の色してました？
じゃあ、なんかグラスワンダー残ってるんだね、そのままね。これ次行っちゃったね。これね、下サンプル。
これわかんない。
あ、そう。
はっきりとわかんない。
わかんないな、じゃあ。
ちょっと見せて、この絵。これね、ポイントは、この鼻。この子の鼻よく見てください。
ノーズ。
鼻になんかついてますよ。あ、わかっちゃった。
わかったよ、なりたくない。
お、すごい。
すごい。サドルのね。
素晴らしい。
ああ、そうか、俺そこまで見なきゃな
How
らない。
did he know that?
じゃあ、あとグラスワンダーだったらこれしかないんじゃない？
What the fuck is so different about her nose?
いや、時間かかっちゃったな。
これほら、青が基調になってからわかんないんですよね。グラスワンダーって白地に赤と青だもんね。
ほんで、この下にこのね、白っぽいこう、模様あっててね。
ああ、細かい。
今考えてみ
結構細かいな。
ね、今考えてみてなるほどなと思うな。
じゃあ残り2つ。
これ2つね。
これ誰かな。
これは。
これね、こっちは意外とわかりやすい。こっちはわかんない。
あ、そう。
Oh, that's Bakshin.
それはもうまるっきり勝負。
これ牝馬じゃないかな。今までほとんどこれボバなんだよね。
いや、これもボバです。
あ、そう。
こっちが牝馬です。
あ、そう。これ、エアグルームだね。エアグルーム。
違うんだな。これはわかんないな。ダビーバ。あ、言っちゃった。牝馬でダビーバって言って
ウォッカしかないじゃない。
正解。
これウォッカ俺のウォッカみたいな顔してるけど、違う。
Horse story, yeah.
これは結構昔の馬です。
Yeah, Bakshin.
昔の馬で勝負服がピンクって言ったら桜ですよね。
ああ、桜ローレ。桜プレジデント。
懐かしい馬ですこれね。
桜。
短い距離。
ありがとう、最高のヒント。桜パクシーよ。
正解。
いやー、時間かかったな。
これが今流行りの馬娘のキャラ。
ああ、なるほど。じゃあ、結構さ、やっぱりね、馬の名前と、それから種、それからね、もちろんしてた勝負と、この3つを把握してないと、
そう
なかなか当てらんないね。
意外と難しいけど、なんか言われてみればみたいなのもあって面白いですよね。
確かにね。
結構面白いと思いますよ、やると。まっちゃんもこれ、ゲームやってみてください。馬娘って聞いた。
だって俺、スマホね。
Alright, Old man suffers from nervous breakdown over Uma Musume? Okay. I think we're good. Okay, I couldn't figure out. Okay, I think these last two and I'm good. Yeah, these last two. All right, what do you want? What do you got for me, Gardevoir?
If you've been playing Pokemon cards for the last couple of years, you've probably noticed that Gardevoir is pretty good. It won the World Championships this year, got second in 2023, and with the Mega Evolution expansion around the corner, this powerhouse archetype is only getting stronger in the months ahead. But Gardevoir being good isn't just a recent phenomenon. Gardevoir is almost always good in the Pokemon trading card game. As a Pokemon, Gardevoir is just decent in video games, relegated to the rarely used tier on Smogon and capturing just one video game World Championship title at the hands of Sejin Park in 2014. The cards, however, tell a different story. Gardevoir has been the backbone of 3 World Championship winning decks, and has made the World's Finals 2 additional times. Of the 20 Pokemon TCG World Championships that have been held since 2004, Gardevoir has been a top play for 7 of them. Of the 27 unique Gardevoir cards ever printed, half of them are competitively viable. That's an insane percentage of good cards. Take a dude like Blastoise, for instance, who has 26 unique cards. Only like 3 of the Blastoise cards are any good. Most of them are bulk, and that's the case for almost all Pokemon cards. Most of them are bulk, but half of Gardevoir's cards are really freaking good. There's a serious case to be made that of the 1,025 Pokemon that exist, Gardevoir has the strongest pool of cards out of any of them. The only Pokemon that can even hold a candle to Gardevoir's success are all legendaries or mythical Pokemon like Mew and Rayquaza. So what makes Gardevoir so special? Someone influential at Creatures Inc., the company that designs the cards, probably loves Gardevoir. That's a given. But so do fans. According to the popularity contest held by the Pokemon Company in 2020, Gardevoir was the 9th most popular Pokemon in the franchise that year, beating out the likes of Gengar, Pikachu, and Eevee. In a game whose profits are driven by collectors, it makes sense that Gardevoir would see a lot of love. In today's video, I'm going to talk about the best Gardevoir cards ever printed, their accomplishments, and what makes them so good. Before we dive in, however, let's hear a quick word from my sponsor, Dragon Shield. Dragon Shield makes the highest quality sleeves and accessories for your favorite tabletop games, like the Pokemon TCG.
Can I skip this? I have premium.
Recently, my favorite line of Dragon Shield sleeve with every shuffle. That's with me at every tournament I attend. And now, there's a great selection of back to Gardevoir. The first Gardevoir card was released in 2003 in the Ruby and Sapphire expansion. Its Pokemon Power Psyshadow allows you to search your deck for Psychic Energy and attach it to one of your Pokemon at the cost of placing 2 damage counters on that Pokemon. Although this power is strong, Gardevoir's attack Energy Burst was just serviceable, dealing 10 damage times the amount of energy attached to both Gardevoir and the defending Pokemon. Thankfully, Gardevoir fans didn't have to wait long to receive the perfect partner for Psyshadow. Gardevoir EX from Sandstorm had a proportionally huge 150 hit points and 2 great attacks to back it up, capable of taking big one-hit knockouts. When the first World Championships were held in 2004, Gardevoir finished 2nd place in the Seniors division, while also netting a couple of top 16 finishes in the Masters division. While never cementing their legacy with the World's finish, the Delta Species Gardevoir cards released in 2005 and 2006 are both very good in the Ruby and Sapphire to Power Keepers format, which was officially played in Japan and is still enjoyed by retro enthusiasts today. The Delta Species mechanic is one of the most beloved by longtime Pokemon fans, which allowed for Pokemon to take on different types than you would usually see. Gardevoir from the Delta Species expansion is Psychic and Metal, for instance, while Gardevoir EX from Dragon Frontiers is Fire type. This pair works in tandem to move energy around the board with Gardevoir's Energy Jump Pokemon power, while pressuring the opponent with Gardevoir EX's Imprison Pokemon power. Imprison is a really unique power, allowing you to place a token on one of your opponent's Pokemon, rendering that Pokemon's Pokepowers and Pokebodies useless for the rest of the game. There's only a couple of Pokemon ever printed that place a token like this on the board, which is a shame if you ask me. I think powers like this are neat and allow for some unique game design. Up until this point, Gardevoir as a Pokemon had a solid run. The Ruby and Sapphire era had come to an end, and Gardevoir had some good cards to boast from it. But in 2007, Gardevoir reached new heights with Gardevoir and Gardevoir Level X from Secret Wonders. This was the beginning of the Diamond and Pearl era. Pokemon from the Sinnoh region were supposed to be the focus, right? Wrong. Gardevoir and Gardevoir Level X from Secret Wonders would usher in a new era of dominance unknown to the game at this point. What made this deck so insane was Gardevoir's combination of consistency and disruption. Its Telepass Pokepower allows you to select a supporter out of your opponent's discard pile to use as the effect of the power. That's in addition to the supporter you get to play for turn. So as long as Gardevoir is in play, you're basically using 2 supporters a turn. Then, Gardevoir's attack, Psychic Lock, makes it so that the opponent can't use any Pokepowers during their next turn. Many games in this format devolved into which player could establish the Psychic Lock first, as its effect on the game was extremely dominating. Gardevoir Level X basically gave Gardevoir a boost in stats while retaining its most broken qualities. You can only level up while in the active spot, and Gardevoir is almost always using Psychic Lock in the active spot, so why not give it an additional 20 hit points and the smooth teleportation power for some free switching. Bring Down could also be useful in a pinch to take a targeted KO on a low HP Pokemon on the opponent's board. Gardevoir-based decks dominated the 2008 World Championships. Jason Klaczynski won the event with Gardevoir, Gino Lombardi finished 3rd, and 11 other Gardevoir-based decks finished in the top 32, taking up a huge percentage of the field. Despite its power, Psychic Lock Gardevoir took a year off in 2009, while some Beedrill deck won Worlds. I've been told that this is the most fraudulent deck to ever win World Championships, but truthfully, 2009 is a year that I don't know much about, so if I'm wrong, feel free to let me know in the comments below. But what's this? Gardevoir back from the dead? That's right, in 2010, Michael Premawat finished 2nd place at the World Championships with his Guardy Delayed deck. He was famously just 1 card away from notching another win with one of the strongest cards ever printed at the time. After an amazing run during the Ruby and Sapphire and Diamond and Pearl eras, Gardevoir took a back seat during the Black and White era, with almost no notable cards. But that doesn't mean Guardy didn't get any love at all, however. The game designers gave Gardevoir from Next Destinies a cool ability that doubles up the number of Psychic Energy you have in play. I think that maybe this card was intended to be played alongside the completely broken and format warping Mewtwo EX, also from Next Destinies, but that's a joke, considering that Double Colorless Energy existed, and it was far more effective to get Mewtwo going with Double Colorless Energy instead of setting up a Stage 2. Gardevoir did get a nice shiny print of this card released as a secret rare in Dark Explorers though, which will cost you a cool $400 to $500 today. The XY era had a huge impact on Gardevoir, recasting Gardevoir as a Psychic and Fairy-type Pokemon, rather than just purely a Psychic-type Pokemon. Gardevoir, being a fan favorite, was also one of the Pokemon to receive a Mega Evolution. In the card game, the XY block also debuted the Fairy-type Pokemon card. They're pink. In the Primal Clash expansion, the Pokemon Company farted out a terrible Fairy-type Gardevoir and Mega Gardevoir EX before coming to their senses and printing a truly cool and powerful shiny dual-type Mega Gardevoir EX in the Steam Siege expansion. Xander Pero piloted this Mega Gardevoir EX deck to a win at the Dallas Regional Championships in December of 2016. Gardevoir's attack, Despair Ray, does 110 damage for a Psychic and a Colorless Energy, plus 10 more damage for each bench Pokemon you...
What does it say? Hold on. What does it say? Despair? Oh, this is Despair Ray. Oh, this is just Despair Ray. That's so cool. Despair Ray. That's really sick. I didn't realize they had the Kana. I'm glad I learned Kana so I can appreciate this.
Discard. This comboed perfectly with Shaman EX, the best support Pokemon in the game, which only had 110 hit points, which made it a big liability. Using Shaman EX to set up, the deck would draw lots of cards and then remove those weaknesses from the board with Despair Ray while dealing massive damage. With Skyfield in play, a stadium that allows you to have up to 8 benched Pokemon, it's possible to swing for 190 damage with Despair Ray. Mega Pokemon during this time were powerful Pokemon cards with over 200 hit points, but had a significant drawback in that your turn ended when they evolved into play. The only way to mitigate this downside was to play your specific Mega Pokemon Spirit Link, which ate up a ton of deck space and limited deck building options. As the game transitioned into the Sun and Moon era, powerful GX Pokemon were unveiled, which each featured a unique GX attack. A first in the franchise, players could use a GX attack once a game to help turn the tides of the battle. Once again, creatures wasted no time getting a great Gardevoir into format. A Fairy-type Gardevoir GX was released in the third Sun and Moon expansion, Burning Shadows. This card was absolutely nuts in its prime. It features an ability that accelerates energy into play, an attack that can one-hit KO things, lots of HP, and a GX attack that can recover 10 cards from the discard pile back to the deck. This card was so strong that it went on to capture multiple regional titles, an international title, and the 2017 World Championship title at the hands of Diego Casiraga. The crazy thing is, Creatures wasn't finished with Gardevoir here in the Sun and Moon era. Wanting to make sure that Gardevoir didn't miss out on the tag team Pokemon hype, the Pokemon Company released Gardevoir and Sylveon Tag Team GX. Tag team Pokemon were first of their kind basic Pokemon that gave up 3 prize cards when they got knocked out. Most tag teams featured more HP than any evolving Pokemon and took the game by storm when they debuted in the Team Up expansion. Guardian Sylveon ended up winning multiple regional championships as well, and had multiple finishes in the top 32 of the 2019 World Championships. When the Sword and Shield era came about, it seemed like Creatures had finally chilled out on Gardevoir, printing a truly miserable Gardevoir VMAX and skipping out on giving Gardevoir the V-Star treatment. Little did players know, however, that this is because Creatures had even bigger plans for Gardevoir in the works. Even though Gardevoir lacked a marquee card in the Sword and Shield block, the pieces were starting to formulate for another Gardevoir takeover. 2 amazing Kirlia cards were released in Chilling Reign and Silver Tempest. Chilling Reign Kirlia boasts the Mirage Step attack, an attack that allows you to search your deck for up to 3 Kirlia and put them into play. Cheating Stage 1 Pokemon into play is an amazing asset for any evolution deck to have, as proven by the very popular Greninja Break deck from the X and Y era. In Silver Tempest, Kirlia was also given the Refinement ability, which allows you to discard a card from your hand in order to draw 2 cards from your deck. So in practice, this means that a single Mirage Step Kirlia could set up a board filled with single prize Kirlia that could draw 2 cards. While Gardevoir from Silver Tempest never saw any play, Gardevoir from Chilling Reign had lots of potential. Its Shining Arcana ability allows you to draw the top 2 cards of your deck and attach any psychic energy you find there to your Pokemon in play. Then, its Brainwave attack doles out a solid 60 damage plus 30 more damage for each psychic energy attached to Gardevoir. All of the pieces had a line for a Gardevoir takeover, and as soon as Scarlet and Violet was released, Gardevoir swooped right back into relevance thanks to the amazing Gardevoir EX, the strongest Gardevoir card ever printed. Gardevoir EX has a whopping 310 hit points and can accelerate an infinite amount of psychic energy from the discard pile to your psychic Pokemon in play thanks to its Psychic Embrace ability. Using Psychic Embrace, Gardevoir could effortlessly power up the best psychic attackers from the Sword and Shield block, like Zacian V or Gardevoir from Chilling Reign, to deal massive one-hit KOs. With the consistency that Kirlia offered this deck, it was a smash hit, winning multiple regional championships, placing well at international championships, and nearly capturing a world championship title in 2023 at the hands of Tord Reklev. Rotation in 2025 hit Gardevoir EX hard, as the deck lost access to its most powerful attackers and the Refinement ability. Players thought that maybe Gardevoir EX would finally be done. To the surprise of most, myself included, the card persevered. Gardevoir as a deck was reinvented, and despite there being multiple dark decks in the format that could hit Gardevoir for weakness, Gardevoir EX finished first and second at this year's North American International Championships and won the World Championships. And much of that is thanks to Monkey Dory with its Adrenabrain ability, which allows you to move the damage counters that Gardevoir places on your own Pokemon with its Psychic Embrace ability back over to your opponent's board. So now, Gardevoir not only can one-hit KO anything in the format, it can also spread damage onto the opponent's side of the board to take multiple knockouts in a single turn. In my opinion, 2025 really cemented Gardevoir as the Pokemon with the strongest pool of cards out of every other Pokemon that exists. I know that there's some recency bias here, as Gardevoir just won Worlds, but I still think the statement holds true. The only Pokemon that I think comes close to Gardevoir's dominance in card form is Mew, and of course, Mew is also a purple card. Historically, the game designers love purple cards, if you haven't noticed that yet. And of course, Gardevoir's story doesn't end here. Mega Gardevoir EX has already been revealed to be the strongest new Mega Evolution Pokemon from the upcoming Mega Evolution expansion due out at the end of September. And even after Gardevoir EX rotates out of Standard in 2026, it looks like Mega Gardevoir EX will still have plenty of tools to remain relevant in the formats ahead. Oh, and by the way, if you want to play with the newest Mega Evolution cards before you can anywhere else in the United States, make sure to check out the release weekend $6,000 cash doubleheader hosted by Full Grip Games coming up on September 27th and 28th. There will be a $3,000 cash standard
How's
event
it
featuring the new cards from
not
Mega Evolution
true?
on September 27th, and a $3,000 cash Gym Leader Challenge event also featuring the newest cards from Mega Evolution on September 28th. Tickets are on sale now, and the top 8 finishers from the standard event will win a free entry to the Full Grip Games $5,000 cash invite happening in 2026. The link will be in the description below. What do you think about Gardevoir's dominance over the years in the Pokemon trading card game? Do you agree with me that Gardevoir has the strongest pool of cards out of every other Pokemon? Do you like Pokemon's strategy of giving the same Pokemon marquee cards year after year? Or do you think that Pokemon should explore more of the 1,000 creatures they have created in the card game? Let me know your thoughts in the comments below, and thanks so much for watching. I'll catch you
You
next
got a
time.
shiny
See ya.
Infernape? I finally got a Suicune. But it's full art. Or 3D art, I think. Alright, so this should be the last one. I think I should catch up. So do these Yu-Gi-Oh cards deserve ban? Vanquish versus Vanquish round 6. Dun, 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 dun. Okay, so I imagine there's like an AI dub.
Let's get started.
CG2? Ah.
We have Banky Soul versus Banky Soul.
Banky Soul
Oh,
versus
a
Banky
US
Soul.
duel. Although Julian is French. I don't know why it sounds so weak. They turned down the sound. Oh, no. What exactly?
Yeah,
did you
I
do?
need the original
Ooh,
Suicune
Carlos,
too.
tell me. The sound went out. It went out. They're going to throw the dice at me. Banky's mirrors are usually a huge ripoff. I'm surprised Julian changed.
Wait, they're speaking Spanish. I'm pretty sure I... Huh. Let me see if I can understand it, but I'll keep the subtitles to Spanish auto-generated. Banky Soul versus Banky Soul, true. Small F, Orm. Oh shit, that's not good.
I think I saw Charm is in the end from Charlie, and if that's not a Purulia, it could be an issue against this matchup. Yeah, I feel like if you have...
You know what? I'll watch this later. I think Bank 1 W Soul, yeah. I think I saw Arya's online. I figure I'll just raid her. Stream hasn't like improved in terms of like lag and all that stuff. And I think I got through. Oh my god, my fucking. What happened, Cupsy? Yeah, he's Spanish. Okay. What the hell happened to my Fugi? There's like a big ass. Oh my god. That's crazy. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna figure out what happened to the Fugi and then send you guys to Arya. That's scary. Alright. What a time to be alive. But too, yeah. I think it's time. I think that is scary, that warning. Thank you for joining me. I thought the tier list was pretty funny. I think time rules weren't that big a deal. I enjoyed most of the, videos responding to it. So that's a good thing. There was a lot of clickbait though, but we didn't watch those. So yeah, I will say bye-bye. I don't know if I'll go live tomorrow or something like that. I don't know. I've got some stuff to do, like a lot of stuff to do. So later though. But yeah, I'm still trying to stick to just weekends for streams. Gotta lock in. All right. Bye-bye.